everybody, and welcome back to yet another event for the Splatoon 3 North American League. My name is Milana, but I don't know, at this point I might as well just rebrand to Big Money. I'm joined today with two of the most illustrious commentators in all of Splatopolis. We've got Magic and Cater. Welcome to you both. Now, we have only 2 weeks left of our regular season play, including this week, Magic. How are you feeling so far?
Well, at the penultimate week, I'm definitely feeling that there's a lot more to be played, but that the picture is getting a bit more clear. We have a good idea of the teams that we're going to be seeing up here at the top of the bracket and going into playoffs, but there's a bunch that are still trying to fight for those final few spots, and it's already chaos there at the turn of this week after the ladder.
Yes, no, I totally agree. It's been chaotic. It's been chaotic all the way up through week by week, but especially now as we're coming to the close of the season. And Cater, any teams that you're looking out for as we're starting to wrap up the season?
Well, you know, we've been talking about the chaos, how there's a lot of teams. I know that Hypernova ended up having to basically rebrand, and so they weren't able to use the points that they had accrued previously in their weeks. However, they have been doing relatively well, or very well, I should say, and there is definitely a possibility that we see them in top 8 next week, and possibly even in the playoffs if they are able to get the large amount of points that they need to secure that spot.
Yeah, and totally. And like we both mentioned, all of us mentioned, that these points are a little bit up in the air for a lot of the teams. But before we begin, let's check out our schedule for the next week of play. First, we have our Splatoon 3 North American League show. If you didn't catch yesterday's episode, be sure to do that. They drop every Friday at 10 a.m. Pacific. Next week will be our final show for the season, so make sure you don't miss that. In addition to this, we also have the Splatoon 3 North American League every Saturday at 12 p.m. Pacific. Be sure to catch the top 8 live stream that starts at 4 p.m. Pacific. And in addition to this week's event, we have just one event left. But it's never too late, so be sure to register today at battlefy.com/NintendoVersus. And in addition to this, our weekend is not complete without the Splatoon 3 North American League Sunday Scrim every Sunday at 12 p.m. Pacific, both tomorrow and the week after. Make sure you grab a couple of friends, play some Salmon Run for a really good time. And all of this will culminate to the Splatoon 3 North American League playoffs on December 13th and December 14th. There will be a little bit of a break between the final event and the playoffs, but make sure that you lock down and you book these weekends because you don't want to miss what is going on. The live stream would occur at 12 p.m. Pacific on both days. Now, make sure that we also take a look at that tourney format. We've seen this time and time again. Teams will be awarded points towards their event score based on their leaderboard placement in the ladder round and in the top 8, where you can get an additional amount of points. All the teams that are participating now will be looking to pad their stats and boost their scores as this season starts to wrap up just a little bit. Now, let's take a look at our previous week's standings. We see that Fofofo came out on top from last week's event, earning themselves 100 points, and FTWin close behind with a high 95 points. And we see a lot of new teams also. Sunset, I think, is a team that is a little bit, we've seen them here and there, but they kind of had a little bit of a late start, right, Cater?
Yeah, definitely. As for other teams, we've got a DPS only, which is not one that I believe we saw before, so to see them in top 8 was nice. Other teams that we've seen before include Bet, Healthy Diet Food Groups. Gourmet Race was here in the top 8 and will be this week as well. And then, like we mentioned before, there is Hypernova finishing out very strong in that 3rd place. That is, the 85 points that they gained from that are part of why I do think it's still very, very possible, despite having to soft reset, that they could come back and perhaps secure a spot in those playoffs.
Yeah, so a lot of familiar names, and we'll see those same familiar names as we go into our season standings right here. Fofofo right now taking the top spot, followed closely behind by FTWin. But Magic, a lot of these teams have not reached their 5 event quota yet. any teams that you're looking to see maybe compete this week that maybe haven't reached that quota yet?
I'm definitely looking at Healthy Diet Food Groups and Halcyon to see where they finish in that bracket today. That's really going to be huge in determining how high up they can land, right? TZS has had a number of good placements, but if they want to get any more points, they need to come back next week and really push themselves, whereas Healthy Diet still has one more placement to go that can launch them over that threshold into that 8th slot, and that's not even mentioning Halcyon, Rain Dance, Hypernova, Sunset, who are all very much those dark horses that are looking to just knock some people off the bubble if they can get past that threshold.
Totally. A lot of contentious, a lot of uncertain positions for the season standing so far. According to this playoff picture, we are getting a little bit of a look, as Magic mentioned, at some of the teams that are currently in our top 8 standings. And remember that in order to qualify for the league playoffs, you have to be in the top 8. So given that, a lot of really good Splatooning left to be seen. Now, before we begin today's top 8 bracket, let's check out some of the rules again. So make sure our top 8 bracket is a best of 5. Again, the higher seed will choose the mode, the lower seed will choose the stage, and after the first game, the winning team will choose the mode, while the other team will choose the stage. Now, we will be playing all 5 game modes, so that's inclusive of Turf War, and each mode can only be played once during the match. Now, as far as our stage list goes, we've seen these stages time and time again. We're going to see them continuously more times, especially as we are wrapping this season up. So, stay tuned, and we'll see if we see some of the same stage and mode combinations that we have seen so far. Now, finally, we can make it into our top 8 bracket for tonight. As you can see, we have a lot of familiar names in this top 8 bracket so far. Cater, what do we see here?
Well, like you said, familiar names. We've got FT Win, and Moonlight, no surprise there, but Moonlight being our 2nd seed is a really great start for them, so I'm really looking to see how they perform in this bracket today. Other teams that we've got here are 3rd and 4th seeds, Milky Way and Gourmet race. Also some familiar names, and then we mentioned Halcyon and Healthy Diet Food Groups, so those are our 7th and 8th seeds here. Both of those teams have a huge job to do today because their placements today, the amount of points that they are able to take home this week and next week, since they have so little time left, could make the difference between playoffs and not. Like you said before, or like Magic said before, that line is you have to get yourself over it. And though it can be difficult, even 5 points can be all it takes.
And yes, so that's definitely something we're going to be looking out for here. I hope that's something that you at home are also going to be looking out for. And word on high has it that we do have our first matchup for this match. We will be seeing winners quarterfinals with Gourmet Race versus Bet. And we will be seeing Tower Control. Now, Cater, I heard that Tower Control is your favorite mode, so what do we think we need to know about Tower Control?
Well, not sure where you heard that from, it being my favorite, but I do like it quite a lot. You have to jump on that tower to take control. If no opponents are on the tower, once you take control of it, it will begin moving towards your team's goal. As you are on that tower, you have to ride it through checkpoints on the way to the goal, which is in the opponent's territory. So you are riding not on your side of the map, but on theirs. If neither team reaches the goal by the end of the match, the team that is closest to the goal wins the match.
Very good. Thank you so much. That was so well spoken. So for our first round, we will be seeing Tower Control on Undertow Spillway. And now we are no strangers to this stage and mode combination, Magic. What do you think that what might we anticipate to see as far as these two teams go?
Well, I definitely am looking towards Simo, the player for Bet that is usually on the tent umbrella, to be switching off to something like the Blaster. We've seen him do this previously. We've actually seen this exact match and setup before back in the 3rd week of regular season play, where they did this to start out this exact stage and mode combination, and Bet ran away with that game. It was not even close, and I'm expecting the same today.
And, let's see how this is going to turn out as we get into our first game of our winners quarterfinals between Bet and Gourmet Race. And again, thank you so much to Power, our spectator cam operator. We wouldn't be here without you, so everybody make sure you thank your local spectator cam operators. Now, Cater, what do we see about these loadouts so far?
Well, as predicted, Simo has swapped off of that tent umbrella to that splash of Matic there on the side of Bet. We have snipe riders on both sides to put out that tacticooler, an absolutely crucial special on both sides. Pika here is running the Zinc mini Splatling, which has the big bubbler. That can be absolutely crucial to put on the tower because it basically makes the person on the tower untouchable for a little bit. Dante there on the Vanilla Slosh are going to go down there, but Mecha is able to come back. Both Mecha and Simo riding that tower, and so Bet takes that first checkpoint with very little fuss, though that is relatively common for our tower control games here. It is that second checkpoint which Bet is reaching now that we have to be very attentive of.
And we are certainly attentive of it with, only less than a minute in this game. They have already passed that second checkpoint. Magic, what do you think Gourmet Race needs to do to be able to get back in the game?
Well, you saw right there, it's all about getting Shy into that right position to be able to just laser towards that tower and make sure there is no one left standing. Although that tacticooler, that we see in the middle of the map is very important for Bet. It's going to keep them ready, it's going to keep them alive, and it's going to make sure that they are right back into this fight, as you see with Zero already diving down on top of Miner, trying to find Pika, but not able to solidify that splat, and they're going to end up at least pushing this tower slightly along, as I like to call it, toe-touching, as another tacticooler. You can see how much they're just churning it out. That's going to be exactly what they're looking to do, so they can just keep themselves going.
The pressure is on, as you mentioned, Magic, that notice that the tower is constantly moving in a forward direction for Bet, which is giving them an opportunity to make it back to the middle of this stage with pretty much no problem at all. Much of the turf on this stage belongs to Bet still. Zero pushing forward and getting a double, waiting for that jump, maybe a triple right there. And I think Zero's positioning is going to be great for Bet to make yet another push Cater.
Absolutely. This is what we see out of Bet week after week, this aggressive positioning like you mentioned. We do see Mecha here holding down the line for the rest of Bet, trying to laser out Pika here. The bubbler does go out, and we have, you see another tacticooler on the left side there. Zero getting that splat on Miner, and with about half of our match timer gone, another splat coming from Zero, looking for that third there on a rampage here, getting a fourth finally going down there, and Simo still there to stay on the tower. I mean, that aggression, the power behind those splats is exactly what Bet needs to continue this push. That tower is still solidly in the turf of Gourmet Race. They are still on that defensive foot, and like you mentioned, there is a lot of turf for Bet. Even as they respawn, they are just right back in the center of this stage. They have the control over it.
They certainly do. And you know what I really noticed about how Bet is playing? And we mentioned it time and time again, even in this match, that there is just always a tacticooler out for Bet. That this is allowing key players like Zero, key players like Dante to move forward and pretty much be a little bit reckless in their play, because as they're reckless, if they are taken out, they are able to move back with relative ease, given that they are juiced up with that tacticooler, as Dante grabs another drink from the stand. Bet grabbing on that tower, holding for that last third checkpoint, but no members on the tower yet. Magic, 3 down on Gourmet Race. It's not looking so good.
Definitely not. They need something quick here. There's a big bubbler that Pika's trying to charge up, but not going to have it in time. Maybe able to get something moving here, and though getting the splat right at the end, not in time. The tower, just a little bit of butter underneath it, and it just slicked its way right into that goal. That was great from Bet. Like we mentioned, they didn't lose control that entire match.
I think they just really had a solid holding on that tower, like you mentioned. And, I think we really have to consider some of the key players that have been playing for Bet, and we mentioned their names a couple of times. We saw Dante, Zero both pushing forward and getting multiple picks. So, Cater, when you're pushed into a corner like that, imagine your Gourmet race. What do you think you might anticipate doing in order to counter a strong player like Zero?
It seems a little counterintuitive, but sometimes you just have to slow down. You have to gather resources. You have to throw those sub-weapons out, especially if they are something that can deal damage, like that suction bomb, that splat bomb. Even that burst bomb does a little bit of chip damage and puts down a little bit of turf. And those special weapons, especially ones that have breakout power, that can do damage, can put down turf. You think your Booyah Bomb, right? Your triple Ink Suka, your triple Ink Strike. Those special weapons are extremely important to be able to get your players in a coordinated push out of that corner that you've been backed into. In the 1v1 itself, the fight that you're taking against that key player, that Slayer on the other team, it can seem daunting. But when you respawn and you're back in your turf, you have a better handle on being able to up your own special gauge and come back into the fight on your own terms.
Totally, and I think just keeping that level head is honestly something just so valuable about Splatoon as a whole. Now, we will be going to Splat Zones next, which, Cater, I also heard might be your favorite mode.
Well, it is certainly the favorite mode of our competitive community here. Not sure about my personal one, but in the Splat Zones mode here, you have to control the designated Splat Zone, or zones, plural, depending on the stage, by covering that area with your team's ink. You have to control the zone or zones for 100 counts on the timer of the countdown clock to knock out your opponent. If neither team is able to knock out, whichever team has the fewest counts at the end of the match wins.
And awesome, yeah, so like you mentioned, a fan favorite of many competitive players, Splat Zones. Now, we will be seeing Splat Zones on Barnacle and Dime. Magic, what kind of strategies might we anticipate seeing on this stage?
Well, you're definitely going to be seeing Zero with that 52 gal on those sideways, right, that are not quite on the zone, that are kind of on a lower level, but those are so key. Being able to throw out that wall, that splash wall, and be able to just constantly peek and poke around is so essential. But on the other side, you're definitely going to want to see your pencil, your Snipe Rider 5H, being able to cover that zone as much as possible. You're going to be seeing them just constantly putting out that pressure. And that's going to be the real key to making sure that they have control over that zone.
And let's see if that's the strategies that we might anticipate for this match 2 of the set. We have both teams coming out, bringing their best weapons. Cater, what do we see? Do we see anything different?
We do see those 52 gal, Zero, the 52 gal, like we anticipated. We also have, again, the return of the Snipe Rider 5H. That is not a surprise there, seeing it as it really is a competitive staple, especially in the top levels of play here. Gourmet Race opening with a quick take of the zone, but losing 2 of their members, unfortunately. Miner getting a huge double with a single slosh in the zone here, attempting to get the crab out from Simo, push that back, and turning what could have been a dire situation into one where Gourmet Race is still able to take a lot of area on this zone despite the timer still ticking down. Miner somehow still alive. Pika coming up with this big bubbler, and also a tacticaler coming from their Snipe Rider, able to get the team back together, and suddenly it is Gourmet Race in control. Talk about reversing a situation.
Wow, that was so incredible, and sometimes all it takes is one player to be able to start that momentum for their team. Gourmet Race still in charge of the zone, but with one down on both sides, Magic, maybe the control is going to Bet now.
The control will be going over to Bet, and what we want to see here is Gourmet Race likes to play in kind of like a disciplined, secure style, but that leaves a lot of small gains, but they need to shut that down, right? Those little approaches that we just saw from Zero, Leaf needs to be on top of that, constantly putting down pressure with the 52 gal of their own, and that is how they're going to be able to reverse this. As you see, Leaf goes for another, getting down Mecha on that Snipe Rider, so essential to stop the momentum of Bet, and now we're finally seeing for the first time Gourmet Race with certain control and paint on this map.
Yes, and you know, I think the positioning right now for Gourmet Race is a little bit aggressive. It's actually interesting that they decided to move their Snipe Rider player all the way up alongside their aggressors right here, like Miner, like Pika. And I think being able to keep Bet out of the center of the stage is going to be useful, Cater, but do you think that this might turn around and bite them?
Well, I think it's working out right now. It might, though, as we see 3 go down. Bet finally making their way. That is a wipeout situation, and Simo painting that zone there already has the crab. Does not need to go looking around for more turf to paint for that special gauge, and now Bet is in a very, very good position with very few penalty ticks left, and we have the specials. We see the strikes, the crab, and the whales coming out all at the same time. Leaf going down there. Zero is in this court area, and now the situation is flipped. The tables have turned as the aggression is on the side of Bet. They have 43 ticks remaining and no penalties, so Gourmet Race pretty much has one shot before the lead flips here. They do not have their gal, but they do have the bubbler from the zinc mini splatling there. We have the strikes coming out. This is their last ditch to push onto the zone. The lead does flip, but with the whales, Gourmet Race could take control here, and they are able to. 54 points of penalty.
And they do a coordinated effort, like you mentioned before, Cater, is really all they needed to be able to push back into this zone. But Bet is really not far behind. They are still pushing forward. This and a nice double from Dante. Can Dante get a triple here?
Ooh.
Not quite. But really, with 2 down, it really is Magic going to be tough for Gourmet Race to get back into the game.
It's going to be tough, right? But this is about as even Steven as we're going to be seeing for the rest of the match here, right? We're just going to try and constantly whittle away at these penalty points on either side, just handing it back and forth until someone breaks things wide open just like that. That's 0. One more time, making sure there is 0 chance for Gourmet Race to get anywhere close to him and his teammates. Already you're seeing that there's specials online for Bet. They've got so much pressure. They're all aligned with each other on how they need to be positioning here, and at 15 count left, they need to try and just keep the wave back, but no, it is overwhelming, and this is huge for Gourmet Race. If they could just clean up, and they do, that is exactly what we need to see here, and like I said, it's just going to keep going back and forth until we see another wipeout.
And with only 40 seconds left on the clock, it really still could be either team's game. The penalty points ticking down very slowly. Tri-strikes coming out from Bet, not quite covering the zone, maybe a little bit too shy from what they had anticipated them being able to do. And double from Miner. This is going to be huge for Gourmet Race, Cater.
Absolutely huge is what it is, as Shy is able to clean up Simo trying to approach from that alleyway. That is penalty gone. We are in the single digits. The celebratory strikes coming out. A knockout for Gourmet Race, figuring out exactly what they need to do to contend with the aggression that Bet has, and what that looked like was responding with some aggression of their own.
I just thought that was so well played, and I think they took, maybe they were listening to the stream, I don't know, maybe they took a little bit of your advice, Cater. They were very level-headed, they were very measured, they used their specials together, they pushed together as a team. I think they basically took a note from your playbook, Cater, and they were able to snag the victory. Now, I just wanted to mention that a lot of us really consider the Sniper 5H as a support weapon because of the Tacticooler. However, I do want to mention that it does put out a lot of turf, which we saw at the very end of that. We could just see a couple of tap shots, and that covered the whole zone in Gourmet Race's favor. So being able to have that and utilize it as turf support, I think, is just a smart idea as well. Oh, interesting. So our next round will be on Turf War, which, I'm checking my notes, Cater, and it seems like, I don't know who I'm getting this information from, but it seems like Turf War is also your favorite mode?
Well, they're getting closer. I do quite like Turf War a lot. Not my favorite mode, but we're getting there. Turf War is, the baseline of this game, bread and butter. You've got to use ink to expand your own team's territory, and you have to cover more turf than your opponent to win. And well, that's about it. There's no special gimmicks. There's no other objectives. It's just 3 minutes of turf. And at the end, Judd and Lil Judd decide who is the winner.
And I think that can be so exciting because sometimes I look at a map and I'm thinking and I'm like, I can't really tell who's going to win. And it really isn't done until Lil Judd tells us who exactly the winner is. Now, we will be having Turf War on Inkblot Art Academy. Magic, what do you think kind of strategies might come out from these teams regarding just Turf War in general, or even on this specific stage?
So definitely you're going to be seeing that teams are going to want to be playing fast, right? They're going to just try and do things as efficiently as possible, covering as much of the ground as they can, but also making sure that they are constantly holding back the other members of the team, making sure there are no gaps, that someone who's just trying to be a little crafty sneaks through and is able to get a ton of paint down, setting them way, way back. What you usually see is that teams will switch up which weapons that they have, right? There's going to be members who are going to be switching to weapons that have more paint potential and are going to be able to deny more area so that they can keep poking them out and keep people at an arm's reach.
And you know what? We did mention a little bit of a switch up when it comes to weapons. We see that reflex coming out from both sides. Cater, how do you expect them to use the reflex for both of these matches?
Well, I did want to talk about the reflux anyway. I was going to say that I anticipate seeing that come out from either one or both teams, so it is nice that we see from both, because that reflux puts out very, very consistent turf. The paint that it puts on the ground has very little gaps. When you compare it to other weapons, maybe that's the slosher, where it's got a long trail of paint that is thicker at the end than it is at the beginning. It's a lot easier to miss small points between those sloshes, and then you have to go back and clean that up. Even with the Snipe Rider, those long lines of paint, though relatively consistent, are not the most consistent. The paint that the reflux puts out has pretty much no gaps in it, and so it makes a lot of sense that these teams are bringing out that weapon, because it's got range, it's got sometimes specials and sub-weapons that are very, very valuable assets to a comp in Turf War, and then of course the main weapon is extremely strong.
Yes, and you know what? Sometimes hiccups happen, but that's okay, because we're going straight back into the game. Again, we noticed that there is a little bit of a switch up for the comps. And Magic, I noticed that there is also a Splatoon stamper here. How do you think that they might use this for a mode like Turf War?
Well, it's definitely going to be all about that Boo-Yah Bomb special weapon on the Splatoon Stamper variant. It is essential for making sure that a giant space of the map is just off limits for a few seconds, and that really makes a big difference because it allows your team to get there. It means that if a crab tank of Zero wants to try and get some ground, it is not going to be able to. But every special weapon has its strengths and weaknesses. We're just going to have to see how these teams use them in coordination with one another. But if they can't even land on the ground, they're not going to be able to get enough paint for those special weapons, Moana.
They certainly are not, and we see Zero trying to clean up a little bit of this turf on the right side, getting a little bit of Gourmet Race's alleyway over there in that corner. Dante cleaning up, getting a nice pick on Leaf, taking out that Splatoon Stamper, and hopefully making a little bit of space for Bet to feel comfortable with the amount of turf that is in the stage so far. And with just a little under 2 minutes, what are we going to be looking for, Cater?
Well, we saw the crab tank, we saw the Booyah Bomb, both of those specials actually going down there. That's 2 down on the side of Gourmet Race, but Miner is not letting that distract them, as I know I use the Slosher as my example of a weapon that's not the best at turfing, but it is a very, very strong main weapon aggressively, and Miner has been using it to its full potential both here and in the rest of the set. Leaf has that Booyah Bomb at the ready, but goes down before they're able to pop it, and with 1.5 minutes remaining, that could be absolutely massive here. Zero coming down, getting the pick on Miner in the corner as well, and forcing Pika to back up onto that uninkable ramp. They do take down Dante, which is, again, big. Now, because Turf War, is the way it is, it's the game really comes down to that last 30 seconds. Though we see that danger marker there, right, we're only in the last minute here. Gourmet Race is still fully able to come back, take mid, and just like that, right now, it looks like they might be in the lead. But of course, that is a heavy emphasis on right now.
And let's not forget that Inkblot Art Academy, kind of a small map, which means that most of the area on the stage is going to be accessible by both members or both teams. And so you have to be really careful about how far out you push. And, Gourmet Race has that danger sign kind of coming and going. The double, triple ink strays coming out from both sides. With only 30 seconds left, 1 down, taking out 2 from Gourmet Race. Magic, this is looking not so good for Gourmet Race.
It's all right. Well, as we're not hearing from Magic, but we have the last 10 seconds here. Miner is making a push. We see the last-ditch effort trying to get those strikes out before the timer goes off, and they are able to get the strikes out, so those are going to go off even though the timer is done. We are going to, you can see the 3 very clear strike imprints on the map there, and with that, the last-ditch push in the last 30 seconds from Gourmet Race, enough to push them over that line and take this match.
Yeah, no, that was like I think that just really speaks to Turf War and how we really have to be paying attention for those last couple of seconds. I think getting those triple ink strikes off at the end for Gourmet Race really did it for them to get a couple more points on the board. And I think just being able to know how to play Turf War is a skill in itself, right, Magic?
Oh, definitely. All it takes is those critical last few seconds for just one key player that has a lot of the painting power to suddenly be taken away, and then your team is floundering. And that's really what we saw there, right? It's just 1 or 2 of those key moments where you can't get out the paint that you want, and that's all it takes, right? And it's because the team of Bet was able to take control of that top mid area early on and just hold on to it, that they were able to use that, find those assisted splats, and then go from there at those last few seconds.
Yes, they certainly were, but you know, sometimes if you go down 3, it really becomes detrimental, especially for a mode like Turf War. So definitely something to consider, especially when you're competing at this top level and as for a mode like Turf War, which maybe isn't played so popularly in competitive play. Now, our next round will be Rainmaker, which is Cater's favorite mode?
Favorite mode? No, we're getting a little cold on that one. But let's take a look at the rules anyway. The Rainmaker, you've got to pop the Rainmaker shield surrounding that golden fish and take control of it by swimming towards it and picking it up. Then you have to carry the Rainmaker to a checkpoint pedestal, and after that, advance the Rainmaker to the goal, which again is in the territory of your opponents. Just like the other modes that we've got here, if neither team is able to reach the goal and secure that knockout, the team that is closest to the goal wins.
And it certainly is. It almost reminds me a little bit of Capture the Flag, but in reverse. So, and let's not forget that the Rainmaker can be used as a pretty dangerous weapon as well. The pop of the Rainmaker shield, in addition to the weapon itself. We will be seeing Urchin Underpass yet again, Magic. Now, there are 2 very distinct routes that a team might opt to take the Rainmaker. Could you describe both of these paths for us?
Sure thing. So the most common, and by far the one that you're going to see 99.9% of the time, is through that long corridor with that big old chain gate that you're going to have to leap over, expose yourself completely to the elements, and then try and swim through up that crazy level of ramps, and then finally over to your enemy's spawn. The other way is there's a little small box that you can jump up that's to the side of that longer corridor with the chains, and you could go up there and just go right exactly to where the enemy's spawning, but you are completely open, there's no cover, and it's very risky. You really only want to take that in some very unique circumstances.
Certainly, very unique indeed. And, you know, this is just going to be a very tough uphill battle, I think, for both teams, given that it is Urchin Underpass as well. We do see quite a switch up as far as team comps go, Cater.
Interestingly enough, this is this team switch up that does not surprise me. The Dapple Dualies, those ones with the beacons, there is the pop that you were mentioning, by the way. It can take out players and it will. But I believe I am certain the reason that those red Dapple Dualies have come out is because of those squid beacons. Urchin Underpass is a large stage. It has a lot of area, and those beacons are absolutely integral in order to get around that stage. The other switch we see is the splatter scope coming out here, and we saw just why that ink vac can be used right behind the Rainmaker to eat any shots that are coming towards it and any ink that could otherwise damage it. That way, the Rainmaker is just free to get to that checkpoint. Now, it didn't work out because they weren't able to take the checkpoint. Mecha there, of course, trying to run it a little bit further, but Shy is going going to be able to pick that up, and because that pedestal is already painted, swim up and get that first checkpoint for Gourmet Race.
And not just the first checkpoint, but also a nice snipe right there from Shot. Inkback coming out, maybe, but I think the Inkback, it's the black hole that we were talking about. When the Inkback faces another Inkback, and it's really hard to be able to maneuver through that. So the double Inkback, I think, can be a little bit detrimental when both of them come out at the same time for both teams. And just with 3 minutes and 30 seconds left, Bet is in a great position, Magic, to push.
Oh, definitely. They've cleared out the members of Gourmet Race, but of course it's very easy for them to dive right back in, like Hater said, with those squid beacons, able to just maneuver so quickly around the map you might not even realize that they're there before they're right in your face with some beautiful ink bullets. But this is a good time. They've got some specials on the side of Bet to try and make something happen, and it looks like they've got the firepower to boot as they take down 3 members of Gourmet Race. They're gonna go for this pedestal, they're gonna dunk that checkpoint and try and go right up to that chain fence, and they've got everything in the tank to do it.
They do, with that one player down, 0 coming up from behind, 3 down on Gourmet Race. They do make it, I think, not quite past that chain fence. Now they do. Actually, they don't again. I'm just eating my words. So, Cater, this chain link fence is going to be the bane of both teams' existences.
Inklings and Octolings are supposed to be able to go through chain fences using their squid forms, and we've seen these squid rolls try to be used, but these teams are just butting their heads up against this fence. That is the choke point, like was said at the very beginning of this game. Leaf here with that 52 gal, such an imposing weapon, and the whales to beat, going to encroach here on 0. 0 goes down the wall, not quite in the correct place, and going to again try playing more cleanup on Bet. Takes down Dante and is going to go for the beacon there. Nice spot there as well. Another one taken out. Right now they are on the hunt. Another set of whales, and their Rainmaker is reset, has gone back to mid. Unfortunately, they go down to Mecha there on the Dappled Dualies, but it's okay because the rest of Gourmet Race is now back and ready to roll.
They are back and ready to rumble with 1 minute and 30 seconds left on the clock. They are going to have to make a push better than 46 to be able to take the lead and this match. Shy with the Inkback coming out. Are they going to use it for the Rainmaker? The double Inkback, the opposite Inkback also coming out. Maybe not so much utility as far as it comes to getting that Rainmaker closer. Shy getting that nice pick. They have just 1 minute left, Magic. Miner with the triple ink strikes coming out. How's this push gonna turn out?
Well, there's no ink back, so it's going to be very dangerous to try and get through these hill sections. Shy had to use it earlier in order to save himself and try and protect at least some of the team to keep the momentum moving, but that means that they won't have it for those key moments where they get swarmed. And it's a push and pull, the tug of war of trying to figure out what is the exact right time to use that special weapon, and it just ended up with Bet forcing their hand and the members of Gourmet Race not quite having what they want, but Leaf is going to try and solidify one more chance, able to take down 2, make that 3 on Bet. And this is exactly what we talk about here, right? This is the moment that they need to come up huge, and they do. Here comes the Tacticooler. Miners up in front with Pika. They're trying to keep the paint ready, but Zero's sharking. That's a beautiful slush by Miner, flicking all the way around. Has the triple ink strikes. That's going to be so important to shutting down that Inkback, and is going to be able to do it in time. Shutting down that Simo gone, but there's one member of Bet trying to swim up. No, Mecha was able to do it. Pika's going for, but no! They didn't get there in time. The Inkback, I just think it wasn't reaching far enough. Shy, not in the right positions. And that is going to be Bet clawing this one back from the jaws of defeat.
That was, okay, like, Gourmet Race had every reason to win that match. They had the position, they had the numbers, they had the specials taking out members of Bet, and I think because Bet was coming back so quickly from the spawn, it was just Wow, that was so close. That was so close. They almost made it to that chain link fence. And once they had passed that, if they had passed that chain link fence, that would have been just game right there. I think that was a lot to take in. That was just a lot of Splatoon, you know what I mean? Now, since we are going to Game 5, both teams clawing their way into hopefully getting to their winners' semifinals. Our last mode, but very much not the least, and definitely your favorite, Cater, Clam Blitz.
Hooray, my favorite mode, finally! This is actually my favorite mode, and I like it just because of how different it is from the other ones. Clams spawn around the map, yes, physical clams in groups of 3, and you have to collect 8 of them to form a power clam, which looks like a football. Are you following? Because when I first learned about this, I sure wasn't. When you get this power clam, you have to throw it into the opponent's clam barrier to break it open, and then, once the basket is open, you throw more clams in it to score points. One small clam is 3 points, a power clam is 20, and 100 is the number you have to add up to win a knockout. Just like every mode before, if neither team scores that full 100 to get to the knockout, the team with the fewest points remaining clutches the win.
It certainly is the most unique mode as far as it comes to all of the competitive modes, including Turf War, in Splatoon 3. Now, I know that when we talk about Clam Blitz, I personally, much like Cater, enjoy watching a really good old-fashioned match of Clam Blitz because there are so many different strategies that teams might opt to use to be able to get those power clams toward the enemy or toward their basket, which is in the enemy side of the stage. Magic, what might we be able to see? What kind of weapons or specials might we opt to see from these teams?
You're going to be seeing, like that Booyah Bomb special, that's a very popular one here, specials that deny space. You want to try, and oftentimes these clam baskets are in these areas that are kind of walled in, right? It's a very low ground, and it's very easy for the defending team to just load on a ton of bullets into your face, right? But what you want to see is specials that will deny them from being up on those ledges, from being in those safe spots, and to just extend the amount of time that you can score and make it easier for teammates to run back, grab some clams, and toss them up to the teammates so that they can score them and maintain that kind of circular motion of constant moving clams. That's the ideal, right? It doesn't always work out like that, and especially not on the stage that has been chosen.
Yes, so we will be seeing Museum del Foncino, and like we mentioned, and just to kind of build off of what you were saying, Magic, a lot of Clam Blitz has to rely on teamwork. I think arguably more than many of the other modes that are played in Splatoon 3. So we can see that teamwork coming out in the jumping to your teammates and getting clams in, or even just passing clams to your teammates who are already under the basket. So let's see if these teams will opt to utilize these strategies as we get into Game 5 of our winners quarterfinals. Again, Bet versus Gourmet race. All right, Cater, tell us about these comps.
Well, taking a look, it is exactly what we expect coming out from both of these teams. I do want to highlight again that Zinc Mini Splatling that Pika is carrying because it has that big bubbler. Magic was talking about denying space, and that is a special that is entirely built for that. If you can get that big bubbler set up underneath the opposing team's clam basket, it functions as both a shield for whoever's throwing in clams as well as a jump point if you want to super jump in with clams. We also no longer have the issue of jumping back to spawn, breaking all of the clams that you were carrying like it did in Splatoon 2, so these teams have a lot more flexibility with jumping in and out. You did see that big bubbler get popped on the mid spinner there, trying to take some more area there, but unfortunately Gourmet Race is going to go 2 down. You can see the members of Bet already have that power clam, tossing it up to a member on that flat area. Zero is going to toss that in. 2 members of Bet down to make that 3, and with Leaf leading the charge of Gourmet Race back into mid, it doesn't look like Mecha is going to be able to follow that up with any clams, so we are just seeing that single power clam go in to start off our match.
And sometimes I might argue that having that single power clam go in, maybe not so great for making long-lasting good pushes, just because it does instill that 10-point penalty on to your score, and you don't really make such a dent. And it is actually really easy when you pop open the clams basket and you have that clams economy in your favor to be able to push that score down quite significantly. And Simo moving in to where Zero was. This is definitely a position of all time for both members of Bet right here. The this way coming out from Dante, hoping to get maybe just one clam, but unfortunately they're just not able to build a power clam before both of those members of Bet Magic are taken out.
So that was such a crazy situation, but both of these teams responded in almost perfect fashion. The members of Gourmet Race were kind of moving forward when they realized that Zero was behind them, and so they kept trying to force pressure on the teammates that weren't in their base. And then the members of Bet were trying to gather clams to try and jump to Zero so that they could get another score in, but at that exact moment is when the members of Gourmet Race were jumping back to their own spawn to take them out. And now, because of this crazy situation, Gourmet Race found an opening to try and get some score in, and they do take the lead, but like we mentioned, one power clam dunk is not really going to solidify anything in terms of safety, in terms of feeling secure in your score. These teams are going to have a lot more work to do, and it looks like Bet is already making that happen.
Yeah, so Bet is already on that platform of Gourmet Race's base. Simo up on those grates, getting a couple more clams in. Bet notices that, hey, maybe we have to kind of stay back a little bit. They do push the score to 61, but again, not a super huge push by any means. And Gourmet Race is at it again. They do have mid-control cater. They are preparing themselves for a push.
They are indeed. Simo's crab there getting shut down. The bubbler and the whales both coming out in favor of Gourmet Race here as Leaf lies in wait underneath that basket. Miner getting the clam in but going down. 68-65 is what we are at right now, and the tactical are bouncing off of that. I don't think we're going to see any more follow-up, as it is really difficult for the members of Gourmet Race to get underneath that basket now that Bet is fully aware, and that is 2 power clams up on the stage. Well, one being carried by Zero right now. Leaf attempting to guard it there, but Dante is still, I think, just going to opt for taking the shark and not get marked, because if you are carrying that power clam, there is an icon, like you can see on our screen and every other player screen in this match, that tells everybody exactly where you are.
You know, this match has kind of been a back and forth of little pushes here and there, and I think what is happening is that as teams are making their pushes and they're waiting for, and they're clearing the plat of their opponent's side, they're waiting for a power clam to fall into their laps before they're able to make that push. So I think they need to be able to kind of communicate a little bit better and work together to have that power clam ready as they are approaching the platform, as they are clearing out that platform, so that they don't waste any time with these pushes. Now, with 30 seconds left on the clock, a 65-61, it still could very easily, Magic, be Gourmet Race's game.
Well, it's anyone's game at this point. It's anyone's set, and this is so important for determining who goes down to the loser stage of the top 8 bracket. That is going to be Dante clearing and cleaning up a member of Gourmet Race, but they've got jumps. They were cooling up. They've got at least a little bit of opportunity, but that power claim getting broken is so key, because it means that there's no overtime. They needed that to try and score. That's Bet able to take this when Gourmet Race was looking like they were clearly in the lead on Urchin Underpass, and now they just got turned around and sent back down to the basement. This is crazy.
Not the basement. I think what ended up happening at the end of that match was we saw Zero basically camping out that power clam so that Gourmet Race couldn't have had an opportunity to pick that power clam up. And because, like you mentioned, if there's no power clam out on the stage, then overtime is not procced. And I think at that point, maybe there was like 2 or 3 members of Gourmet Race down. Pika just did not really have the resources to be able to make a new power clam. There was just not enough time left on the clock. But, you know, it was a pretty close 2-3 set. So let's go back to the bracket and let's see how the other teams did. So as we noticed, FT Win coming out 3-0 against Healthy Diet Food Group, knocking them down to the losers top 8, where they will be facing off against Gourmet Race. Moonlight going 3-0 versus Halcyon, and Milky Way going 3-0 versus Duck Motif. Cater, pretty much results that maybe we might have anticipated already.
Indeed. Looking at what we have in the losers bracket as well, it looks like one of those top 8 sets is in progress. Duck Motif currently 0-2 for Halcyon, which is not necessarily what we would expect, seeing the seeding on Halcyon. I believe they're our 7th seed today. So if they are able to take that set, that will be a very, very important upset for them moving to losers quarterfinals. Those, like we said at the beginning of our stream, Halcyon is one of the teams that we've really got our eyes on, just because how they place in today's league is going to be very, very important for whether they are able to secure a spot in the playoffs or not. I mean, we were talking about how, though we do have our teams that look very dominant that are sitting at the top pretty much locked in for playoffs, those bottom 2, 3, arguably even 4 spots are very, very much up for contention between a larger pool of teams here in this top 8 and next week's as well.
Yeah, and I noticed that a lot of the names in our losers bracket today make up a majority of those teams that are fighting for those spots to be able to play in the playoffs. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how this is going to turn out for those teams. Our first match, our winner semifinals, we will be watching Moonlight versus Milky Way, 2 incredibly strong and incredibly popular teams as far as the Splatoon community goes. And for our first game, interestingly enough, we will be going to Turf War on Urchin Underpass, which, again, we don't really see very much Game 1 Turf War matches, but I think it's interesting, and especially on a map as big, Magic, as Urchin Underpass.
Most certainly. I'm so excited for this winter semifinals match. It is actually going to be a replay of something that happened during the latter stage. Milky Way did not end up winning against Moonlight during that set, which is crazy. So often it feels like Moonlight has had kind of a roadblock when it came to the members of Milky Way in their past iterations. But seeing them take that victory and being able to come right back up to this again and take them already to Turf War, which I feel like is such a homey mode for them, it's going to be so exciting to see. I'm so excited to watch Shadow pick up that reflux and the members of Moonlight to try and take down the monolith that is Milky Way, because they are one of the teams that we're looking at to be in the top 3 of playoffs.
Totally. And you know what? I think both teams are very steadfastly in the top 8. We anticipate to see both of these teams in that playoff series. And I think what's really interesting, especially about Milky Way, is that I think I mentioned this a little bit in the show, but Milky Way only has 3 event scores under their belt, which means that they would have to play this week's, obviously, event in addition to next week's event to get the maximum amount of points allotted for this league. So I'm looking forward to seeing how they're going to perform, and maybe some of the placements might change as a result, Cater.
Yeah, that's right, which means we are guaranteed, of course, to see them come back next week. And it also means that they have very little room for error in this week and next week, because they don't... When we take the scores, right, we tally up our team's 5 highest scores from the league, and well, their 5 highest are going to be their 5 existing scores, because they're only going to play in the 5 weeks, so they can't have an off week and have that score drop, something like that, right? Though, considering how they performed and how the community feels about them and what we've seen coming out from them in the past, I have no doubt that they'll be able to take this pressure.
Totally. And that just speaks to the experience that some of these players have had. These players have been playing Splatoon for many, 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 many years, and competitive Splatoon at that. So just being able to play off of each other, keep a level head with that, and maybe be able to utilize that kind of teamwork for Turf War on Urchin Underpass. Now, we did talk a little bit about Turf War, and we saw Turf War on Inkblot Art Academy last. How do you think, Magic, this is going to be different now that it's on Urchin Underpass?
it's going to be a lot tighter, right? Because of how tunnely this map is, right? The funnel, tunnel, whichever you prefer, it is so easy for you to just randomly happen upon one of your opponents and suddenly have to start fighting. So you might not see those super, super heavy paint weapons in favor of something with a little bit more damaging capabilities, right? Being able to get those splats quickly. It's a lot easier to paint when, your opponent's taken off the map and not painting against you. So there's often a push and pull depending on which stage you're playing on for what you want to pick for Turf War. So I'm expecting to see probably those dapple dualies again, right? So important for getting around the giant map that is Urchin Underpass. But also you might see something like a Splatana Wiper that moves very fast and is able to take some really fun close quarters fights.
And we've definitely seen some really interesting plays coming out from Splatana Wipers so far in the league. And maybe we might see, say, Omega pull out that Splatana Wiper, because I know that he is pretty well known for being kind of a monster with that weapon as well. So yeah, I'm just looking forward to seeing what kind of other comps might come out from here. Any weapons, Cater, that you're looking forward to seeing, or maybe not looking forward to, but praying, hoping that you might see?
Well, we've been talking a lot about that Snight Rider 5H and how well known it is. I personally am crossing my fingers that sometime in this set we will see Basil on Moonlight pull out that E-Leader 4K. It is just such a joy to watch. I am an anchor player myself, filling that role on my team of, the long-range weapon that is holding the team together, and it is just such a joy to watch her play that weapon and really be the backbone of Moonlight.
Awesome. Yes, totally. And again, just a special thank you for a very special spectator cam operator, Power. Thank you so much for this, because without you, we would not have some awesome Splatoon to be watching. So everybody, thank Power for me if you see him today. What do we see as far as these comps go? We do notice that Reflex coming out magic on both sides.
Most certainly, you see the Reflex MILK variant, which is going to have that Booyah Bomb from Shadow on Moonlight, but we also see the Reflex 450 on the side of Milky Way using those Tenta missiles. Both of them have their strengths and weaknesses. Both of them are pretty much undeniable pressure and hitboxes that are going to be coming alive. But we see Moonlight with a little bit of an early advantage, which I'm welcoming for sure, as we see, like I mentioned, Omega on this Splatana Wiper, but Jared so clutch on these dualies, able to dodge, roll around, and one of the most slippery players known to play the game.
Yes, and you know what? Dually players in general tend to be pretty slippery. I think what I'm looking forward to, and I see Q has pulled out that mini Splatling, and we've seen her hammers come out from previous event matches, and I just think that the way that she tosses that Ultra Stamp is so accurate and so interesting to watch. So I'm looking forward to seeing what she might bring as far as that mini Splatling goes. Bran with the slosher right here, taken out by a member of Moonlight. 2 down on Milky Way. Cater is what is going to happen. I'm like, with a minute 30 left, what's going to happen?
Very much so. Trust past the halfway point of our match here. SS Nolan here on that 96 Claws, which does have the Tacticaler, so Moonlight is not giving up that Tacticaler option. We do see the Tenta missiles come out as well, and taking out Omega is down on the side of Moonlight there, so Milky Way able to come back, take mid, take out Basil there as well. Brand has those tri-strikes at the ready too. That is delayed 3 down on the side of Moonlight. As we head into the last minute here, that Tacticaler is going to be so important. You can see Milky Way starting to advance into that more hilly section of the map in Moonlight's territory, though, with that Booyah Bomb out that is going to scatter the members of Milky Way and allow Moonlight to start regrouping a little bit in this area. There's that hammer that you were talking about, not finding a mark of its own, but Jared forging forward, not quite getting the picks that are desired, though. Ice here has the Tenta missiles at the ready, just putting down so much pain with that Reflex, already hitting 1,100 points there, and we've still got a full 20 seconds to go.
With 20 seconds left, Booyah Bombs coming out. all of the specials are going to be coming out from both sides here because they're going to have to utilize that for turfing. Q getting a nice pick. Unfortunately, unable to use that Ultra Stamp Basil with that Splatter Shot Pro. And with just 4 seconds left, this is honestly looking pretty Moonlight, Magic.
I can't believe that at the same time that we saw that crazy clutch play from Basil, Jared went down on the other side of the stage for Milky Way, which led to Moonlight getting just enough turf to eke out the first game win. That is huge for Moonlight's momentum during this match. This is crazy. That what you would most often Wisdom would be thinking here, Milky Way should be taking this because they've been playing Turf War in these Nintendo tournaments for 9 years probably. They know Turf War like the back of their hand, but Moonlight showed them a thing or two.
Yes, they certainly did. And, I think it just goes back to saying that Turf War really can be up in the air, really can be anybody's game until maybe the last couple of seconds where maybe, unfortunately, your team gets a wipe or you are able to take 2 down from the opponent's side and move up with that. Or you have that sneaky player that kind of goes around behind and starts painting the enemy base. And, using strategies like that and noticing strategies like that for Turf War is super interesting, and I think that's what makes Turf War interesting for me. Honestly, great work by Moonlight, and like you mentioned, Magic, this is going to give them the momentum, Cater, that maybe they're going to need to finish out this match positively.
Very much so. Being the team to win the first game in the set that you are in, especially when you are this late in a tournament. Again, these teams did play the entire ladder, and now they are in a double elimination bracket. This is a run of stamina as much as it is power. Having that momentum going into the rest of the set just makes that so much easier because you can say, if you get into that 2-2 situation, you still have the knowledge that you had that upper hand right at the beginning of the set, right? It gives you that little bit of boost, that little bit of extra ego, perhaps, even that you need in your mindset this late in when these teams are doing their best to keep their mindset up, to keep their spirits up. The mindset and the stamina that it takes to play a tournament this long, especially in one consecutive round, is very admirable.
Yes, totally. I think I don't know if I personally could do it. I'm here commentating and I'm having a great time watching, but imagine adding another 3 hours, 4 hours of play on top of that. I think can be pretty grueling for a lot of the players. And I think that really speaks to the players who really place at the top and can consistently perform from match to match, even in their 6th hour of play or 7th hour of play. I think it really just speaks to their durability as players and their consistency as competitive players too. So definitely not something to scoff at for sure. Now our next mode will be Splat Zones. Now, I think that's such an interesting pick, given that our winner, so Moonlight, picks the mode. Why do you think that Moonlight might have opted, Magic, to go to Splat Zones?
So, my thinking is that based on the way that this all is going to work out, right? Mm-hmm. They won this first game. Very big deal. But that means that they're probably going to have to be picking the mode earlier on and the stage later on, and arguably it's more important that you get a favorable stage for the modes that you want to play, right? So if you are going to be the one deciding early on which modes are going to be played earlier and then which stages are going to be played later, that means that you're probably going to be able to work things in your favor so that when Moonlight wants to play Clam Blitz, it's not going to be on a stage that they're really not vibing with at the current moment, right?
Yeah.
Now, it does mean that their selection is going to be a little bit more limited, but it does mean that they're going to have at least a little bit more control in those later situations. I think that's why they're trying to just say, all right, Milky Way, we're going to Splat Zones, right? We're probably going to do this anyways. You go ahead and pick, but we're going to just make sure that we get Clam Blitz and Rainmaker later on.
Yeah, so they're like more expert at those kinds of modes that they might feel more comfortable with. So they might opt to go with that later on. And I think that's definitely a viable strategy. We will be seeing Splat Zones on Hagglefish Market. Some of the best Splatoon that I've ever seen have been played on this specific mode and stage. What do you hope to see, Cater? And where do you think these teams might have to look out for?
Well, I very much got to agree with you with this being a great combination to watch. I think this is another very classic combination that we see a lot in tournaments, and teams seem to like it a lot. I spoke about Basil on the leader, and she just plays chargers in general. Very much enjoy watching that. Q, the same way, plays that Snipe Raider 5H, and so both of them are going to contend with each other in that role of playing the anchor, putting out those tacticoolers, putting out all of that turf. Meanwhile, though, the other members are free to do other things, right? I tend to focus on the anchors personally because that is what I know and that is what I play in competitive. But what about you, Magic? What are you excited to see here in this coming game?
Well, I'm excited to see what the pick is from Jared. I know that he likes those dually squelchers sometimes, especially on these long, flat stages, right? And so we might be seeing that, but it could also be another couple of variations, right, from Ice deciding to go instead for that Forge Splattershot Pro, and Brand deciding to stick with the Slosher. I think this is perfect. I think these are their strongest weapons for these players, and that they feel right at home here. And a lot of this is going to be Milky Way's time to show that they are not going to take that first game lying down.
They certainly are not, but I do want to point out that Moonlight opted to bring an S-Blast to the battle, which I think could be something that maybe maybe Milky Way was not anticipating, but I guess with 3 down on Moonlight, maybe they were anticipating it after all, Cater.
Well, that S-Blast has a lot of power and a very strong kit to boot. So, though not necessarily the best in the painting department, I can see why it is a viable pick here. Brand here putting out those tri-strikes does get taken down here. Q is solidly in the middle of the zone and puts out that tacticaler for their teammates as well. That is going to be so important. Jared here has the crab tank opting to, looks like they're going to jump back and try and find a good place for that. Meanwhile, Ice has this Booyah Bomb at the ready, a special that we have seen to be so important in these last few. Omega opting to jump out there, not wanting to face Ice, and actually going to come in from the top ropes. They're still, unfortunately, not able to find the pick, and that is a second for Ice on this Forge Splattershot Pro, contending with this bubble here that Shadow has made their home, and Omega finally getting revenge, but Brand stepping right into that bubble and getting a pick, and Shadow going in there. It is 1 for 1 here from Moonlight and Milky Way, and meanwhile, that timer ticked all the way down to 13. Moonlight finally able to come and neutralize and cap that zone, applying a 66-point penalty that Milky Way is now going to have to work through.
And you know what? Milky Way is still by the zone. They are utilizing both of these alleyways on the left and the right side to hopefully get behind Moonlight, but Moonlight is anticipating their every move. Now it is Moonlight's game. They are very steadfastly holding on to that zone and utilizing this positioning right here, moving up and being able to push Milky Way back into their base. 1 down on Milky Way. And with Nolan jumping back, I think, Magic, this could be Moonlight's lead.
This is most certainly shaping up to be. Shadow went huge, but this time it's Nolan going crazy from the side, from that little ledge where he was just a little bit more safe. Now it's Omega's turn. They just keep going back and forth and swapping out. They've got 5 ticks left on the count, but Milky Way is able to just barely step up to the zone, but they need to take down this big bubbler. They've got 2 of them on the side of Moonlight, and they need to just try and keep shredding these, and it's so tough, but they're able to take down that Thunderdome, and at least for the time being, hold on, get to that penalty. Moonlight having to chew through 70 if they want to try and go for the knockout. It's going to be a war of attrition now, but oh my goodness, I can't believe that Shadow earlier on had those 3 quick plays to set up that long standoff. That was gorgeous, and I think that Shadow really is going to be the key player who's just going to be continually setting up these bubbles throwing down that toxic mist to just disrupt these players, but there's only 13 count left, Milana.
Only 13 count indeed. And, you know, this is going to be Moonlight's last opportunity to push forward. They're going to have to make this last-ditch effort matter. And with 4, 3, 2, and that Booyah Bomb coming out on the zone is not going to make it easy for Moonlight. Milky Way takes the game. This brings our score for our winner semifinals to 1-1. And, you know, like you mentioned before, Magic, now it's Milky Way's turn to choose the mode, which means maybe Moonlight was already preparing for this. They were preparing to decide on which stage to choose in response to whatever Milky Way ends up selecting. And I think, hey, you know, sometimes you just have to consider the worst case scenario and prepare for it as well. And no one wants to lose their sets. They don't want to lose their games, right? So but in the unlikely case that it does happen, sometimes you just need to be prepared for it, Magic.
No, for sure. This is starting to sound a little bit like it's oh, I've thought of your every move. I've got your counter ready for this.
Okay, well, what if I counter your counter? Where does that leave us?
My counter. Chara's in the background going, we've already thought of this. Ready for the explanation? But no, you're right, Milana. They probably were already ready for this. They're probably thinking, all right, what is Milky Way going to want to choose here? They're probably going to feel comfortable on tower control, and I suspect that they're going to go to Mako Mart. They've been picking this a couple of times from the recordings that I saw from the past weeks, where they would get into this TC situations in the middle of the set and go to Mako Mart so that Basil could play on that E leader and just run shop. Absolutely put on a clinic, because that is what she does. She's been doing this for as long as I've known her, and it is so impressive every single time she gets that weapon in her hands, and I'm very excited to see if she'll decide to follow through with that. But as well, you're going to see probably Nolan still on that S-Blast and Shadow on that NZAP 85 to put down the tactic coolers. This is kind of the bread and butter that they've been running when they get into these mid-set situations on this mode.
And you know what? I think that's something to consider. And in past weeks, we definitely have seen Milky Way play a lot of tower control. And a lot of these games that they've played have kind of not really gone one way in their favor dramatically. Some of these matches, they've kind of like eked out a victory. Some of these matches, it was maybe by luck. That I remember one specific game that happened that the opponents were just all hovering over the tower while Q was standing on the tower. So I think tower control definitely is a strong pick for them. Maybe if not by skill, but obviously very skilled players, very knowledgeable about tower control. But it seems like choosing tower control has been pretty lucky for them as well, Cater.
Well, we have talked at length about tower control, interestingly enough, and yet all of that theorizing is for naught, as our third game here will be on Clam Blitz. So we have to set that aside and now reset and think, where will we be now that we're playing Clam Blitz? Tower control, of course, fully possible to see later on in the set, and I would be surprised if it wasn't picked for our next match. But I honestly am as surprised as you guys at this pick, and so now Moonlight might have been thrown for a loop a little bit here. Perhaps they didn't anticipate this counter, and now they're going to have to come up with one of their own.
You know, it brings it back to I have a counter for your counter, but I have a counter for your counter for your counter, you know? So maybe this was all part of the mind game between these two teams. And, you know, these two teams have fought each other on the battlefield for years, for many, many events. And maybe they have a little bit of knowledge of what goes on in the decision-making process for each other. So, hey, you never know. You never know how that can go. But resetting our mindset, stepping away from tower control and bringing Clam Blitz into the light. Magic, what do you anticipate? What kind of stage do you anticipate that Moonlight might pick for this?
It's so tough, right? Because that's why I think Milky Way did this, right? Is because Milky Way has gotten a lot better in Clam Blitz, I think, over the past few weeks, especially. And so at this point, people know Moonlight's game on Clam Blitz, right? they've probably been studying it quite a bit, right? It's not like that dominant period where they were just winning every Clam Blitz match. Instead, now it's kind of on even playing field, and like you said, these teams have gone at each other for so long that there's not really any more tricks, right? It's not like they're at such a disadvantage that it's unfathomable. So maybe that's why they wanted to do this, and like you said, throw Moonlight off, try and force them into a tough decision, try and make them second guess themselves. And like you said, like we were talking about earlier, with the ego, with the confidence boost, with the momentum, Splatoon is so psychologically demanding that any kind of edge that you might be able to just barely eke out with like a weird decision might be what it takes to get into your opponent's head, throw them off, stop them from making these important strategic decisions, and find an opening for yourselves. And I think that's what Milky Way really wants. What we see in their gameplay is that what they were doing when they were able to succeed against FT Win was to just try and play ratty, just try and throw so much chaos so that they could find those openings and then convert. And I think that's what they're trying to do here, as we do see the stage that they've come out with.
So yeah, I think that that's a way of playing that is completely valid, because it really throws your opponents for a loop. And we have seen now that Moonlight has selected Barnacle and Dime, which I think is it's a pretty standard Clam Blitz stage. And yeah. I think it's like, it's pretty nice. I think what teams have to consider is that this Clams Basket is in kind of a ditch, and it is right underneath the drop of the enemy spawn, so you have to be a little bit careful when you're pushing in. In addition, you can use that path on the left side to be able to access that Clams Basket more easily, and again, that is really close to the enemy spawn. So Cater, how do you think these teams might go against or protect themselves against respawning enemies?
Well, I believe we did see Barnacle and Dime before, and we were actually talking about aggressive positioning on that map, right? You talked about that upper left-hand side, but of course, very close to spawn. So you might not necessarily have that time to try and sit back to try and get those specials when you have forces to contend with right outside of your spawn area, but it does mean that you will already be grouped up with your teammates to engage those threats. And like you said, that basket is in a ditch. You have the height advantage when you are defending on that, and so it especially with sub weapons, you can very easily catch players out and drop on them in that ditch area.
And you certainly can. We do see a couple of classic weapons coming out from both sides. I think Q is opting to go back to that Snipe Rider 5H for that tacticooler, for that range. But we do see Shadow coming out with this mini Splatling magic.
Yes, it's a mini Splatling Rattler. It has the triple Ink Zuka, which is actually so important for taking down Q, who's going to be on that Snipe Rider. You see, he's already just completely gunning for her. Unfortunately, does not find any splats, and instead Milky Way finds the splat onto him. They've got two specials at the ready. They've already gotten so many clams down. Luckily, Moonlight is able to try and find something, but they were just so clinical. This is the effortless kind of play that we see so often from Milky Way. They just make it look so easy. All of a sudden, the members of Moonlight eviscerated. That's what these players are so good at doing. And it's not like anything was flashy. They just walked in.
They used the front door magic.
Yes, exactly.
They knocked. They rang the doorbell, and the door was open for them. But I think we also have to mention that, remember, we're playing Clam Blitz. They have to have clams before they walk through that front door, and these players somehow were able to get so many clams so quickly within a minute of the game starting to even get that score down to 56. But you know what? With Nolan getting that pick, Cater, this might be Moonlight's opportunity.
They lose Basil, though, which is very unfortunate, because she did have a lot of that clam economy. We do see that clam getting picked up, but another player going down, and Nolan trying to jump out, not able to do that. And just like that, what could have been a great opportunity for Moonlight turns into them being on the back foot again as they lose that power clam, forced to jump out. Basil is back on the field, but cannot go up onto their stack, as Bran and Jared are fully in control of it right now. Basil putting out that tactical for Nolan, and Omega jumping back to get it as well. Shadow is also up on that snipe area, goes down though, and Brand has these triple ink strikes, which are so important. Omega having to jump out again. No strikes for Milky Way right now, but they do have that power clam. Nolan eking out a trade right there as Q has this power clam, trying to find a way in around Basil, but Basil gets that pick despite the triple ink strikes blocking her view. It shows that her aim is absolutely true. Moonlight, though, still on this defensive back foot as we have still the specials coming out, Ice with those missiles and throwing that power clam to them as well. A little bit of juggling going on here from Milky Way as Moonlight finally start making their way back out into mid. And now we got the crab tank from Jared. It's just making this extremely difficult for them.
And with special after special after special coming out from Milky Way, preventing Moonlight from making any meaningful push, that Tryzuka not able to find any picks from Moonlight. I think, you know, we noticed that right here, Milky Way is positioning themselves in a way that they can just stay in this middle, they can sit pretty, and as long as they don't let Moonlight into their base, I think it's looking pretty good, Magic, for Milky Way.
Oh yeah, they're really just trying to chew down that clock time. I think that's actually what they were trying to do this entire time. Moonlight is traditionally the team that you see is very stally, is able to just really pump the brakes, but instead you just see Milky Way just slowly encroaching. You saw earlier how every time one of the members of Moonlight was kind of getting surrounded by ink, they just kind of jumped out, but then you just saw it 5 different times and they just kept having to back up. Milky Way is doing such a good job at just slowly pushing the boundaries forward and closing in around Moonlight. And already we're 4 minutes through this game and Moonlight has not had a single opportunity to push for the basket, which is so unlike them. But Moonlight's doing such a good job at using these specials constantly to prevent them from getting any kind of ground.
And Nolan forced to jump back. Notice that this turf control is very strictly Milky Way right now. Moonlight trying to turf a little bit more, but they're going to need a little bit more turf to be able to not only move forward, but to also move forward towards where the clams are spawning. With only 40 seconds left on the clock, Jared is in a position to be able to maybe take out this drop. Unfortunately, taken out instead. Omega grabbing those 3 clams, seeing if they can get a pick here. They're going to have to play patiently. Nolan, Booyah Bomb coming out. 20 seconds left on the clock. Cater, this is going to be Moonlight's last opportunity to make a push.
15 clams in their hands right now, and Nolan getting a huge pick right there. It is now or never for them. Shadow here trying to find something with that Zuka, moving forward with the tacticaler as well. A nice squid roll back onto this ledge, but they are going to have to contend with the specials as we see Omega here jumping into this pit area, has the big bubbler again, going to be absolutely huge, goes down to Jared though at the very end of that crab tank, not able to cancel it there. Nolan doing their best to save the clam, saves it from timing out, but unfortunately goes down there. Omega again, dashing for the clam, getting one, contending with Q, able to get, but not able to get it into the basket right now, and then finally Basil and Nolan getting 2 in, but the basket doesn't open. Overtime, times out, just on the last frame as those clams are spinning in the basket. Milky Way taking our set, making it 2-1, and suddenly that momentum that we had, all of that I was talking about at the beginning of this set, that has been completely reversed.
I think one of the most tragic ways to lose Splatoon is that exact situation where
I lost a LAN game like that once.
Yeah, so you see
I was
at
at game 5. I threw in the clam. We were at game 5 and we were pushing, and it was at Riptide actually, and I put the clam in and the game ended. And I do not think I have ever felt as angry as I did in that moment.
I just think it's so tragic because that overtime counter, the ticking down is just so unkind. If that overtime counter, if they had just put those put those power clams into the basket maybe half a second earlier, it could have been legitimately a different story, because that was 2 power clams. They would have only needed 2 singular clams to be able to take the lead from Milky Way. So I think they just needed to be able to get this together a little bit. It was a lot of fumbling towards that beginning of the overtime, but they were able to make something happen, but it was just not quick enough, Magic.
Milky Way let me tell you, the level of execution that it took from Jared to spin so quickly, fire off that singular regular shot from the crab tank, and then the explosive shot to get through Omega precisely enough to get that splat to prevent Omega from getting any more ground done. And I really think that if that had gone any other way, if Jared had not been that precise, that's an entirely different end to that game. Like you said, just a half a second sooner would have been able to have gotten done, right? Because Omega was the one who was trying to find Q with those slashes. Imagine if he had already been in a situation to do that, right? It's little things like that put it over the razor's edge for Milky Way. Just the again, even in that last second, that last standoff with Q, imagine if she had not moved in the exact ways to make sure that Omega did not get that pick for that exact amount of time, right? This is the thinnest of margins that we are seeing from Milky Way, and they, like always, are just that good to get over them.
I think it just really, like I've said it time and time again, that the level at which these teams are playing they're so standard. They know exactly how to play. They know what the strategies are for all these different modes, and especially on the stages for those specific modes. So it really just takes a team capitalizing on a mistake or just playing that much better mechanically, whether it's capitalizing on a missed position. So just being able to capitalize on stuff like that, I think, really speaks to the level of play that these teams are at. Now, as we go into Game 4, we will be going to Rainmaker on Undertow Spillway, a stage and mode that we are not unfamiliar with. We've seen it time and time again in this event, in this league. Cater, what do you hope to see, given that this might be our 15th time seeing this stage and mode?
Well, I hope not to see anything different, but also, a little corner of me always wants to see people take that funnier right route. Although I know it's never going to happen, I can always hold out a little bit of hope. And, I think Rainmaker is a very deliberate choice coming out here from Milky Way. We talked so much about Basil's leader gameplay and how strong Moonlight is on that tower control. They are in that position where if Milky Way had said, sure, we can do tower control, instant lock-in Mako Mart, and probably would have run away with that to guarantee them the game, which is why, of course, we're seeing Rainmaker and not that tower control, because Milky Way understands that is the comfortable spot for Moonlight. That is what they're used to being in mid-set. That's how they can regroup and find their footing again. And like we're talking about, they're trying to destabilize their opponents. We've got a little saying in the competitive community here, in every game of Splatoon, everything is constantly going wrong. And so you have to be on your toes to be able to anticipate that going wrong here. Hopefully, Moonlight is able to find their footing here in Rainmaker Undertow Spillway.
Yes, and we do see that Splat Charger coming out from both sides. Both Basil and Q opted to pick that up for that ink vac so that they can help their teammates with the Rainmaker push towards those pedestals. Anything else that you feel like might be worth mentioning, Magic, regarding the compositions?
Oh my goodness. Well, let's avoid that for now. Let's talk about Omega! The slashes from that split decavitator, that mint decavitator. So clutch. It's so hard to land those. I don't know if all of you have tried that weapon, but being able to get those exact distances correct with that lunge before the slash. And speaking of distances, look at the distance the ice is going. Hold on. A beautiful pinpoint accurate snipe from Basil is able to shut that down, prevent the dunk on that first checkpoint, which is so critical here because after that it's open season for the amount of scores that you can get. And Milana, we can talk about the Red Dapple dualies, but I think we've talked about it enough. we're just seeing really good gameplay, and I think that's what it boils down to more than weapons.
Yes, totally. Really, really good gameplay. 2 down on Milky Way. Maybe Moonlight can take this opportunity to move forward. Omega trying to get Q. Q is on fire right now. She's just avoiding all opportunities for her to get splatted. I don't even think opportunities is the right word, but you see Bran here grabbing that Rainmaker, not able to dodge that ink back shot, but 3 down on Moonlight. They're all coming back from spawn pretty much. Ice holding up that Booyah Bomb and waiting for a prime moment to toss it. This is going to be the checkpoint. It's not going to be the checkpoint because Basil, Cater, is just too good.
Basil has something to say about every single turn in this match. But Ice going there. There's Basil again, timing that correctly, waiting just a little bit to bait out that. I think to maybe bait out that little trigger finger from Basil there. Anyway, that checkpoint is finally down after fighting from Milky Way. We have the vac here from Basil, actually likely to prevent any shots from Milky Way getting onto that Rainmaker, and it looks like they are opting to let that reset. Ice is diving for the Rainmaker and is going to get it though. Get that down to 50. I was about to say that letting it reset here is a very risky move, and they're going to do it again, I guess. They do take out Bran. I believe they're confident. You can see Omega there on the lower left-hand side, confident enough that they can guard the Rainmaker enough to let it reset. But man, I think they probably all felt their hearts leap into their throat there when Ice just dived for that Rainmaker.
You know, we talked a little bit about how Moonlight plays a little ratty. I don't know. This seems a little bit way more ratty than whatever Moonlight has given us so far in this event. But you know what? Sometimes that's just how Rainmaker is played. Your goal is to get the Rainmaker onto that pedestal in the enemy base. How that happens, who's to say? You could be with your team, you could be by yourself. But really, as long as you reach that goal, who cares, right, Magic?
Hey, listen, there have been recorded games of Splatoon where the Rainmaker had gotten to the end goal without a single splat taking place on the team that won. It doesn't matter how you do it, it just matters that you get there. For sure. And speaking of getting there, I think we're finally getting to this checkpoint. Cater, it's not your turn for getting that checkpoint.
I wish you guys could see our reactions right now because I fully went, oh, the right checkpoint, and then it wasn't. Shadow, you have to go back. No, 2 down in that bubble right there. Shadow, you have to go back to the checkpoint. I think they were trying to do a little bit of angling around there. Basil there has the vac, able to get this. We are opting to see the jump off the map for the reset there as we go into our last match. Man, I knew they weren't going to do it, but it would have been so funny if they took that red checkpoint. Shadow, again, bringing this up here. We have the Booyah Bomb, but they have to be careful. The members behind them does take out Ice with that last part of the Rainmaker shot, but no one is going to get caught out here by the pop. Jared with the damage on those Dapple Dualies pretty much unrivaled by anything else here. That is such a fast pop, and now with this Tacticooler coming out, Milky Way is going to grab that Rainmaker. They're in a great spot here. Don't have to push up too hard. Just have to keep this Rainmaker alive. We might even, we're playing lame to win the game here. Omega,
we're doing it.
Oh, we're gonna stand in the corner here. You can see Ice and Q gearing up. Nolan is trying to get anything done, but goes down here. Bran is just sitting in this corner. I don't know if that was intentional or not, but the Rainmaker recoil makes them slip off the edge, and we have that Rainmaker reset back into mid. Last couple seconds, we do have that Rainmaker getting picked up. It is going to be overtime here. Omega running for that right checkpoint where there is nobody. We see the ink back as well. That is going to be the dunk. We just have to get it's done. We just have to get the back shot. Jared going down here. Oh, we have to get the Rainmaker going forward. Oh my gosh! That big bubbler coming in absolute clutch, guys. I told you the right checkpoint is the correct way to go. Moonlight hanging on with everything they've got, bringing this set 2-2. I told you guys that it would be really funny if it happened, and it did.
And you know what? I'm laughing. We're all laughing. We're having a great time watching some Splatoon. Wow. You know, it was funny because you were really like, oh, Shadow's gonna go the right direction. And then Shadow doesn't. Shadow went left. And then you're like, no, Shadow. And when Shadow did take that right path, it did lead to a win. Now let's talk about what happened with Bran. What do you think happened, Magic?
Bran was really just trying to fight for his life. It's so easy in these last-minute scrambles, right, to just get one little slick movement that you're just trying to do and go the wrong way. I genuinely don't think that he meant to do that, right? Or maybe it was a miscommunication, right? Maybe it was, hey, like, should we dunk this, should we not? The comms are going back and forth in the voice calls, and maybe he misheard something, right? It could be as good an explanation as any, right? But maybe it was that just a little bit of the wrong movement, right? Or maybe because they had taken it back too early, I think this is what happened. Maybe they had taken it back too early. Bran realized, oh no, I'm about to have the counter tick down, right? Because it was counting faster, right? He'd already been carrying it for a few seconds before he did that, and it starts speeding up as soon as you get to that message comes across your screen. It starts speeding up really fast. Maybe they just mistimed it. And Bren said, well, if I leave this here, I'm screwed, right? Moonlight's just going to pop it and run it. But actually, it probably would have been safer. You know, so much goes on in these little decisions, right? I think that Milky Way just bit off more than they could chew.
I know, you know, we did talk about this. Literally, the game before, right? That we have to capitalize on these tiny mistakes, and whatever the reason why Bran opted to jump off the map and reset the Rainmaker, whether it was by accident, whether the Rainmaker was going to pop and it was out of a sheer panic, whether it was a miscommunication in your voice comms, Moonlight was able to capitalize on that and utilize their specials, work together as a team, maintain a level head, and take that right path. And like you mentioned also, Cater, that right path is just not popular. Sorry. People just don't enjoy taking that path. But
I mean, it's fair.
I mean, it is fair. But all they had to do was move it 10 points past that checkpoint in order to take the lead, and they were able to do that. So now we are going to our final game of our winners semifinals here. It will be tower control on Crab Leg Capital. Sorry, it's a little bit of a tongue twister for me, so I have to go like real slow. Now, we've seen a lot of really good gameplay on this specific stage and mode. What do you maybe hope to see, Magic, as far as what these teams might bring to the battlefield? What kind of weapons? You might anticipate maybe Nolan bringing that S-Blast back because it's a tower control, or maybe is there going to be, I don't know, maybe a cheeky E-leader?
I'm expecting the E-leader. I'm not sure what Q is going to do. I don't think that Milky Way has been picking E-leader on this specific stage and mode, right? I'm not sure if Q has been practicing it, but I know for a fact that Moonlight loves doing it here, and that's what you're gonna see: the S-Blast, the Decapitator, and the N-Zap. And instead, what you're gonna be seeing is ice on that Splattershot Pro Frozen with the Tenta missiles to try and at least get some pressure on that long range. I'm expecting that you're going to be seeing a lot of missiles get flung in Basil's direction, because otherwise she's going to have a lot of range that is going to be so hard to deal with.
Yes, but remember that a anchor player really needs to depend on the rest of their team, and if the rest of their team ends up having to go back to spawn, the anchor player may opt to do as well, just for a little bit of protection so that they are with their team, so that they can keep an eye on their team as well. Now with 30 seconds through, we see that Milky Way has pushed through that first checkpoint. Now, Cater, this stage layout for tower control is a little bit strange, isn't it?
Yeah, it's slightly funky and not something that these teams, well, I don't know about these teams in particular, but in general, it's not a combination that we see as often for crab leg. I think when I see crab leg, I think clams personally, and so it's kind of wonky, but these teams are learning to work with it. We do have the zap going down on the tower, but we do have Basil throwing down that wave breaker to get some information about the location of members of Milky Way. You can see they know that Bran is in that corner, opting to back up just a little bit, especially with the threat of those missiles as well. So Moonlight doing their best, getting through that first checkpoint, but not able to go past that 68 bar that has been set for them so far. 2 down right now, Nolan fending for themselves against Jared, who has that high ground.
And Jared does have that high ground, positioning themselves really well to kind of deter the members of Moonlight from pushing forward towards that tower. And the tower does make it past that first checkpoint distance-wise again. But, you know, Omega is in a prime location, Magic, to be able to take a little bit of space for Moonlight.
Exactly. I think that's a really good call out from you. Space is so important because the members of Moonlight chose a bunch of weapons that paint a lot less than the ones that are on Milky Way, right? Very close from Omega.
Yeah.
But they constantly have to do these jumping plays. They constantly have to be using these specials because otherwise they're really not getting a lot of paint on the ground and they're feeling like they can't really move around, and Milky Way is just kind of giving them the runaround. I mean, look at how much purple ink is on this stage. I think that's what they're trying to deal with. That's the difference when you choose a composition with this much lethality. You give up that paint control and you have to try and find a way to deal with it or find these splats, which Omega is able to do. This is exactly what we've been wanting to see from Moonlight for weeks, and they're gonna be able to do it. Basil with the beautiful shot. There's 2 minutes left, and Milana, this is the beginning of the end.
I just love that. Like, that snipe specifically, not only did Basil get that nice snipe, we saw another member of Moonlight kind of push Q out of her hiding spot so that Basil could get that snipe. And I think that's just, teamwork is beautiful, guys. Don't you agree?
It is absolutely beautiful, and of course, Moonlight has that down pat. Like we said, these teams are very seasoned. They know each other extremely well. Moonlight got that push all the way to 39, and so now, as we head into our last minute 40, it is up to Milky Way to match that. And you were talking about turf before, Magic. That is really, really coming into play here. Q is able to run around down below here underneath the grates, partially because they've got more of that mobility, partially because of the sheer amount of turf. Jared is all the way up here threatening Basil in this upper left-hand corner. Basil having to contend, Shadow opting to take the fight though, and taking it successfully, taking down Ice as well, and a great response from Moonlight despite Milky Way coming and targeting the weaknesses of their comp. They are responding in a very measured way, again forced to jump out though, and that center of this stage is all Milky Way right now.
It is all Milky Way with just a minute left on the clock. All members of Milky Way are going to be focused on this tower because with 50 seconds left, they don't have very much opportunity to push. But the members of Milky Way keep going down one by one by one, which means that they are always down one squid in the battlefield, which is going to be very tough for them to kind of make up the difference for. But you know, Milky Way is riding the tower. The Booyah Bomb does come out, trying to stop Q from riding that tower. They are going to make it to that second checkpoint, but are they going to be able to pass it? It doesn't really look like it, Magic.
No, there are jumps trying to come to the tower now, but Nolan has been doing such a fantastic job of denying the space. That second checkpoint here is so hard to break through. It's longer than all the others, and it is just a perfect position for something like a blaster to just wreak havoc. But if the blaster isn't alive, they can't wreak the havoc that they need. Basil deciding to stand her ground here, deciding to face off against the blaster of Moonlight, trying to just draw some attention for the rest of the team to get on the tower, and they do! The members of Moonlight able to capitalize perfectly off of a 1-for-1 play. There was one person left standing on the map, but that was all that they needed. Moonlight takes down Milky Way in a crazy Game 5 upset.
From what I could tell, it seemed like there was still a member of Milky Way standing on that tower. So they must have capitalized on the fact that maybe they jumped a little bit or they were pushed off the tower and had to go back on the tower. But, you know, I mentioned this before that Milky Way had a game in a previous week where it was kind of like that, and now it's flipped itself on its head, and they have been on the receiving end of that. So I think that's just that was so well played. Now congratulations to Moonlight. I know Moonlight has been vying for these points, have been vying to try to get to a higher placement. I believe they might be missing 1 week for their five event scoring. Right. So this is going to be huge for them. So now that we finished our winners semifinals, let's take it back to the bracket. And we'll see Moonlight, very close 3-2 victory against Milky Way, which means that they will have to be facing off against FT Win in just a moment. FT Win going 3-0 against Bet, knocking Bet into the loser quarterfinals. And we noticed that Halcyon has moved to the losers quarterfinals and is going 1-1 against Bet so far. So we'll see how that turns out and see which of these teams will move on. Healthy Diet Food Groups and Duck Moo Teeth both getting knocked out of this event so far. So I have seen that there are some Splat veterans, primarily Vic, Vion, Chara, 9, all of them teaching EE how to play Rainmaker. So let's take it to see what they were up to.
Welcome back, everybody. We had a great session earlier, my buddy EE and I, trying to teach you the basics of Splatoon 3, and I've actually brought a little help in tonight. We've got the legendary Pro Chara and Vic coming in as well. Alright, EE, we are taking you into a lovely little feature called Recon Mode to start because, I'll be honest with you here, Rainmaker's a little fast-paced, and we feel it's better if we showcase some of this in Recon Mode.
So basically, is this like just practice mode then? Is that what Recon is?
That's a great way to look at it. And you can customize it to any stage and any mode that you like. So right now that was just rude.
I'm so sorry. I thought I just see the opposite ink color and my natural instinct is to attack.
You can see, first of all, at the very top of your head there, a little timer that is ticking down right now. When you pick up that Rainmaker, all you can do is swim around with it. You can still jump. And why don't you go ahead and try to charge up a shot for me like you would on a normal weapon.
All right. Oh, man. Okay.
Now, against my better judgment, really quickly, go ahead and do that to me. Okay. Go ahead and fire up at me here with that.
All right. I'm sorry, buddy. Woo. That leaves a lot of ink behind it, too.
It does. And now I get a little revenge here as your timer goes to 0.
Oh, is that what happens when the timer runs out? You just automatically like pop?
Yes.
So once the Rainmaker goes down, it'll always respawn with this little barrier. You can use your main, sub, special, pretty much anything you can do that'll do damage to help pop the barrier. That'll give a massive explosion of paint in your color. And then you can use that to kind of kickstart your push, grab it, and then you want to try to take it to this checkpoint right here. And this will
right here in front of me?
be a little checkpoint. Yeah, you'll drop the Rainmaker there, and that will be secured for you. You won't have to get that again. And then you can move past the checkpoint the next time you pick up the Rainmaker.
When it says 58 remaining, is it like a countdown like, oh, we just need to possess the Rainmaker for 58 more seconds? Or like, do we have 58 more seconds to go? How does this, what is this telling me?
How about you grab that Rainmaker one more time?
Boom.
All right. Now, walk towards me while looking at the top of your screen.
Okie dokie.
And see that number? It's going down. The closer that we get to the final checkpoint, the more that number will go down. The team that wins will be the one with the lowest number.
So if I put this up here right now, do we win?
Instantly.
I'm a winner.
Congratulations.
Playing right here more so to learn than win. But of course, if we do have the opportunity to get the dub, let's do it. Oh, okay, they got me with the splat bomb. That's my mistake.
Nice. Okay, that's a wipeout.
Oh, nice. You guys got the wipeout. Okay, I'm coming right to you to take advantage of your hard work.
All right, and I'll bring this Rainmaker over to work with you guys. And there it is, the first checkpoint.
Nice.
Now it's up to you, because I got splatted.
All right, I got splatted as well. I do love the fact, too, we have more time to really kind of enjoy as well, because like compared to Turf War, I know we get an extra 2 minutes here, which is good. And I think you mentioned to me as well, Vic,
Thank
overtime
you,
is a possibility.
So we don't have to force the issue anymore. We've got about 26 seconds left to defend.
Oh,
let's see,
remember what I said about
seconds?
overtime? All right, your jump is safe. I lied. It's not safe anymore.
Oh, no.
It's overtime now.
Yep.
So
All
if
right,
we take
our
out the
goal-
Rainmaker, the game ends.
Okay, we just need... Yes!
Nice.
They lost the Rainmaker. Nice. So the objective, that's actually really good. I wanted to make sure that I was involved in a game that did feature some overtime.
Get away.
Nice.
Nice. I got one. Okay.
That was
Oh,
their
it's gonna be-
backliner too.
All
There's
right.
gonna be
just
one
one
more
left.
behind you.
Yeah.
You can do it. Nice. Now run towards the Booyah Bomb, EE.
You got it.
Yes! Woo!
Nice.
There we go. Okay. And I didn't go backwards.
That's
oh
right.
my goodness. How did he do it?
So sometimes if it looks like your team's push is already done and you're pretty close to the Rainmaker, you can try to sneak your way in. If the other team doesn't notice, it could be a good way to get a few extra points. And then they'll have to pop the barrier all over again, which gives you more time
Oh,
to get
really?
back into the
Okay.
action. So. Oh, E, something else I don't think you've seen. Why don't you jump the Rainmaker off the right side of the stage here?
What? Jump?
Yeah, off the map. Go.
Ah!
You see that resets the Rainmaker back to the center of the stage. If you really need to get the Rainmaker out of your base quickly, that could be a good way to give
Oh
yourselves
my
a
goodness.
little bit more time.
That's such a cheeky way to just kind of like get out of that situation. I like it, actually. That's good to know.
So you made the defensive play of the game right there.
You know what? Listen, I would never bungee jump, but I'm here to jump in Splatoon, baby. Let's go.
All right, now just make sure they don't touch it. And that's a win.
Oh my goodness.
Let's go.
We just went back to back. Well, you know, I wouldn't have learned anything if it wasn't for you, Vic and Chara. Thanks a lot to them for participating in this as well. It was a great time. I learned a lot, and I can't wait for more.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the Splatoon 3 North American League. Again, I'm Milana, joined by Magic and Cater. All of us have been so excited to see what has been going down for our week 7 of regular season play. Just as a reminder, there are only 2 weeks left, inclusive of this week, left in our regular season before our playoffs, so points matter a lot, and these teams are showing down and showing up for it. So, for our next match, we will be watching FT Win versus Moonlight in our winners finals. Now, both of these teams, very strong teams, very well-known teams in the scene, and we had a little bit of a surprise because I think Moonlight tends not to triumph over Milky Way so often. So I'm wondering, Cater, might we see another surprise in this winners finals?
It's definitely possible with the way that our last set went. Moonlight really clawing their way to that victory. Very well deserved it was. They made some incredible plays those last 2 games especially. They are definitely going to be riding the momentum into that set, and so I think it's very, very possible that they can take that and, you know, again, crest off of that ego boost for the mindset boost that they've been getting from that last set right into this one.
Yeah, so remember momentum. It's always the name of the game. It definitely helps. It couldn't hurt for what it's worth. And we will be seeing Splat Zones as our first mode. Again, just as a repeat, it's a very classic, very competitively approved mode for many players, and a fan favorite for many of us watching at home as well, Magic.
Oh, for sure. Out of all of them, it's definitely the one that players are the most used to, the most comfortable with, and because of that and the way that it's laid out, right, it feels like it is the most neutral. It feels as though when you're playing, it's always an opportunity to make something happen, no matter what weapon you play, no matter what playstyle you use as a team, what strategies, what tactics. You always have a chance to make something happen on Splat Zones. It's generally, if you ask 100 people, what the answer will be. So, I'm very curious what the strategies are going to be picked out here. It's definitely going to depend most on the stage, but I think that we're going to be seeing from Moonlight a lot of the same. We're going to be seeing that Sniper Raider 5H, we're going to be seeing Shadow on that mini Splatling, and we're going to be seeing Omega swapping between those Splatana variants, either the Decavitator or that Splatana Wiper.
Yes, so I think what I'm most curious about, and I was hoping to get your opinion, Cater, on it, is that we definitely see 2 different types of Splat Zones games played. We see one type where Splat Zones is very, very back and forth, but because it's back and forth, it's not really necessarily certain who's going to win at the end because it's so it's so much of a give and take, right? And then we see Splat Zones matches or games where they are very dominant. What do you think is the difference between those? Like, how do you think a team can go between having that back and forth match to being able to be like, I am dominant, I'm gonna win this match?
A lot of the time, it's about controlling not just the zone, but the very crucial areas in front of that zone. The court or plat, that area right in front of the zone that the opposing team is going to want to get a hold of, to use, to get special. If you just take the zone and then you sit in the zone waiting for your opponents to come to you, they have half of the map to work with. That is fully their turf to build up special, to regroup, to make a play, to come and take back the zone, right? But when you have that aggressive positioning, you take the crucial areas, and we've seen it. We saw it on Barnacle and Dime. We saw it on Hagglefish Market and the other zones maps that we've seen on stream today, just that you have to really force those lockout situations. Ideally, you have those extended holds on these zones so that you are able to, the more you take down that timer, the closer you are to that KO. Of course, the one issue with that is if you have one really long hold of the zone and the other team takes it back, then you have a large penalty to reckon with.
Yes, totally. And we do see that our stage is going to be on Inkblot Art Academy, which I think is a kind of a unique situation when it comes to what you were talking about, Cater, because it is such a small map, a small stage. And as you spawn from your spawn area, you're basically already in the midst of the action. So how do you think teams might be able to kind of navigate this magic?
It's definitely going to be about how much they're able to build up their specials in a safe manner without letting everyone just flood into the base, right?
Yeah.
There's so many ways for pressure to be put once enemies are able to breach that high ground. It's going to be very important to see what we can do, what the members can do of each side to prevent that.
Yeah, totally. And again, a special thank you to our spectator cam operator, Power, a very special spectator cam operator who has done so much for us. So make sure you thank him if you see him. Thank you so much, Power. Now, what I kind of wanted to point out, and it actually is one of the members of FT Win who just went down, we see a blue Dapples, which I think is a little bit less common, Cater, than we do see the red Dapples.
A little bit less common, but I do believe a pick that FT Win, I'm not terribly surprised to see from them, as it has the kit and the main weapons are just so heavy in that damage. Though, like you said, definitely a lot less common than those red Dapples that almost always come out on certain map modes like Urchin Underpass, like we saw. But we are going to see FT Win with the first pick of this zone. Shaq here holding that Booyah Bomb, was trying to deny Omega and Shadow on this side from coming in as well. We have the Reef Slider coming out as well, does not get a pick, and in fact punished by itself. Omega pops this bubble here, Kyo in the bubble, but falls to Omega here. It is his home turf right now, and Moonlight is going to come back, take this zone for themselves, and of course, because they did not have it for very long, only a little bit of penalty to go with. And this is what I'm talking about, trying to take those areas. Omega trying to step up, but unfortunately finding themselves a little bit outnumbered here. Basil here putting down that wave breaker, moving back to their plat, unfortunately getting caught out there. Nolan as well, and that is a wipeout situation on the side of Moonlight. So FT Win is able to get that Snipe Rider set up in that top mid there, the tower, and you can see Kyo trying to again contend for this higher up area.
And we did talk, positioning is the name of the game, and the position of FT Win, they do try to push a little bit forward past that zone to allow themselves to put a little pressure as FT Win gets back into the action. But, you know, it seems that FT Win has solidly control of this zone with 3 minutes left on the clock, Magic.
3 minutes left on the clock, but 17 count left remaining, make it 10. Luckily, the members of Moonlight are going to keep this game going because we love a good match of Splatoon. We want to see as much of it as we can, especially between two teams that are just so solid. However, I think it's important to point out, it's the lineup for FT Win is not what we usually see. Sam, who is usually playing that S-Blast or that Splatana Stamper, is not playing for FT Win. Instead, it is Hexen and Shaq, which is so interesting, but obviously they're putting in the same amount of work, they're doing just as well, and Hexen on these Dapple Dually Nouveau is doing so much good work that Moonlight can't quite seem to get a solid stay on this zone.
And with just a little over 2 minutes left, 20 penalty points left on the clock for FT Win. The penalty points are ticking down very quickly. Moonlight is going to have to find the picks, and they do find 2, but unfortunately 1 also going down to that Reef Slider, a special that honestly we don't see too often. We haven't seen too often in these events, but still worthwhile, I think, cater as far as Splat Zones goes.
Very much so. Basil getting set up here on this front tower. A formidable place for an E-leader to be, and they know that. You can see trying to knock them out here. Those charge shots, though, definitely going to be a huge issue. They are forced off. Meanwhile, both Weeaboms coming out here. Nolan's there going over all the way onto this right side. Raffi here on this pencil is being a huge nuisance for Moonlight, really just preventing them, and Nolan is trying to put an end to that using the area of effect on this blaster here, but unfortunately not working out. The ledge camp not going in their favor. Shaq here on this Forge Pro able to come in, play cleanup, trying to find the pick on Shadow here, who is all the way in this corner, is going to be able to find it with that range advantage as well. We now have that Weeabomb at the ready, the Tacticaler as well. Coming into the last minute of our match, it is seeming solidly in favor of FT Win right now as they have control of the zone and a lot of specials, but Moonlight still has specials up their sleeve.
They do. But with Shaq getting that double, it is going to be quite tough for Moonlight to paint enough to be able to take that zone, but Shadow, their main turfer, is going to help with that effort. They do stack that 36 penalty onto FT Win, and for now, holding onto the zone, Moonlight is holding on for their chance to stay in this Magic.
Hexen just came up so unbelievably huge with that jump in, dodge roll, and getting 2 down. These Dabble Doolies can put out a lot of damage very quickly, but has such short range that you often can't get in there, but with a super jump, I guess that you can. Speaking of getting in there, Omega's trying to, but is not able to. Instead tries to super jump away, unlike what Hexen did, and instead is going to go down for it. The members of Moonlight still able to paint. There's the end zap on this tower that's able to put down a lot, but the rest of them aren't there and putting down the ink on this zone. The overtime is almost ended, and the members of FT Win were just so presence of mind enough to just keep layering on that ink that they were able to eke out that victory. But that was a very back and forth game, in my opinion, and I think that Moonlight, just a couple different fights go their way, or you know, maybe not getting splatted in midair by a random stray bullet from Omega could have turned things around.
Yeah, honestly, I think that it really comes down to the fact that these teams are so good, right? And again, I feel like a parrot. I feel like I'm repeating myself all the time. They're capitalizing on things that they need to do in order to be able to take the advantage. And I think that as for the flow of the game, it almost felt FT Win's favor, but then Moonlight kind of crawled themselves out and put themselves on level ground in a way that gave us that back and forth cater.
Very much so. I really agree that the double at the end, I think just in the very last moments where it really does matter, the fights did not go Moonlight's way, but they had a solid hold on the zone and they looked great at other points in this game. The score that we have right now in the set does not tell the whole story, as is so true for many other matches that we've seen on our stream. We're looking at the mode for our second game in this set here, and it is going to be Rainmaker.
And you know, Rainmaker is just such a cheeky mode. We've seen some ratty plays. We've seen some very standard, very normal, very team-oriented plays as well. And I think that's what makes Rainmaker exciting to watch. I think sometimes that can be a little bit frustrating to play, but that's a different story. But I think it definitely makes it for an exciting game to watch from teams as strong as this. So when we're talking about these teams, we know that FT Win has selected Rainmaker. What do you think Magic Moonlight might do in response?
Well, they might do in response, even though it is the most fun to envision yourself with a Splash-O-Matic that is just constantly throwing that curling bomb and running the Rainmaker to who knows where. But I think what Moonlight's going to do is they're going to have to try and deal with that same energy from FT Win, right? FT Win, when they were able to overcome Milky Way, when they were playing Rainmaker on Mako Mart, they ended up just having Ice be the one who was going around with that Splattershot Pro and flanking around. They had Kyo in these really weird spots, and Hexen was able to just dip and dive and dodge all around the place. And I think that's what they're going to try and have to stop as well. So they're going to try and make a tight stage decision where there's not a lot of room for that Rainmaker to go, right? It's a one shot, one street, one-way road.
Well, we do actually know the stage. We are going to Museum Delfonsino, which I think for the most part is a one-way road. We have that main area on the plat, and you just have a straight shot after the pedestal to that goal point. You might do a couple of cheeky plays, which Cater, I know you really enjoy seeing when the Rainmaker goes a little bit, what is it?
Off the beaten path?
Yes, off the beaten path, where they might take it up that wall and then over the grates. But for the most part, like Magic mentioned, we really do have a one-way path for this Rainmaker. So I think it's actually very astutely noticed that you kind of claimed that. So I think that's cool. But as for Museum Delfonsino, because it's one straight path, what do you think that we might opt to see from both of these teams, Cater?
Well, this map doesn't have the cheeky block that you can use to get to the plat, does it?
No.
I think that's a Clam Blitz thing.
Just the spinner in the middle.
That's right, the middle spinner. So that is definitely going to be, the main point of contention. Getting your long-range anchor players set up there that you have in Basil there is going to be very important for Moonlight there. Basil often to bring out that splatter scope again for the pick of the ink vat, and it looks like we've got Ruff as well on that ink vat. That is a rapid there, so not the ink vat weapon of choice that we've seen before, but a respectable choice nonetheless.
I am a big enjoyer of the Rapid Blaster Pro. I can't personally play any blasters except for this one. I think it is incredibly fun, and Rafi definitely shows you that it is quite enjoyable to get those picks from that safe distance away. So I think it is definitely an interesting pick. And with the Inkback, Shadow has no choice, Magic, but to jump back.
I love when you get those moments with an Inkback where you just get to solo out a player and say, sit down, you cannot move, you shall not pass. And Shadow had to just sit there and take it or jump out like he did. But Moonlight has 2 players left remaining. Unfortunately, there's a lot of yellow ink on this stage, and it's going to be FT Win diving all the way forward, getting a quick wipeout. That was a 1 minute and 3 second game from FT Win, and they're looking like they are a tier above. That was just cool, calm, and collected. They knew exactly when to dunk it. They knew exactly how to use Ruff's Inkback. They knew exactly what direction to take the Rainmaker, at which points to dodge every single shot. And they swam that up, and it is 2-0.
I think what's worth mentioning about Rainmaker is that sometimes it really just goes so fast that you blink your eye, and as a really long eye blink and a 1 minute and 3 second eye blink, but man, I closed my eyes for a second and the game was already over. So I think kind of having to combat that speed at which the Rainmaker can move can be a little bit overwhelming, a little bit jarring for teams as well, Cater.
Yeah, I mean, if you're closing your eyes for a minute, is that? I feel like you're approaching power nap territory.
Like a sleep, like a little sleep.
A little sleep. Okay, sure. Well, one little sleep later, and you've missed the match. Look, at least we've got a checkpoint in the middle now, so that we don't have full 30-second matches like we did back in Splatoon 2. And even then, I've seen some extremely fast, maybe 40-second matches on Rainmaker. But that is now behind us as we head to our third and possibly final match. It seems like every time I mention momentum, it flips. We have so much, so many huge plays coming out from these teams, and they are so so skilled in what they do that they are able to take what seems like a situation in favor of the other team or something very against them and flip it on its head and say, we are not going down without a fight. In this case, as Moonlight is 2 down right now, we are going to see a Turf War as the mode for our third match here.
And I think Turf War, speaking of quick modes that go by real fast, Turf War, again, only 3 minutes on the clock, so the teams have to work really quickly to be able to place that turf down, to place that ink down on the stage, whatever stage they might be. And I think coming off from that knockout from Rainmaker, I think this is why Magic FT1 might have opted to pick for Turf War.
Right, now they just want to extend the punishment for as long as possible. That's exactly what they're thinking. No, Turf War is so momentum based, you're so right. And if they're coming off of this extreme confidence boost, they just want to take it to the bank and run with it, because even though it doesn't seem like it, Turf War is a mode of advantages, right? As soon as you get into that mid area, as soon as you control that, it's a huge claw back from the opposite side to try and take that down. So I think this is a really smart decision from FT1, and I think that they've been playing just lights out. I'm so impressed by Shaq and how he's been able to adapt. I know he took a break for quite a long time, and to see him just thriving in this environment is very enjoyable for me to watch, and just the rest of the team, right? It feels like they're moving like we haven't seen them in a while. Moonlight has had, in the past few months, many opportunities against FT1 and has come out on top in a good number of those, a significant number of those, but I think the script has officially flipped.
And you'll never know. We'll see. Maybe it could be a reverse sweep. So who knows how the story will be written by the end of this match. And we will be seeing Urchin Underpass yet again. I don't know why competitive players... I can understand maybe why competitive players like Turf War on Urchin Underpass. There's a lot of stuff to paint, or a lot of stuff to turf, and I think that can be kind of fun because that's just the main point of Turf War. And I think... But I think it's interesting that...
No, I think you're right.
I think it's just interesting that this is the first stage that most teams opt to vie for when they are selecting Turf War Cater.
Yeah, it is very interesting. I would expect the refluxes to come out as we've been seeing from our swaps to Turf War. Do wonder if we'll still see Hexed on those the blue dapples. I mean, those have been very, very strong in these last 2 matches. I know we didn't see a lot of them because that last match was so short, but especially in that Inkblot match, we did see some very strong plays, and even with that Reef Slider too. And that special does put down a good chunk of turf as well. It leaves behind that long trail and, of course, the large explosion that it puts behind. So we'll see how these teams decide to handle a map so large and tunnely. It looks like we're seeing Hexen switch to those red dapple dualies as well. Switches all around here. We've got the Vanilla Nautilus coming out as well. Interesting there. And then we've, of course, got the refluxes on both sides, the same one. We've got to switch to the Wiper and the Claws and the Pro, like we saw before when Moonlight was on Turf War.
Yeah, I really did think that the Nautilus is an interesting selection for Turf War. I don't find that, maybe this could be my inexpertise with the Nautilus, I don't find that it paints or it's able to turf that much, and definitely not as strongly as some of the other turf putting out weapons like the Reflux, but perhaps Rafi is opting to select this to be able to get a couple of picks so that FT1 is able to move forward, or maybe for that rain for a little bit of covering fire as they are moving up, because remember, Magic, positioning is key.
Positioning is key, and like I think we mentioned earlier, or maybe it was last week that I heard this pointed out, right? Undeniable is the ink that gets down when you throw out that ink storm, and it can just fly all the way into the opponent's base, and they have to go back and paint that over. But also, Roth is a crazy person with this Nautilus. I mean, just one of the most mechanically gifted players in the entire community, and he can just turn fights around. Now, you just saw him go down 2 times, and I just want you to take my word for it that he is like a crazy aim god, and it is the perfect weapon for him to pull out on this map that is perfect for its ranges and can really turn around a fight, especially in those critical moments in those last 30 seconds. But as you see, there's danger for FT Win. Moonlight's trying to flip the flip script.
They're flipping the flip script. They're countering your counter maneuvers. they're working hard to stay in this winner's finals. And with that ultra stamp coming out, Omega is in such a precarious position. They are right basically by FT Win spawn, but FT Win is in danger. But like they say, Cater, last 30 seconds matters a lot in Turf War.
You saw Hexen go out and take out Basil. That could have been absolutely huge, but Omega was able to come back down and shut that down. We did also see Kyo getting shut down, as well as we head closer and closer to that last 30 where everything goes onto the line. FT Win is still in this danger position right here. Nolan with the, I believe that's the... the claws, I'm not entirely sure. We'll see. But we have the Booyah coming out. We have the missiles. We have the cooler. Moonlight is looking in their prime right now, taking out Hexen as we go into the last 18 seconds. We have Rafa getting forced to jump out, actually. And so, though Hexen comes out, and so does Rafa from this position into mid. The member, they are getting taken out. Nolan able to find that. Finds two as well. And that is danger as we head into the very end of this match. One Booyah bomb coming out from Shaq, who is all the way at Moonlight spawn. We have the two strikes coming out. We have another Booyah. A lot of specials going off right as the tape crosses our screen. Judd, what is our verdict?
And it seems like Moonlight is going to be taking this, staying in the winners finals, now putting themselves on the board. They are not going to go easy into the night. They are holding on tightly, Magic.
They will not go quietly into that Moonlight. They will not. Had to just throw that one in there.
No, it's good. It's good. Here, claps. Thank you so much. Yeah.
I'm feeling rewarded like a good student. Thank you, Milana.
Yeah, I tend to have that effect on people. But anyway, this means that Moonlight is in for yet another game in this match. We will be seeing a game 4. Let's see what they might pick from here. They are going to pick between Tower Control and Clan Blitz, which, Cater, you mentioned both of these modes are Moonlight specialties.
Moonlight specialties indeed. So hopefully whichever one they decide to pick, they will feel strong here. Of course, we spoke about, the selection of stage versus mode earlier, and stage does seem to be a little bit more important here, but perhaps for Moonlight, it is the mode that is the most important here. We have seen them perform very, very well on the modes that they are extremely well versed in, no matter the stage, though of course they do have their favorites. But it does seem that the mode has been a very important factor for Moonlight here. So they must feel more in control, of the last couple games we have here, being able to control that part of what is coming up next.
And I think a part of the control has to do with momentum, which we are going to talk about ad nauseum, I think. But having that win under your belt must feel good for Moonlight, because at the very least they know, hey, I'm not going to be knocked into the loser's bracket yet, or hopefully, if at all. So perhaps they can utilize this to rev themselves up, add a couple horsepower to the gameplay, and we will be seeing Tower Control. And it's like we said, Magic, Tower Control is Moonlight's game to play.
That it is. I really think, like you've been saying, they have such a good mentality, right? They're not giving up. It's not over until that bell rings. They're a team that has been analyzed about their composure for a while, right? Do they have that mental stamina in them, that mental fortitude to withstand these constant momentum changes, to withstand the constant pressure that they feel, right? Basil is a fantastic player in her own right, but has always been questioned about whether or not she can live up to that moment, right? To hear that crowd in her ears. And I think that finally they are stepping up. They are solid in their mentality and are willing to go the distance as long as it takes just for that win. I think that that's really the difference that we're seeing in this new and improved Moonlight.
Yes, and I totally see that. I know that when we were talking about Riptide, if I'm remembering correctly, they might not have placed as high as they had wanted to in the tournament. But we can see here, obviously, they've taken that and they've built on it. They have improved. They have practiced and practiced and practiced. And I think, Cater, that also speaks a lot to their mentality and their resilience.
It really, really does. Yes, Moonlight had some. I mean, I did see a lot of support for Moonlight come out after Riptide, and they spoke about moving forward. They played in Super Jump. They played in previous installments of this league, and like you said, we are finally we're really seeing them have that improved mindset. We're here on Barnacle and Dime. We've got that infamous Basil leader here coming out on the tower control game here. Otherwise, relatively standard for both comps. We do have that swap to the vanilla, the regular Splat dualies on the side of FT Win, so we are seeing that crab tank come out.
And in addition to that crab tank, let's not forget Nolan opting to swap to that S-Blast, utilizing this weapon on tower control. Again, that main weapon really strong on tower control, but also the special is going to be invaluable as well, Magic.
Most certainly, and you can see that Nolan is going to be this key player for Moonlight on tower control because of the denial that can come from being able to take out an opponent in just one click of that ZR button. It is powerful. It is so infuriating from the other side, and it's something that you have to completely change your playstyle in order to play around, right? You have to do this delicate dance. Do you go forwards? Do you go back? Do you try and even approach this player at all? Right? Or just throw your sub-weapons and just hope that there's enough paint on the ground, right? And you see that now the members of FT Win are kind of diving forward haphazardly and not really coming up with anything huge, right? Omega's able to just trade out whatever's coming their way. This is a really good situation for Moonlight, and even though it's not going to completely last, they are going to make sure that they get as much out of it as they can, including 3 members of FT Win for the time being. Make it 4. This is going to be the push that Moonlight tries to take to the bank.
And we did talk a lot about Nolan, but let's not discount what Omega is doing. Omega is creating so much space for his teammates. He is utilizing that mint decapitator, and we mentioned it a little bit before, that expertly knowing how to use this weapon and how exactly the range of this swipe, I think is just so indicative of a great player. Basil with that nice pick. Nolan is holding steadfast to that tower. This is going to be a steady slope for Moonlight.
Steady slope indeed with this bubbler on the tower. Perfectly timed, does get taken out here with this Booyah Bomb up here. Positioning. Omega is an incredible one. Unfortunately getting taken out, but drawing attention their way all the way to 26 for Moonlight. Basil backing up, and that finally looks like the end of it, but that was half the game right there. Like you said, Magic, they took that to the bank, running it all the way halfway through that 3rd checkpoint. It is now time for FT Win to respond as the ball is in their court, but Moonlight might just be diving over there and snatching it back. Though Nolan goes down, we still see Shadow able to come in and finish off that pick as well. The tri-strikes coming out here, though Shaq pushing up little by little with the range afforded by that pro. Kyo just, diving forward, as is, common with his gameplay. We do have Omega coming, finds the trade on Omega. Great gameplay there, and Hexen with that crab tank is going to fell the first checkpoint for FT Win.
But the first checkpoint only takes you to about 70. They're going to need to make another 50 or so point push to be able to take the lead from Moonlight. But I think this is going to be where it really matters, this second checkpoint right here. If FT Win can take the second checkpoint, it might be a slippery slope for Moonlight. So Moonlight Magic is going to have to get it together.
Moonlight is getting it together. Like Cater said, the ball was in FT Win's court, but they decided to put on a full court press. It's risky, it's tough to pull off, but when you get it going, it is just absolutely heartbreaking for the enemy team. FT Win is responding very well, though. They have just been constantly putting out their specials. They have been even though Kyo has been trading, it has meant that there's not a huge breakthrough for Moonlight, and they've been on the back foot, just like they were able to put for FT Win a slow, constant push. Now here is Omega trying to climb up, trying to meet the moment for FT Win, and looks like they're able to break through. That's Omega able to get one on the side, and the shot from Basil, if not at least taking the pick, at least pushing the players to the side so that they fall into the hands of a beautiful explosive bomb. And this is Moonlight basically saying, we've got you back against the wall, FT Win. What are you gonna do?
And 10 seconds left. FT Win is going to have to get onto this tower for overtime to proc, but you know what they say about tower control. When overtime procs, you have to stay on the tower. That includes if you just make a little jump. That does not count as you being on the tower. The crab tank rolling trying to get Shadow. Definitely putting themselves into a good position to hold. But Shadow and Omega make their way to the tower, allowing Moonlight to stop that push and get the win. That is going to be 2-2 FT Win Moonlight. I'm so excited, Cater.
I'm so excited as well. We are headed to a Game 5. I was so worried that the timing on that Booyah Bomb wasn't quite correct and that a member of FT Win was going to be able to just hop right back on. But thankfully, both Omega and whoever else on Moonlight was like, okay, no, wait, we gotta use the GG Booyah to its full opportunity, right? Just because they're off the tower doesn't mean the game is over. We also need to get onto the tower, which is very, very important, and I'm glad that worked out for them. Absolutely huge that we are seeing Moonlight bring this to a Game 5. This has been an incredible set so far. Of course, this being our last remaining mode, we are going to finish it off on Clam Blitz. It just remains to see what location we will be traveling to.
I just think, in general, the story of Moonlight is just such a nice thing to follow. Like we've seen them claw themselves out from maybe like a high, like instead of like as a top team, maybe they were like a mid-rank team, and they've just constantly been improving and seeing them compete toe-to-toe with a team like FT Win, who we've seen win Nintendo events, North American events that maybe are inclusive of other teams around the globe. I think it's just like a feel-good story, right, Magic?
That's exactly what I would call it, right? Yeah. And these are kind of the scene sweethearts, for the lack of a better term. They have been so fun to watch. You can tell that they're so earnest in how they carry themselves and how they've been tried to break things open, to make themselves part of something bigger than themselves by showing that they can do it, right? Because I mean, years ago, all of these players had been playing on several teams, right, that they had been kind of working together on, and they finally came together as one unit about a couple years back, and have just been constantly improving since then, constantly knocking down barriers in their path. And there's just so much to go into there that we don't have time to get into, unfortunately. But you're right, it has been such a joy to revel in their joy, in their journey.
Just following that underdog story. Everybody loves a good underdog story, right? So I think it's really cool seeing them perform right here, winners finals, North American League, against some of the best teams in North America, if not the best teams in North America, and being able to keep toe-to-toe with them, I think is just so excellent, so heartwarming. Now, our Game 5, which if Moonlight wins, would be a reverse sweep against FT Win, which would mean that they would knock both FT Win and Milky Way down to the losers bracket, which would be unbelievable. But we will be seeing Clam Blitz on Mako Mart. So let's get it. Let's see our Game 5 of our winners finals right now. We have Moonlight versus FT Win. It looks like maybe we are, I don't know, sometimes things like that happen. I was like, maybe my counting is off, but I think my counting is good this time. But again, we will be seeing Clam Blitz on Mako Mart Cater. Very, very classic Clam Blitz, very classic stage. How do you personally feel about it, given that Clam Blitz is your favorite mode?
Me personally, I do actually like it quite a lot. It's not my favorite Clam Blitz mode, but, it's been around since Splatoon 2, and it's a fan favorite for a good reason. It's got something for everybody. Ledges, stacks, slightly open areas, less open areas, the alleyways on the side. Really here, though, that clam basket is so close to your spawn. It's basically a sneeze away. You respawn, you may as well, you're able to lob bombs at it right away. And, we've been hyping up Mako Mart for the past however long we've been seeing Moonlight on stream for, talking about their play on tower control here, but it is not tower control, it is clams. And I did want to mention, we talked about it a little bit, kind of being like Turf War, in a way, in that you have to have control of a very good portion of the map, not just because you need to be pushing up, but you also need to get clams, and they spawn everywhere. You need to have control of those areas in order to either build up a lot of clams to push in all at once, to have a very fast push, or you need to be able to have control of both the mid of the stage and your opponent's basket in order to have that sort of cycling push where you have teammates underneath defending or attacking the basket and then other teammates going back to get clams.
Yeah, and I think that kind of speaks to how fast-paced this stage in particular is going to be for Clam Blitz because of how close all the spawns are, how close the clam spawns are, not just where the players spawn, but definitely where the clams are. It's going to help with building that clams economy and being able to work through that. And like you mentioned, Cater, that cycling, being able to utilize that teamwork to pass clams to each other, to be able to build power clams effectively and jump in. I think that is something worth mentioning. And I think what I really like particularly about the stage is how you can kind of be a little bit sneaky. I've lost many Clam Blitz Mako Mart games because there is just one guy standing under the basket spamming this way to their teammates, and the teammates jump in with the clams, and I am entirely unprepared magic.
It's very easy, right? We saw, I believe it was last, or maybe 2 weeks ago, that Fofofo went for a backdoor play against FT Win on this exact stage and mode. It didn't end up working out for them, but it's very interesting to see just how it can be attacked, right? There's basically 3 ways that you can get to the clam basket, and all the ways in between there, right? The combinations that you can do. So it's a very open stage. You can be very creative, and like Cater said, there's something for any kind of weapon. And in fact, you see a lot of changes to the compositions when you do play on this stage. I'm excited to see what ideas come out, because I feel as though it hasn't been picked a ton up until the league in terms of competitive play. But we've been seeing a lot of different things come out for this specific combination. And I'm excited to see if there's anything new that they bring to the table, or if we're going to see the mini Splatling, if we're going to see the Dapple Doolies again, or if they come out with something completely out of left field.
Yeah, totally. And I think it just depends a little bit on the specials and the subs that each of these weapons have. I might not anticipate maybe seeing a blue Dapple Doolies, or maybe even a red Dapple Doolies. I feel like beacons might not be super useful on a map and a stage as small as Mako Mart, but you never know. Maybe people pick it just for the main weapon, and sometimes that can be successful as well. But speaking of subs and specials, Cater, we did talk about that there's going to be a diversity of weapons possibly picked for this stage. Do you think there's going to be an equal diversity of specials, perhaps?
I really do hope so. I'm not entirely sure whether I continue seeing that mid-decapitator come out from Omega, but I would not be surprised if it were there, just because that bubbler underneath the basket is such a staple Clam Blitz play. Just in general in the competitive scene, having, even for a second, the protection of that big bubbler under the basket to maybe even just guarantee a power clam in can be very, very important. And of course you are able to use any sort of stamper to camp over those ledges. There are so many small ledges on Mako Mart, where it be be, whether it be just the stacks or the slightly elevated ledges right around mid, or even just around that clam basket. There's a lot that a weapon like that can take advantage of. I do, expect to see our classic tacticoolers and such. I do wonder if we continue to see the dapples, perhaps blue dapples, the reef slider will come into play.
Yeah, I think maybe with the reef slider, you can kind of dash yourself into position, get a quick jump in with that power clam, and perhaps that could be pretty successful as well. So again, diversity in strategy allows for diversity in specials, allows for diversity in weapons, and I think that's pretty cool. So I'm looking forward to seeing what both of these teams will bring, but I feel like Magic, also there's some sort of value in bringing the things that you're familiar with as well.
Oh, of course. Like we mentioned with the Milky Way versus Moonlight, that Clam Blitz ending, right? Just one teeny tiny thing goes wrong, or some little amount of accuracy that you're just barely off, that all comes down to how much time you've spent with these weapons, how much time you spent trying to perfect this craft that is this incredibly deep and complex and frustrating but also beautiful game. It all comes down to whether or not you can depend on yourself in those moments. And a lot of times that does come down to comfort. A lot of times that does come down to not making sure that you don't have to think too much about certain things so that you can spend that time making the higher level, more critical strategic decisions.
Yeah, totally. And not only do we have to depend on ourselves, for Clam Blitz being able to push up, get the picks that you and maybe your team also need, but Cater, that it cannot be understated enough how valuable team communications are as well, and especially for a mode like Clam Blitz.
Yeah, we were talking about that the addition of being able to say, like, I want to make a sneaky play, right? Get ready to jump to me. Being able to communicate to your teammates, I have X number of clams, please throw them either to me, or sometimes teams will throw the clams in a pile underneath the basket, so somebody can just go in, have the power clam without having the power clam marker swim its way up to that basket, and then bam, the basket is open. Being able to coordinate when, in any mode really, when you're going to have those specials, when you're trying to group up or when you're trying to push in, but especially with Clam Blitz where there's no single objective that you're focusing your mind around other than the clams themselves. It's a very player controlled, the pace of the game is very player controlled. Even in modes like tower control or splat zones, the rate of the objective ticking down to 0 is controlled by the game. In Rainmaker, it's a little bit more player controlled, but you still have a set out path for you determined by those checkpoints and pedestals. In Clam Blitz, other than the baskets, it's all you.
It is all you. And you know what? I think what I don't think we've talked about so far is the team communications have to be good. But when we have good team communications, it means we have experience playing with the people that we play with. Because when you were describing some of the comms that, I have X number of clams, please jump to me, that took like half the match to say, right? So so being able to describe these things or know how your teammates play is, I think, Magic also very invaluable.
I always, whenever I coach others in Splatoon, I tell them that teamwork is an individual skill, which is a little bit of a mind twister, but I think about it like this. The only way that you can get better at playing with others is if you focus on working at that skill yourself, right? You work on it with that team, right? But it's not like the team getting better around you is going to make the teamwork better. It has to come from within as well. You have to be able to start looking at where your teammates are, recognizing when they decide to make a certain decision or not, when they decide to attack a certain player, when they decide to go for a certain objective. And so, because of that, there's a lot that you have to work on when you're training yourself, when you're training with your team, in order to make sure that you are functioning well as a cog in that machine, right? That's still something that you have to do yourself. And I think that's a valuable piece of information. I think it's something that these players have worked on for years and years and years to build up so that their team can also depend on them.
So could I flip in that case, a question to you. Do you think that teams tend to be more successful when they're established and play together a lot? Or do you think pickups can also be just as successful?
I think that I have a nuanced answer to this question.
Okay, valid.
I don't think that pickups are at a specific disadvantage, but I think that the way that you refine those things over time is with playing with an established team for a long period of time. Even if you don't end up continuing that, building up that skill takes working with a consistent group for a long period of time, right? That's how I look at it.
And I think that actually the Splatoon 3 North American League, this whole event is, it's conducive to teams forming and sticking together and being able to perform. And we've seen that kind of improvement, like from your nuanced answer, Magic. So, Cater, are there any teams that you feel like who maybe have gotten together for this event who have improved significantly since then?
Well, I do know that there are some teams that we have here made up of established players, but that are not necessarily established teams. I may be incorrect, but I think Gourmet Race is one of them. Kind of like players that are all very experienced and definitely know each other, but are not necessarily on an established team. And those, over the course of a long event like this, you definitely see improvement and cohesion, especially in teams like that. People that have those connections, have the foundations of being able to play together, and then are able to hone that skill over a period of time, especially something as demanding and taxing as the North American League. And, Magic, you were talking about teamwork being an individual skill, and though I've not heard that exact phrasing before, it is something that I definitely agree with as somebody who has definitely tried to work on my communication with my team. I've done exercises that have been suggested to me by my coach, such as playing solo matches and just trying to talk out loud and communicate the entire game. And it is a lot more difficult than it sounds, because sometimes I'm like, what am I doing? What are the conscious decisions I'm making? I've just respawned, right? But I can communicate that I have maybe I'm close to cooler, right? And that would let my team know, oh, play a little bit farther back, and that way when I put out the tacticooler, then we can all go crazy because we have that quick respawn buff. Or saying, let's watch out for certain areas. And of course, you mentioned how by com examples were long, and that's of course because they were. When I'm playing in a match, I'll say something like jump to me, or jump back, or watch right, let's say right dapples, push them, or something like that. It's a lot snappier, and you have to be able to trust that your teammates are going to pick up on those cues and that they will communicate back with you.
And I think what is really interesting, especially about Splatoon, is that many other competitive games out there, like one set or one game, one round, is only going to take like 30 minutes, 45 minutes, right? In Splatoon, you only have 5 minutes to make these decisions, which means that your decision making has to be especially snappy, which I think makes Splatoon a very challenging game to be able to play at the very, very top level. And I think that's something that I just think is so impressive, Magic, about what these teams are doing constantly and consistently on a week-to-week basis for the league.
Oh, for certain. There's been a lot of research about how people who play action games are able to track so much more information, both visually and just in their short-term memory. And it's fascinating, right? Because I think that Splatoon pushes that even further, right? There's so much that they have to keep track of, and it all needs to be like updated in their heads very quickly so that they can make updated, constant, correct decisions. And it's so hard to deal with in that moment as someone who's played at higher levels. It's incredibly difficult to manage all of that. You have to be so practiced in certain aspects so that you can at least offload some of that mental work in order to make proper strategic decisions. It's fascinating what these players can do.
If I might jump in here, actually, there is a lot of information that is conveyed very subtly with the Splatoon's layout, right? Like, you don't have a health bar for yourself, but the amount of color on the edge of your screen that creeps in shows you how damaged you are. And I, as a player, have sometimes had to be like, wait, I see that on my screen. I cannot take this right now. And you can see, from the top bar, not only opposing team members that have specials, the current score, the lead, but it's just so many little clues and pieces of information that you have to habitually and consistently take. We are back into our match right now, taking a look at, we do still have Rave on that vanilla Nautilus, as well as Hexen on those red Dapple Dualies, so we are going to see those squid beacons come out.
Yes, we certainly are, and I think it's just a cosmetic thing, but I think it's really interesting that Kyo decided to go with the side order variant of the slosher as well. I think it's a nice looking slosher, so it's cool to see a little bit of side order representation as well. But with Rafe here holding steady, holding on to this position on the right stack, this is going to be a really good position for FT Win to make that first push, Magic.
They make a good first push. You saw a lot of those specials come out right around the same time, and that's exactly what you need to do in Clan Blitz. You need to coordinate. Just boom, boom, boom. Everything's just laid bare. That way you can make it all the way to the basket, get some score in. Now, unfortunately, they did not maintain that presence. They did not get an extended play, which, like we've been talking about, where they can push up that score, run up that score, and maybe they just didn't have the clamps for it. But it seems like FT1's kind of on the back foot here. It seems like they are not feeling like they're in full control, and as you see, a number of FT1 going down, it's Hexen on the Dapples, but trying to get traded back out, right? This is Mako Mart in all of its glory. It is a complete ink bath. There is so many fights going on all of the time. It's almost impossible to feel like you're on stable ground.
Yeah, and we mentioned this before when we were discussing Mako Mart. The tininess of this stage is going to add to that chaotic feeling that all these teams are playing pretty much right at where the enemies are going to spawn, and they're going to need to push even further into that to be able to utilize the positioning to their advantage. And it looks like that Moonlight, speaking of positioning, is going to position themselves on this box over here. The stacks, a crab tank taking out Omega, and really the fight is going back and forth, Cater.
Yeah, and despite the positioning there, Moonlight didn't have clams under their belt, so they weren't able to start putting a push together. I really think that they were just trying to get, trying to open the door to some more turf control to find those clams. But FU Win right now is the one with a power clam right now. Nolan trying to change that, though navigating around Shaq, though unfortunately not quite able to find the wreck that they needed. Basil and Shadow here on this left stack getting pushed out by Kyo, and Shaq has yet another crab tank. I feel like there's more time that Shaq is in crab tank than out of it. That is going to result in another power clam going in for FT Win right now, and here is Hexen with 7 clams coming up onto this stack, taking down Shadow. That is absolutely massive double right now. Nolan going down as well, and that is so many clams that are going to go in just unimpeded from Hexen all the way down to 38. Basil picking up that pity clam so that another one will spawn in when that basket closes, but Kyo is just chilling on this block, managing to get one more cheeky clam in, though and it just continues as Shaq is jumping down that ramp and getting more, and Hexen is here again, getting one. Basil finding the pick as well, but fully marked, and that clam basket is still open. Somehow another cheeky, I don't know where the members of FT Win are getting these clams, but they are just spawning in conveniently. 17, will the basket finally close? It does, but that is a high bar for Moonlight to clear.
And with 3 down on Moonlight, they are going to have to make a heavy push back into the middle of the stage. They are going to have to focus a little bit on turf. Omega caught in that enemy side of the stage. Unfortunately, not quite with their teammates. I think pushing just a little bit too far with just over a minute left in the game. I don't know. Moonlight's going to have to make some big plays to make something happen, Magic.
This is it. You can already feel the tension. There's enough claims to end this game, actually. Hold on. This is it. This is the set. This is who goes to losers and who ends up in grand finals on the winner's side. This is so important. Luckily, Moonlight has put up a wall. FT Win is no longer at their doorstep. The moat is protecting them, at least for the time being, but Kyo is sloshing over it. The members of Moonlight all go down. They need to find something if they want any amount of chance to get back into this, to get into the winner side and to fell FT Win one last time. But they need some really, really clean plays. It starts with Shadow at least getting one.
And as Shadow does put that tactical out, it is going to help Moonlight to be able to stay in the game or to come back into the game quicker. Basil moving around, getting a nice pick over there on the right side with one down on FT Win, one down on Moonlight. Overtime has procced Cater.
We do have overtime, and that pity clam does get picked up. Nolan, though, going down, and the clam carrier, Shadow here trying to go for that long way around the right side of the map, unfortunately getting called out as they didn't have any of their teammates to cover for them. Shaq just guarding that clam as overtime is finally over. That is the end to an incredible set that we saw from both of these teams as FT Win takes this one 3-2, denying that reverse sweep that Moonlight so badly wanted.
Honestly, I think it was so well played. It was such a good set to watch. I'm happy that we get to watch some good Splatoon, guys. So that does bring our winners final to a close. FT Win 3, Moonlight gets knocked down into the losers bracket. So let's take a look at our bracket once more. And it seems that because FT Win has won this match, they are moving into grand finals, and we will be watching our losers semifinals, Milky Way versus Halcyon. Halcyon going 3-1 against Bet. Milky Way taking a nice 3-0 victory against Gourmet Race, knocking both Bet and Gourmet Race out of today's event. Milky Way versus Halcyon should be a good showing, Magic.
Oh, for certain. Halcyon is a team that hasn't been super present and relevant in the past few weeks, but they were in the preseason. I believe they had a really good showing in, I believe it was the first week, and they've really shown how they can maneuver. They're a group of rising stars, and I'm excited to see how they can shape up against, like I mentioned to them before, the monolith that is Milky Way. I am not expecting a complete upset, but I would be down to see it, right? And I will just say that I'm just so glad that the highest caliber of teams that we are witnessing are all playing such competitive sets with each other, right? I'm so appreciative that Moonlight is able to push FT Win to the point where they are so lights out, where they have to just launch everything, every ounce of their energy in order to get that win. And because I love seeing FT Win at their best, and so this was a huge treat for me. I'm excited to see how the rest of the tournament goes.
I think there's something to be said about having good competition and how it pushes you to be better because you have like the rival, you know?
Mm-hmm.
You don't wanna be outshone by your rivals, so you have to keep improving. It almost feels like an anime training arc or something, right? So these teams are constantly competing to one up the team that is toe to toe with them, or one up the team that maybe is one step above them. And I think being able to see that live through this league has been so cool. So again, our match 4 is going to be losers semifinals, Milky Way versus Halcyon. I just know that no matter how Halcyon does in this match, I'm pretty sure that they will be able to gain points from their spot in this event because they are doing pretty well, Cater.
Definitely, yes. We saw them win both of the sets that they've had in losers so far 3-0, which is great for them, seeing as they are currently our 7th seed, our 8th seed being Healthy Diet Food Groups, who unfortunately is no longer in this current tournament, but will very likely be back next week, and I cannot wait to see them there. But Halcyon having a great day so far. Those 2 sets in losers have got to feel great, and this could be the bracket run of a lifetime for them. I am looking forward to seeing very, very good matches. We are going to begin classically on Splat Zones here.
And you know what? Splat Zones, again, super competitive. Most comp players are a fan of Splat Zones. It really will depend on which stage Halcyon decides to pick, because Halcyon is the lower seed, and they do pick Umami Ruins, a stage that we have not yet seen in this event so far, Magic.
Right, which is very odd. You know, a
Yeah.
lot of Clan Blitz mode picks decide to go this route. A lot of zones picks decide to go this route. I'm very surprised that we haven't seen it thus far, but maybe folks are just tired of dealing with that very long, high-risen structure in the middle of the stage that really divides up the map. It divides up the layout. It's so tough to get these large team fights that Milky Way really likes when you have to try and find one person and there's no way to actually like go over and help your teammate on the other side, right? It's very difficult to traverse, and that can be very beneficial if you're playing in a specific style.
Yeah, and I think something worth mentioning, as we've mentioned in previous events, that Splat Zones on Umami Ruins has a double zone, which means that a team has to control both zones in order for that score to tick down. So Cater, how do you think the strategy is going to change up? Because I don't think we've seen a double zone game yet in this event.
Not today on stream, I believe we have not. And so sometimes it can really split the attention of teams, though of course at this level I do think teams have an idea of what they like to do here on these double zone maps, is that you focus your energy onto one zone, you lock that down, and then you use that as area that is solidly under your control to go lock down the other zone. It sometimes depends, it's not always the same order. You would think that it was, there is usually on two zone maps a rather clear our zone and their zone, but sometimes you can have a slightly sneaky play where one of your teammates is able to traverse to the map, take that zone that is supposed to be their zone, and then is able to, you're able to jump to them and use that patch of turf that is closer to them to come back, circle back, and take your own zone, right?
Yeah, totally. I think that is totally a valid strategy as well. Now, I think the challenging thing about Umami Ruins is that, again, like Mako Mart, it is kind of a small stage, except what makes it different than Mako Mart is that it is a little bit of a funnel when you come out of your spawn. So
Yes.
if the opponents are moving forward in a very dominant fashion, it can be a little bit of a struggle to be able to make it out of your spawn. So Magic, in that case, what do you suggest a team would do? Maybe not necessarily these two teams, but in general, if you are a comp team and you find yourself getting a little bit locked out on the stage, what do you suggest that they do?
You really have to just make sure you're not opening yourself up, right? You have to find cover, right? Whether that's on high ground, whether it's behind a wall, or some kind of structure. You have to find some kind of cover. You have to just try and paint as much as you can so that you can build up that special weapon and fire it off. That's the best way to create a lot of space, a lot of room, find a lot of splats in a very short amount of time. Otherwise, like you said, it's a bottleneck there, right? Even though it looks like there are multiple ways to go, there's that kind of higher area with that cylindrical structure. There's that middle road that's kind of just a really thin just walkway, and then there's that pit area down to the left as you're coming out of your spawn. It's like going uphill, right? Because as it's all laid out, like each point is just so easy for the enemy team to just fire right as they see the whites of your eyes. It's almost impossible to break out cleanly unless you are super coordinated. You are making sure that each area that someone could be hiding has been sniffed out and cleared. It's very difficult. You have to try and put one player down in that pit area, a couple players trying to go through that walkway, and your long-range player usually up on that cylindrical structure, so that way you can get at least some amount of presence over towards that zone and over towards that mid area.
So you mentioned that there is a potential for players to be hiding in the ink, that you don't want to be caught off guard when they are pretty much camping out and making sure that you are staying locked out. So given that, we might see maybe those dapples come out again, because in addition for squid beacons to be able to jump to, you can also utilize that to see where your opponents are. So who knows, we might see that sub come out as well, as we are getting into our loser semis. Again, thank you so much to Power, our spectator cam operator, who has so generously donated his time to be able to, so that we can watch some really great Splatoon. So thank you so much. Now, Cater, what do we see about these comps? Ooh, some cheeky things coming out.
Yeah, interestingly, Kaden bringing out those vanilla dually squelchers there. So we are going to see the that is Wavebreaker, I believe, is a special coming out. We also have that sticker stamper. We have the Splash-O-Matic, and oh no, very unfortunate there.
We no longer have the sticker stamper, but that's okay because you know
come back.
they maybe they have to go bring their sticker stamper to the store, get it shined up a little bit, and then bring it back to the battlefield because sometimes these things happen, and that is okay. That is why we're here to, I think these comps are just some interesting because Magic, I don't really see dually squelchers played that often anymore. So why do you think the pick here?
It's a long map with a lot of flat stretches, right? So it tends to be very good for the dually squelchers to maneuver around, right? There's that little technique that they use where they like to slide and then jump and then slide and then jump and they're shooting the entire time.
Yeah.
That really works well only if there's not a lot of cover and that the bullets can extend the entire range, the entire length of its range, so that you're able to get these really long, drawn-out skirmishes that players can't really approach you. That way, you're able to make the most use of that weapon's effectiveness. And I think Kaden's correct for picking it here. It can paint the entire zone. The Wavebreaker is really nice to break certain specials like Bubble or Crab Tank, right? It's very hard to dodge those waves of damage. So I think it's a great pick, but it's very technical. You have to devote a lot of time to perfecting it, and so not a lot of players decide to go for it.
Yeah, honestly, I don't decide to go for it because I could not perfect the technique, and I think it says a lot to a player when, like Kaden, that they are able to bring this weapon to top play to be able to face off against a team like Milky Way, and I think it just says a lot about their expertise for the weapon as well. But we also, Kader, noticed that they had a stickers Splatana stamper as well. What do you think about that pick?
Well, I do think the Booyah Bomb from that, yes, is going to be very, very valuable here. You have, of course, this being a double zone map, you can use it to catch the other zone that you're not in right now. I do want to also note we do still see ice on that Forge Pro, so that is also going to be Booyah Bomb for them as well. I cannot wait to see these vanilla dually squelchers in action. I myself, back in Splatoon 2, was a dually squelchers player, though I played the custom variant of them.
I actually kind of enjoyed the custom dually sculptures as well. So kudos to you for being a custom dually sculptures enjoyer. That's a mouthful, right? But an early lead for Milky Way, both hanging on to both of those. But Kaden getting a nice pick on a member of Milky Way, allowing the rest of Halcyon to move forward and hopefully getting another one here. And they do take out Jared. Are they able to get another pick here? They are moving forward, and again, Magic positioning.
Positioning is everything, and Kaden is constantly shifting it, right? Sometimes it's not just about if you're standing in a strong spot, right? It's whether you can move back and forth between strong spots without catching too much attention, so that way you're constantly poking at new angles for the enemy team to have to deal with, and they have to just divert their attention in so many directions. And Kaden's doing that wonderfully here, constantly just making them turn themselves around, and I think Milky Way is having a really tough time dealing with it, which I was not expecting. This is crazy. Jared's the last one alive, and this ragtag crew of Storm, Specs Out, and Kaden are just making light work of Milky Way.
They are, and right now they do have the lead. They would have to jump out a little bit, regroup, but they're still not far from the zones. But Milky Way is positioning themselves in a way to be able to camp out some of these drops, and Bran really moving into that spawn. Camping that drop is going to be huge for Milky Way because as soon as Halcyon shows themselves, Bran is going to be ready for them. And even if not, he comes back and he's already back in the action.
back in the action with these triple strikes as well. The Booyah Bomb coming out, that long-range special is so important, but these strikes are just going to come right back. Kaden the only one down right now, though, as that timer passes 50, and we are almost to 40 as well. That timer is going by very quickly in favor of Milky Way. However, Halcyon is not done yet. They do take down the pencil, actually, which is very, very big. And with that, Booyah Bomb taking control, they neutralize one zone, they take back control, applying 54 points of penalty. Kaden signaling this way, and yet again, if they are able to live, the special somehow swimming directly through that crab tank and just running circles around Jared. Being able to position like that is no small feat. Milky Way now back in control of the zone now with Q having that tactical, very, very important special there, but going down immediately after, not able to get their own, and it looks like we do have the strikes again on the side of Halcyon. That could be very, very important. This and the crab coming back in as they start pushing back into the zone.
They are starting pushing back into the zone. There is a little bit of contest when it comes to the control of both these zones. Brand with the triple ink strike, Booyah Bomb coming out from Halcyon. All the specials are coming out. We do see that Wave Breaker hopefully giving a little bit of space, but really it is such a ragtag thing happening in the center of this stage, Magic.
That is why I use that term. It feels like they're just patching things together, right? They're just trying to find any kind of opening, right? And even though they don't have, it doesn't look like they have a super clear exact plan, but they don't need it, right? They just need to find these stray plays, and I think that's what this is. This is a team of playmakers, and Milky Way has been able to course correct to shut that down, at least in some form, right? But like you saw with Kaden, the movement, the mechanical prowess of these players, I think is something that a lot of Milky Way wasn't even expecting, and that's what threw them off, and that's why we're getting to see this go down to the wire as the penalty is done for Milky Way.
They are done, but Halcyon is not far behind. The camping that drop, getting Jared on his way down, but Ice is not letting them have this so easily, but still 2 down on Milky Way. This is going to be Halcyon's control for the time being, Cater.
I think we are seeing what happens when 4 unstoppable forces meet 1 immovable object. Because Milky Way, we've described them as a monolith, as a gang, as a crew, this, united force. And these 4 playmakers, as you put it, are each, coming together to be more than the sum of their parts, right? They together are playing off of each other and making these plays that continuously compound and particle accelerate to become this huge amount of momentum and plays, where it's likely we're going to see overtime proc here as long as they're able to live through these strikes. We do see overtime, but I think very quickly Brand is going to come in and shut this down, trying to gain control of that zone. No, we still have it. Oh, Specs going down, not able to pop that Booyah Bomb. If they were able to get that off, it might have been a different story. An incredible showing from Halcyon in this first match, and look at how close that score is.
I think it's just incredible, the level of play. And I know we've said it time and time again, and I just really feel like I'm just a record player on repeat. But these players are legitimately playing at the top of their game. And I think at that very end, when we were considering, sometimes you have to consider when you're using a Booyah Bomb in overtime. Right. Is it worth popping it and potentially losing that zone? Or maybe your teammates can spam Booyah fast enough for you to be able to get that Booyah Bomb off? It's hard to say, and it's just split-second decision-making that really makes all the difference, Magic.
Oh, for sure. And like you say, split-second decision-making. How about Bran with just the perfectly placed triple ink strike into a bomb combination? That Storm had the crab tank at the ready. Imagine if he had just popped it or at least tried to save himself or something, right? But he hesitated. The strikes are behind him, and all of a sudden there was a bomb in front of him, also placed by Bran, and he just got caught between 2 just razors and ended up just sliding right back into one of them. It's so tough, right? Like we say, the margins are so thin, but that's what Milky Way is the best at dealing with, right? They're so close to making sure that it's not there, but they always find their way past it. I think as well, they they really were able to start, like I said, using those specials in just the right way. And I think that was the difference. They were able to use those strikes to put out a wall of pressure. They were able to make sure that Q was safe, and that really made the difference in the long haul.
And I think this is a particular stage and mode where they definitely do have to make sure that Q is safe, because we are going to tower control on Inkblot Art Academy, and Q has a big job. It is her job to be able to support her teammates, drop those tactic coolers, and stand on the tower, Cater.
Very much so. We do have one member on both sides going down relatively early. We are also seeing on the side of Halcyon, Storm switching to that vanilla splatter shot, just the regular splatter shot. So nice, possibly to displace Q. Using that Inkzuka, that triple Inkzuka is going to be very, very useful, especially at that long range. And for Jared's crab tanks as well, which have been a huge nuisance. Although Storm and their team are just going to come in and shut it down with their main weapons. There is that Zuka aimed right at Q. Grabbing ice instead, saying, oh, you know, I can change this 1v1 for my teammate a little bit better, and just going down and taking this pick on Jared here. Storm is on a roll, eyeing Gran up there on that plat. Unfortunately, Specs going down before they can hop on that tower, but it's okay because their pencil is able to pop cooler on the tower and hop on there. Will we see another pick out of Storm? Unfortunately, they do go down, but fortunately, they were coolered. So, and with Specs getting that pick, we are going to see jumps come right back into mid for Halcyon.
And they are. We see it right here. The Booyah Bomb going to create some nice space for Halcyon. And this is going to be their opportunity to continue this push. A member of Milky Way being forced to jump back. But I think Spec is a little bit out of place right now with the tower going the opposite direction and Spec in the enemy base. I think that would have been a prime opportunity for them to jump back, but unfortunately they were taken out, which means that now they have to wait for that respawn time. The crab tank sitting on tower, very pretty. Ice with the Booyah Bomb, triple ink strikes coming out. Really, all of the specials are being thrown at Halcyon, and it's difficult for them to be able to even get close to the tower magic because of it.
Yeah, you have to scatter your special usage when you're pushing on tower control. It's hard to pull off, and it's hard to time exactly right, but that is why Milky Way is at the top of this tournament. Is because they have mastered that, and they did it so well. Inkblot is a very hard stage to push on, especially in tower control, but they made it look just clean, like a nice kitchen countertop, you know, just the granite sparkling. That is what I think of when I think of Milky Way and their coordination. And you can see right here, they backed up. They were literally just all the way in the Halcyon upper area, and they came back. They had specials at the ready. They're not even giving up like any amount of mid paint. This is so clinical from Milky Way.
And you know what? It's funny that you'd mentioned the kitchen countertops, because when Cater mentioned the unstoppable force, that they are just one entity that keeps moving forward or stops actually other people from moving forward into their base, I think maybe a kitchen countertop is kind of like a nice granite slab. Just feels very on par for how we could describe Milky Way's play. Just solid blockade.
Beautiful.
Shiny, beautiful.
Okay, I'm not sure what you guys are talking about, because when I hear Milky Way, I think of, you know, the astronomical body that we're located in, you know, the Milky Way, and I don't really think of granite countertops, but you guys can do what you want. Just like Bran is doing whatever they want right now. Like, we've seen so much play in these upper areas, what we like to call the bats here in competitive terms, is just that, and Milky Way is so easily rotating in and out of Halcyon's bats, taking advantage of that area and then rotating out of it when they sense the need to. We are heading up on our last minute right now, and our scores are showing very, very dominant gameplay from Milky Way as Halcyon is trying to make their way back into mid, getting that one pick. Jared here coming around the side, a very, very threatening force, does get taken down by two members there. That is a lot of picks right in this one corner going down, resulting in Ice being the one on the tower taking out, or trying to take out Storm here. Not able to get that Bria Bomb off though right now, and Storm is able to get back on the tower, is looking at Jared's crab tank. That is three members teaming up on that crab tank, and with two down, Halcyon, it is now or never for this push.
It is certainly now or never. They have to make that push to 23 to be able to take the lead. 25 seconds left on the clock. And you know that it's chaotic because the spec cam operator Power is having a time trying to find the action, but no matter where he goes, there is action. So it's just, they're going to have to stay on the tower, Halcyon. They have 8 seconds left on the clock. If they get off the tower, if they jump off the tower, the special's coming out. Now is going to be, oh, that was 3 down on Milky Way, right, Magic?
That was 3 down, and there's 3 specials at the top of your screen for Halcyon. The tactical goes down. I don't think that Spec was able to collect it. There's members very close to the tower from Milky Way. Storm tried to stay on, but no, that wasn't enough. I think the members of Milky Way, when they must have gone down in that situation, must have had the tacticooler themselves, and they were able to get those specials very quickly. That's why it's so important in these kinds of modes that you have these very tight, very tense situations to have that, because you never know when you're going to need that special at a moment's notice.
And not only did they have 1 special, they had 2 specials at the ready. We had that Tri-Strike coming out, but unfortunately Milky Way at the time was not able to capitalize on that because they were 3 down. And having that Booyah Bomb come out at a later point really sealed the deal for them. So that gave them the win, which means that they are just 1 game away from being able to move into losers finals. And then we would maybe see a rematch against Milky Way and Moonlight. So we'll see what ends up happening. Again, reverse sweeps are not, they are uncommon, but they're not so uncommon in the league. We've seen definitely quite a few over the course of these events. So who knows, Halcyon might be able to pull it off and get that reverse sweep. So we'll have to see. Round 3 is going to be on Rainmaker. Again, a very quick, fast-paced mode, and I'm curious, Cater, what do you think is gonna happen on Undertow Spillway? Ooh.
Yeah. Quick picks from both of these teams here, knowing what they want. We're going back to Rainmaker and Undertow Spillway. Last time we saw this was Moonlight's crazy die for the right checkpoint, and using those 2 specials, the bubble especially. I'm interested to see how Halcyon handles this, because, Rainmaker being the one mode where one of your weapons in your comp is just replaced forcefully with the Rainmaker, even if they are just swimming. And that Rainmaker can be a very, very powerful weapon. Some fun tidbits of knowledge, if you guys don't know in the chat, the Rainmaker has technically infinite ink. You don't need to worry about refilling your ink tank, and so you can just kind of stand there and fire off shots for as long as you want. Of course, those shots do have slight recoil, which we did also see come into play on that Undertow Spillway game, where if you're not careful, they can push you backwards off of a ledge, sending you, or even the map, sending you into a place you do not want to be. But of course, the explosion that comes off from the Rainmaker charge shot is very it's very capable of one-shotting someone if they are caught in it, especially with the amount of ink that it leaves down. So the Rainmaker, a very valuable weapon, and I do think something that Halcyon could very, very much use to their advantage against Milky Way.
Yeah, it can't be understated enough that when you use the Rainmaker, that is probably the most powerful weapon in the game, for many reasons, but it also makes you are a valuable target when you hold that Rainmaker as well. So we'll see how it turns out in our losers semifinals, round 3. Again, we have Milky Way versus Halcyon. Now, Magic, do we see anything particular about this? I noticed that we have our ink vac on Milky Way side, but we're kind of missing an ink vac on Halcyon side. Do you think that's going to be detrimental for them?
It doesn't mean that they're not going to be able to push, but there's a lot of things to be said about how valuable it can be, right? To prevent any amount of ink from coming their way. However, they do have things to deal with it, right? They have the Wave Breaker. They have a number of sub-weapons that can kind of get behind the ink vac if they need to, right? With that Autobomb from the Stickers, Splatana Stamper. But the other thing is that sometimes the ink vac doesn't even come out. You don't even have to worry about it. And that's exactly what Halcyon had ended up with in this go-around, is they just had to take down the members of Milky Way, and they did so pretty cleanly. They're not going to be able to push the Rainmaker this go-around, but I think that they're feeling pretty good. They just need to make sure that this wipeout does not end with a knockout.
Yes, it certainly does. And Jared not opting for that right path, taking the safer left path as Q uses that ink bag to hopefully get him on the pedestal, but unfortunately not quite making it yet. But Milky Way still in a great position to get this first checkpoint and a nice pick with the wipeout as well. This is Milky Way's chance to shine, Cater.
Shine indeed with Ice in a nice place with that Booyah Bomb. Jared running that right up to the goal, getting caught a little bit on just a smidgen of ink, but Ice all the way in this incredibly aggressive position. Kind of terrifying when you just have that pro user leaping at you right from literally where you spawn into the game. Bran opting to move back a little bit. Jared dropping to this ledge as well. I think the members sensing that, especially with Q down, they do need to regroup just a little bit. Ice maybe not quite getting the memo there, getting called out there. Falling from the grates, but nevertheless, the Rainmaker resets right back to mid, and Halcyon, it is their turn to start getting this paint down. You can see with this pencil, they are getting the paint down. Kaden trying to threaten Q here a little bit, dodging all of those shots very nicely. Again, the movement and the weaving we've seen here is unlike anything else. Q having to pop that vac in self-defense, meaning that as Halcyon begins this push, it is a tool they are not going to have.
It is certainly not, and that ink bag shot almost hit Kai'Sa with the Rainmaker as well, but I thought it was such an interesting play for Kaden to almost bully Q into using that special, and then as soon as Q popped the special, Kaden jumps out because, hey, I actually don't need you. I don't need to get this pick. I can go back, but now you are one special less, and they're going to utilize that as well. So now 2 minutes left on the clock. Jared holding onto that Rainmaker, unsure at this point if he's going to opt to push or not. Bran in an interesting position actually, but having to move back, seeing that the Rainmaker is taken out. They're just going to have to play their best game. Halcyon is going to have to not let, or maybe capitalize on this double right here, Magic.
It looks like there was a very cheeky attempt, again from Ice, to just go full on sneak mode, trying to get all the way into the base. But I don't think that you're going to be able to hide from Storm's triple ink Zuka, and that's one down. One member of Milky Way decided to try and dive for the Rainmaker, and Ice went down as well. It's only Jared left up in the center of the stage, and there's going to be a lot of ink put on the ground for Halcyon. It's going to be one more play. They need to get one team fight to go their way, and they'll be able to get this Rainmaker to push through. Unfortunately, Jared was able to go behind and stop that Rainmaker from pushing, and it's always just such a cold shower when that happens. But a cold shower instead, they return the favor. This is going to be Spec trying to hide behind this pedestal, and maybe this is the opportunity that Halcyon needs. Milana, this is perfect. This is exactly what they've been waiting for, but can they dunk this, and can they continue pushing?
They are certainly going to try. I really like that you quieted your voice as they were also sharking, you were sharking with them. I thought that was great. But with 27 seconds left, they are going to have to hold on to this Rainmaker. Kai'Sa is going to have to hold steadfast and not play recklessly, because once that drops, they may only have one chance, if even. Oh, that errant bomb grabbing that pick on Kai'Sa, and another from the Rainmaker pop. Ice and Q guarding that Rainmaker with their lives. This is looking totally Milky Way. Oh man. So that brings our loser semifinals 3-0 to Halcyon. But like we mentioned before, Cater, sometimes the score doesn't tell us the full story, right? We know that it was a 3-0, but some of those matches, some of those games ended up being pretty close.
Absolutely. With the seeding, just the gap between the seeds that we see, I don't think that any of us expected to see the level, or maybe we did, the level of play that came out of Halcyon here against Milky Way. And of course, Milky Way really shone on their own as well. They had the great team plays and individual plays that we have been seeing out of them since we started watching them today in top 8. But it was also very refreshing to see Halcyon have a great time, especially, likely riding the high of those two other 3-0 sessions sets that they were able to get in losers. That is great for them because they are going to get points out of that placement. And like we said, it is so important that they place as well as they can in these last 2 weeks if they want a shot at that playoffs. So I think the way that they played today really should leave them feeling proud.
So I thought some of those plays were really cool. So let's take a look at a replay from our last match. Magic, we're going to be looking at Q as she helps her teammate get the dunk right here.
Oh, she helps just shield with that ink vac, able to fire off those shots, clear out any area, and make sure that anyone trying to sneak up gets taken down right away. Great communication all around from this team, and then a perfectly placed Booyah Bomb from Ice, able to clear the way for Jared. That is exactly what I talk about when I talk about area denial. That's how you use that ink vac shot. You just clear, make sure there's no chance for anyone to be standing anywhere where they could put pressure on you.
You know, I think that is a really great analysis of that play. And so let's take a look at the bracket for one last time after this loser semis. Looks like we will have a rematch between Moonlight and Milky Way again. So Milky Way may get an opportunity to be able to get a little bit of revenge here. But we'll see how this match is going to turn out. Now, you have given us so many great tips as well. And I know another one of our fellow commentators also gives us some really great tips. So let's take it to our last Shiny Tips by Shiny Hunter Zach.
What's up, guys? Shiny Hunter Zach here, back with another edition of Shiny Tips following regular season week 6. It was another exciting week of matches, and this one is a grand finals match where Fofofo is trying to force a bracket reset against FT Win. We bring you to game 4, Clam Blitz on Inkbot Art Academy with under 30 seconds left to go, but thankfully for Fofofo, it starts to go right. 3Z gets a pick in mid onto Hexen, and then gets a second onto Biscuit despite being traded out. That's going to allow Fofofo to break this barrier. Now, Hexen for FT Win is going to make a choice here. They can either fight Dat Kid, or what they end up doing is waiting for the jump in to come through from Fofofo. But this allows Dat Kid and Harshi to combine for basically the opposite of what their weapons would normally do, which is okay. So Dat Kid is going to get the pick with the Splat Bomb onto Kyo, and Harshi was the one back in mid gathering clams to feed to Dat Kid, who throws one in before the power clam comes through, and then Dat Kid, having expended their clams, goes back out to mid, and Harshi gets every single clam into the basket, which barely gives them the lead with a little over 5 seconds to go. Now, FT Win with a pretty strong look here at overtime. They're getting the stage control back rather quickly, and Kyo at the bottom of your screen is going to filter around, get the pick onto 3Z, and then force the pincer 2v1 onto Dat Kid. But look at Harshi. Harshi gets that pick onto Hexen, and importantly, backs up so as to not go down to Kyo. That means Kyo, with more than half of overtime gone, is going to have to use the triple ink strike right away. Biscuit is going to fall there as they try to get the power clam through. Hexen is going to jump in and have to use both rolls on their dualies and will go down as well, despite getting the barricade broken. But with Harshi staying alive there, that allowed Dat Kid and Dark to throw those 2 splat bombs that got 2 important picks. Shaq is one of the last ones left up. Dat Kid picks up the last clam and baits Shaq out of the ink, and the jump ins come through, but FT Win, with no clams to find, cannot get the single clam they need to take the lead, and Fofofo gets their bracket reset. That's going to do it for this edition of Shiny Tips. Stay tuned. We'll have more action for you after regular season week 7.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the Splatoon 3 North American League. Again, I'm Alana, joined today with Magic and Cater, and we've seen some really great matches for our week 7 of our regular season of play, and it's just been so fun. So we are entering into our losers finals. It will be a rematch, Milky Way versus Moonlight again. I was really impressed when Moonlight, was able to take that match from Milky Way last time in the winners side of the bracket. I am wondering, Magic, could they work that same magic? Sorry, I had to.
No, it's fine. I was about to make an even worse pun. This is a match of celestial proportions, I would think.
Okay,
The
all
Moonlight
right.
versus the Milky Way. And to be fair, I think it holds true with how tense these games have been between these two teams, right? It's been so close for so many, right? That crazy situation on that Clam Blitz Barnacle and Dime game with the spinning clams right at the end that would have sealed the deal. It's so tense, right? These are two teams that are clashing and really able to put out important competition. And this isn't like they're fighting for nothing, right? Like, oh, they're going to be in top 8. No, this is for seeding. This is depending on how things play out today can affect how their trajectory goes in the playoffs. So it's very important for them both to try and win as many games as possible and to just make sure that, hey, our spot where people think that we are, including our opponents, is where we know it to be, right? If Milky Way is confirmed, like, we are the number 2 team in North America, and you have to respect that makes it very difficult mentally for Moonlight to overcome. But if they're the ones that come out on top, they're saying, hey, we're the number 2 team. What are you talking about? That's a big deal.
It is certainly a big deal. Being number 2 in a whole region, I think, is so impressive, and it's definitely not something to scoff at, for sure. And we have word that our first game of our losers finals will be on Splat Zones on Undertow Spillway. Now, we have seen, obviously, a lot of Splat Zones games. We've also seen a lot of Undertow Spillway games, but Cater, we haven't seen this specific combination yet in this event.
We have not, indeed. This is going to be another double zone stage. So, we've got, if you think of Undertow Spillway, have you seen in those, like, inset the sides of the stage, that's where the zones are, right? And so you have a lot of contesting over, I think a lot more gameplay is done in those, like, farther off side portions of the stage rather than a lot of skirmishes in mid and in those, like, around that mid kind of sloping area that we see in a lot of other modes that we tend to see on Undertow.
Yeah, totally. I think the map, the stage itself, the setup is going to be something that both teams are going to have to navigate, and not to mention also that median that divides the two zones. I think something to consider, because you have to be able to climb over that median to get to the other zone. And just to restate that you have to control both of the zones in order for your points to tick down. And so we'll see how this turns out as we get into our losers finals, Milky Way versus Moonlight, the rematch. And again, thank you to Power, our spectator cam operator, for always doing a great job. So let's see these comps. Are we going to see anything different? Is everything relatively the same? It seems more or less stable magic.
Most certainly. I really appreciate how Shadow has been so flexible during his time with Moonlight as this kind of painter role. He's been able to use the Dapple Doolies, he's been able to use this Zinc Mini Splat, and he's been able to use that N-Zap, and all of them to a very high level of effectiveness. Unfortunately, the effectiveness of that bubble is going to get stunted a little bit because of the coverage above him when he used it. Creates a very tiny little contraption that is not very big. I guess it's just the regular bubbler, although
Regular
not really.
bubbler.
It's about the utility, right? It's about how you use the bubbler. It's not. So even if you have a little tiny bubbler on the zone, that prevents the other team from being able to turf that zone in that area as well. So who knows? Maybe it was purposeful. Maybe they wanted the little bubbler to be just sitting right on top of that zone. But as I am yapping about this little bubbler, make sure to keep an eye on Milky Way. They are having an early lead, and it looks like both zones are relatively contested. But now it is Moonlight's time to shine, Cater.
Yeah, Jared moving up into that top area was very important. You could see it displaced members of Moonlight, though they do have something to say about that as they all descend on Jared and Ice in that left zone there. The members of Moonlight going to move up. Omega, unfortunately, caught out a little bit alone. Basil is in mid, chilling on this median right here. Shadow activating this bubble, and we do see the Booyah Bomb coming out on this upper left-hand portion of the map. Shadow and Nolan both trying to contest this portion. Very nice pick there on Ice. ice, has to be careful of all of the specials coming up, but that is 3 down despite the strikes. Brandon, the only one left here on Milky Way, chased down and finally taken out by the combination of the members of Moonlight, who are now free. You can see how far Nolan immediately ran to try and contest Q and Gran, fortunately going down there, but Omega is doing a similar thing here. Another bubbler going, and Moonlight is on a roll right now. No penalty points right now. Another bubbler in the exact same position for them. 10 ticks left. Can Milky Way go back into the zone? We do have these strikes. Control is back, but the Booyah Bomb goes right over that strikes. 3, 2, 1. That is a knockout.
Wow, that was like so well played by Moonlight. Moonlight's positioning was so good. They were all just waiting and camping for Milky Way to drop into that center part of the stage to be able to maybe get an unsuspecting ice or an unsuspecting Bran as they are falling through and moving towards the zones. And I thought at the very end, Magic with those specials, just one piling on top of the other, speaks a lot to their expertise with timing for specials as well.
Right, exactly. You know, it's not like they were playing perfectly, right? But they were playing very, very well. But like we mentioned earlier, capitalizing on mistakes, right? That's something that I think is synonymous with Milky Way. But in that moment, right, where Omega got caught out by Q, like early on in that hold, all of a sudden there was no follow-up there. Like Q was not able to move quickly. Like it felt like the members of Milky were still a bit scattered. And I have to wonder if they're feeling a little bit gassed, right? If their stamina is running thin, right? They haven't been playing as often as Moonlight in these events, right? And maybe they're just not used to the wear and tear, right? They had to go through losers more so than Moonlight did. So maybe they're not fully with it. I feel like they were scattered. They weren't moving together. Like you saw Jared and Ice going in and then just get descended on, right? Like that's not characteristic of their play, and I have to wonder if there's something else going on.
I mean, maybe it could be that lack of practice for the league, or just being able to play event after event after event, or it could just be Moonlight raising their level of play to be able to do exactly what Milky Way has been doing and capitalizing on the mistakes that Milky Way has done. So maybe it could be the script has reversed, right? So
right.
The reversal of the script. But given that, we do know that in this case, Moonlight will be selecting the mode, which we have found out is Turf War, which I think is, again, an interesting pick, Cater.
Well, we have seen them be strong on Turf War in the past, and now we've got the stage from Milky Way, which is going to be Hagglefish Market. I believe we did we see this previously?
I'm pretty sure.
I'm getting a sense of
sure
deja vu. I'm not sure if it was phase
Splat zones.
Yeah, I think we have.
Hagglefish. I'm
Yeah,
not
we've
sure
seen
Turf War.
Hagglefish, not Turf War, no. But I was
yeah.
saying, I feel like we've seen these teams on Hagglefish specifically before.
Yes.
So perhaps there is a script that is being followed. We're not sure, but scripting a game of Splatoon would be pretty impressive. There is so much going on in the span of 5 minutes. Either way, though, Hagglefish Market is where we will be seeing these play out. So, of course, we are familiar with the comp switches that we see at this point in time. Teams decide to bring out their reflux, sometimes their dapple dualies, generally a slight shift towards those painting, but of course you do have your very strong Slayer weapons. I am curious to see whether we will see Nolan still on that S-Blast or not. It has been a very strong weapon for Moonlight, and so I would not be surprised if they kept it, but there's also a debate to be had about whether its painting power is enough for Turf War.
Yeah, totally. And I think there is some sort of like give and take when it comes to Turf War, right? When we play a weapon that maybe doesn't turf the best, but we are pretty reliable in getting the splats, I think sometimes that can be worthwhile for sure. And if you have somebody else covering the amount of turf that maybe you are lacking, I think that can be definitely doable. Or if you're like, I don't know, I feel like I'm not very confident in getting splats, I'd rather just like turf the ground, then maybe you might opt for something a little bit more turf heavy. So we'll see what these teams both opt to go with in our game 2 of our losers finals as we get into this game. And again, we see the very typical, we see both of the refluxes. And I'm interested to know, or maybe get your thoughts, Magic, on why you think one team opted for the milk and one team opted for the vanilla.
I think it comes down to whether or not they think that missiles is more important than having torpedo. I think that those are kind of the two options there, right? Because torpedo could often open up as a sub weapon a lot of opportunities for individual plays or for quick team opportunities, right? Whereas I feel like Tenta missiles is very much like a go button, where your entire team can just flood the stage and get a bunch of quick picks. It depends on what you're going for, and I think it makes sense with these teams, right? Milky Way wants to just overwhelm their opponents, but Moonlight wants to be stally. They want to make sure that they know exactly where the enemy is and they can just play the game at their pace. I think it makes perfect sense as to why they chose each of the variants that they did.
And they are certainly playing the game at their pace. With a minute down on the clock, Moonlight has a pretty strong grip on the amount of turf control on the stage. Shadow dropping and picking up, that Tacticooler drink and moving up, which is a very uncharacteristic thing to do, I think, for a Reflux player who is playing Turf War at the top level, Cater.
Oh, 2 down, though, in that bubble is huge for Milky Way as they start to move out into the midsection here, forcing Basil out with those tri-strikes, and just like that, mid of this stage is suddenly purple. Q here in a nice position. Jared opting to take this right alleyway. Shadow spotting them, though. Jared has this crab tank at the ready, which could be very, very important if popped in a nice high position from top mid is where it is going to be. Shadow there having to run away from it. Nolan as well. You can see both Nolan and Omega forced down into that right alleyway position. Brand and Nolan trading out there. Omega still down there contending with Ice, opting to move up and force this pick. But as we head into our last minute, very, very even, but looking a little bit more Milky Way dominant as that pick goes down in a trade, I believe. We do see, though, now all members back up for both teams as we are going to see them duke it out in mid.
I think it's just so interesting because we see all of the team team members on both sides really settling into their roles, right? So we see a lot of clashes happening on both sides of this stage, and we see Nolan holding steadfast here. 30 seconds left on the clock. Both teams are looking to see if they can move forward. They're going to use that Booyah Bomb to maybe make a little bit of space, and Shadow is going to try to use that reflux to paint, to cover a little bit of the turf on that side, but with 10 seconds left, it could be anybody's game, Magic.
It's looking like Omega's going to try and find a pick here on Ice, but there's not enough paint on the middle of the area for Moonlight to actually get control of this. I think that it's Milky Way just from the sheer amount of purple that I'm seeing in the center. It's going to have to be called by Judd, and it is Milky Way by, what is that, 61p? That is a so little amount. Just one more like slash from Omega or just a couple more shots from Basil, and that could have turned the other way. That is a very, very tiny margin. Milky Way eked it out.
Honestly, it was really hard for me to even look at that and be like, oh yeah, that definitely looks like a Milky Way victory, because it's so hard to say. And like you mentioned, the margin was just so thin about these teams and how much turf they've covered. So I think, again, that's what makes Turf War really exciting. But again, this is going to go in Milky Way's favor for the time being. We'll see how the rest of this set turns out, because it's turning out like a pretty close set, like we saw in that first one in the winner side of the bracket, Cater.
I would expect nothing less from these two teams as we are very slowly but surely drawing to the end of this tournament. You know, it's kind of like that light at the end of the tunnel. These players want to go home and debrief with their teams and talk and eat food, probably, because it's a long tournament. But every match counts. Like you said, it's the seeding that they are playing for, and that is very, very important. Could determine how their playoffs run go in a couple of weeks. We are waiting on that mode choice.
Cater, Was that a little bit of projection I was hearing? Are you
No.
perhaps...
I don't know what you're talking about.
Hey, what if it's Clan Blitz? It's not Clan Blitz,
Oh,
but what if
it's
it
not
was?
Clan Blitz. It would be nice
But
to
what
have Clan Blitz. If we
what
went
it
to a
was?
Game 5, then we would be guaranteed to have Clan Blitz, and I would be very happy about that.
That is true. We could go to a Game 5, but for now, we are only on Game 3, which will be on Rainmaker. And again, Milky Way has chosen Rainmaker, so Moonlight will choose a stage in response. Magic, we've seen all these stages at least a couple of times throughout this event. Any idea what might get selected by Moonlight given how their Rainmaker game went in the first set that they played together?
So I think it's interesting. They ended up picking Turf War Urchin Underpass for game 1 in the last set that they played. And so Rainmaker Urchin was off the table. I have a feeling they're going to
No.
try and throw them off their game with either a Rainmaker Urchin Underpass pick or a Rainmaker Mako Mart pick. I just have a weird sense that's what's on the way. Milky Way and FT Win played Rainmaker Mako Mart twice in week 6. Week 4 of the regular season, the 6th week of the league. And it was a very, very interesting back and forth. And I think that they're trying to do the same thing for... Oh, no, that's completely different than what I was thinking. Wow.
You know, it's okay, because sometimes we can make predictions and sometimes they'll be wrong. But, I'm always right, because I know that it's on Rainmaker Inkblot Art Academy.
And that's great for you.
Yeah, thank you very much. So Rainmaker on Inkblot Art Academy, I think, tends to be something that goes very, very quickly, and that can be said about most Rainmaker stages. However, I think this especially because it is literally just one straight away from that elbow on the left side all the way to the gold pedestal. And I think because of that, both teams are going to have to play Cater a little bit more carefully.
Very much so. You just have, like you said, you go around that elbow, and then how far up the plat and the ramp can you go? It's just a game of that, really. I will say I don't think of Rainmaker, but I think of Inkblot, and I feel like that is definitely a less common combination that we see as opposed to, other things like Hacklefish Zones or Mako Tower, those ones that spring to mind when you think of a certain combination. And so Rainmaker and Inkblot is definitely something that I am personally not used to watching, and very interesting to see how it will play out.
Yeah, no, it's definitely no Rainmaker Humpback Pump Track, that's for sure.
Yes.
But regardless of how we might think of it, we are going into Game 3 of our losers finals. Again, Milky Way versus Moonlight, the rematch. Let's see how these team comps will look. Most of these weapons seem pretty on par with what we've seen so far from both teams. An Ink Vac coming out from Moonlight, but we are missing that Ink Vac on Milky Way. But what I do like to see is Q on that mini Splatling, Magic.
Right, that's what I was going to call out, is that, hey, just because you don't have an Ink Vac doesn't mean you don't have a special that can clear the way. And speaking of clearing the way, how about Moonlight looking like they had cleared the way for Milky Way, but instead Basil just decides to get 2 clean picks to shut down that cleared path. That was crazy. Having the wherewithal to flank on the even level while the rest of the other team is pushing, just to find a crazy, cheeky, sneaky pick with your charger. We're in the year of 2025 and we have flanking chargers. I love Splatoon. It keeps evolving and I am so here for it.
Flanking chargers is definitely a tactic we don't see too much. And I want to say that's because anchor players tend to play very safely, because we want to be able to jump back to our anchors. We want to use the anchor's positioning to be able to tell where opponents are. But having that confidence, like Basil does, like she does, it really is just so refreshing to see, Cater.
Yeah, we have seen those moments of her confidence being really important, like in the tower control game that Moonlight was also able to grab. Because, you're saying anchors like to play safely for their teammates. Well, when all of their teammates are down, there's a little less stakes that they gotta play for. And so Basil able to really just lock in and get exactly what she needs to get done when she is the last one standing is an incredible hallmark of really a very strong anchor player. We are going to see Milky Way take that to be past that first checkpoint. It is going to reset though. Shadow and Ice having a little bit of a 1v1 involving a lot of corners here, going to go in Ice's favor, but they are also going to immediately go down after that. We have the bubbler here on the checkpoint, Basil up on the stack trying to get something done, and it is Jared actually that just kind of goes back and cheekily grabs that down to 62 remaining. Shadow is able to run back and take care of that though.
I just think it's so funny watching members of Milky Way just one at a time kind of come from behind and be like, well, you left the Rainmaker here for me to pick up, so I'm gonna do my best to pick it up and not let you know about it. So we saw Jared do that. We saw Ice get shut down because the Rainmaker got reset, but I just think it's such a funny thing to see this, as we mentioned before, a little bit of a rat play style where you are crawling through the sewers and up you come, get that Rainmaker, and you bring it to the gold pedestal where you can magic.
And I think this is what I was envisioning from playing on Mako Mart or on Urchin Underpass, right? But I was not expecting it here on Inkblood Art Academy. But I mean, I guess it is very similar, right? There's a lot of corners, a lot of angles, a lot of verticality, and there's plenty of ways to just come out from every which angle and distract your opponents. And I think Moonlight's going to try and do the same thing here. They're just kind of just hanging out in this corner, seeing what they can get away with. And now there's a vac and a cleared pedestal, and now the game is wide open, and we're basically playing Splatoon 2 Rainmaker Inkblot, where you just get points out the wazoo for walking 10 steps, and here we go.
They certainly are walking. 3 members of Milky Way go down for that push, but I mean, this is actually going to be Moonlight's opportunity to maybe get a couple more points. They do get a couple more points on the board. Milky Way is going to have to be very careful with this Rainmaker. I know that they popped it. Thank God they picked it up, because I know that they would be the ones to pick it up had it been on Moonlight's side. So I'm glad that they were able to pick it up. Bran holding steady onto that Rainmaker. Less than a minute left on the clock. Milky Way is going to have to make some big plays happen, Cater.
Yeah, Q already did use that hammer, tried to find a snipe, nothing quite there. Shadow getting taken out by Jared there, and that's quickly 3 down, with Basil being the only one standing. Of course, that is no small thing, but we do see up on the block here, Bran holding that and getting Omega in the bubble, having to move back because of this Booyah Bomb, though. Ice getting threatened and going down. It is just Q and Bran right now. Q doing everything they can to protect Bran with this Rainmaker, but they are forced to back up so far and get caught directly in the middle of that ink vat shot from Basil. Could not be more perfectly placed. With 15 seconds left, Basil is jumping back to safety, and that Tacticooler is out. As long as nothing goes terribly wrong, Moonlight should have this. Jared is picking this up. Omega does go down in the attempt to take out the Rainmaker. Basil is up here also poking shots at the Rainmaker. It is overtime, Alana.
It is overtime indeed. Jared's going to have to hold on to that Rainmaker, because as soon as he drops it, overtime is going to end. And now overtime does not last for very long. Just a couple of seconds, so they're going to need to make this push happen. The Booyah Bomb coming out, blocking the path for Jared. Jared is really struggling to find ground to be able to move forward with this. The big bubbler is out. Members of Moonlight just surrounding this left path, oh, and the double from Omega. Omega is closing in on Jared, and Jared does go down, giving that win to Moonlight. Moonlight up 2-1. Milky Way now. I think this may turn out, maybe the script is not so rewritten as we might have thought, Magic.
They were going about it a different way, but yeah, this is looking like it's leading to a Moonlight victory. I mean, and this was kind of a out of left field play from Milky Way to go back to Inkblot Art Academy, right? And I'm sure that these players have played it tons in Splatoon 2, but in Splatoon 3, it's a whole different animal, and I feel like they weren't quite ready to attack it in the ways that they needed, right? They were playing ratty, but why do that when there's such a shoehorn bottleneck that you have to go through in order to make any significant progress, right? Like that's what Moonlight is able to do so well. Even if it's only once in a game, they're able to make sure that they get off some kind of really effective scoring play. So I'm just a little bit confused again at the strategy of Milky Way, but maybe they thought they could get away with it. Maybe they thought with all of the fighting potential, they could just overwhelm them and isolate them and fight. But Moonlight is up to the task of sticking together.
I think I'm like on the same page with you. I was also a little confused because like Milky Way has the firepower to be able to handle firefights that they take with Moonlight. So, and when you are playing in that style for Rainmaker, you are removing yourself from your team to be able to support them. So now you're putting your team in 3v4 situations that they don't have to be in, or maybe even 2v4 situations because you're trying to make a sneaky play happen. And it's high risk, high reward. And obviously Milky Way was not so rewarded in this case. So we'll see. Our next game will be on Clam Blitz, a fan favorite of Cater's, on Museum.
Trust me.
Listen, it's a fan favorite of mine too. It's okay. And probably some people in chat.
I feel a little singled out, but okay, thank you.
On Museum del Foncino. So we have seen this stage and mode combination before, and we have seen a lot of different strategies used for this. The last time we saw this in this event, a lot of back and forth was happening. So Cater, what do you think Milky Way is going to have to do to maybe get a little bit of a more dominant hold as far as this stage and mode goes?
Well, I think, of course, displacing Basil is going to be a huge priority of theirs. The amount of control that a long-ranged weapon like a Charger has on Museum is really, really important, especially on Clam Blitz when you need to be able to have control of mid in order to get clams and start making your way towards a push. So displacing her, and then of course figuring out, the ledges, the ramps, how are they going to push up through those? Or maybe they'll take the box, the little cheeky ratty route. There's ways to play ratty here as well and get cheeky clams in from that box in the little left-hand pit area. We'll see how Milky Way decides to play this out.
Yeah, and remember, we have to utilize our specials to the best of our ability, and some of the specials vary from both Moonlight and Milky Way, so let's see how they're going to utilize this to their advantage. Both teams off the bat getting 10 clams under their belt with that power clam. I think they're both off to a strong start, but it's really hard to gauge what's going to happen until that first firefight happens and we see how many players on either team will go down, Magic.
That was so interesting, right? And it's so interesting how Moonlight uses their big bubbles, right? Because oftentimes they are using two, right? Shadow on the Zinc Mini Splatling and Omega on the Mid Decavitator, right? They're able to draw out these specials that are able to shred the big bubble and then able to actually utilize the second one, which is what Shadow's using now. And so because of that, they're able to really make a lot of presence happen in that middle of the map. Not a lot of ground gained from Milky Way, and like they've bled like a minute just doing that, right? Even if he was able to snipe all the way from across the map, right? There's a lot that can be prevented by using those big bubbles in tandem.
Yes, totally. And I think it's just such an interesting strategy because I don't think I've ever seen a team utilize a big bubbler and then place another big bubbler down right on top of that. And I think something really cool about watching teams play at this level is that they make strategies that work for themselves. And speaking of strategies that work for themselves, Q trying to make that jump over, but dropping the power claim, and I think the power claim happened to slide down, and I think Jared is going to try to grab it, unfortunately going down in the process. And with 2 minutes out of the gate, really only one power claim has made it in from Milky Way. It really still, Cater, could be anybody's game.
It could. The game being this low scoring this far into the game is kind of indicative of how these teams are sizing each other up and aware of each other in this late in the set. You know, Moonlight knows that they just need to win this in order to get the set, in order to punch their ticket back to Grands, right? And so that is so important for them right here. Milky Way, meanwhile, also knows that if they are able to get this out, they have that chance at that Game 5. And so I think both of these teams don't want to risk anything, because though this isn't a Game 5, right, it is the precursor to it, and that could be so important. We do have power clams on both sides. Again, Jared with that crab tank on the far right-hand side. Meanwhile, we do have Basil carrying the power clam. Jared is opting to actually aggress towards Basil. Nolan and Shadow have something to say about that. A little bit of protect the anchor there. Q also moving their way forward, getting those extra pot shots in on Shadow there. Now we've got 2 power clams. 20 clams is a lot. 21 on the side of Milky Way, as a lot of turf in the middle of this stage as well. We'll see how Moonlight holds out against this.
And I don't know if they're going to hold out very long, because that is 3 down on the side of Moonlight, which means that Milky Way is going to have an excellent opportunity to push forward. Q positioning herself so well to be able to meet Moonlight as they drop from their spawn, and really a push to 35 is pretty grand, wouldn't you say, Magic?
Most certainly, it is quite grand, and we can talk in posh accents perhaps for the rest of the set if we're going to be using such grandiose verbiage such as this, but I won't torture the people with that for much longer. This is already, once again, Milky Way deciding, hey, we've been struggling for the rest of the set to try and make sure that we have clean, solid pushes, but it seems like now they're able to actually size up Moonlight, right? They're saying, hey, we're just not going to worry about the bubblers. We're just going to wait them out. Like, they can't have so much effect if we don't engage with them. And so they're kind of just waiting and making sure that they're not aggressing too far forward, and then just kind of going in as a team after them, right? With their specials that are very explosive. Unfortunately, it seems like, speaking of explosive, there's a potential for Moonlight to really make a big play here.
They are, but still only 13 clams in their possession. They do have that clam waiting at their clams basket in spawn, but nobody quite there to be able to retrieve it. So how much utility it has is really up in the air. But 2 down on Moonlight. I think this is going to be just Moonlight's opportunity to maybe try for something, but Basil pushed in that corner, Omega trying to make that push happen. Half of the overtime clock has already ticked down. They're going to need to push straight into the base right now to be able to not have another tragic accident where the clam doesn't quite make it into the basket. But at this point, they didn't even make it into that area, which gives Milky Way the win. And again, like we said, another Game 5, which is great for us because just more Splatoon to be watched. And this is basically the script writing itself again, Cater.
Pretty much again. The question is, will the ending be the same? Will we see Moonlight able to eke out that Game 5 just by maybe by the wire, maybe by a dominant game? You know, sometimes you have sets that are very, very neck and neck like this, and then one team will just run away with Game 5 somehow. You know, kind of like what happened in that last match that we just watched. Although it was very low scoring, that was an explosive push that we saw out from, a very important push that we saw out from Milky Way, really showing that, again, they are not going to take this lying down. They're going to bring that to this Game 5.
And they do, and we will be taking this Game 5 to tower control. Not sure quite what the stage is going to be yet, but I think maybe because it's a mode like tower control, the pushes are going to be just a little bit more measured. We don't generally see runaways when it comes to tower control because you do have to sit on that tower in order to make it move, and it's a little bit more of a slower mode. So hopefully, Magic, that gives us a little bit of an opportunity to get a little bit more Splatoon in.
I think it most certainly will, because remember the last time we saw this one? This is Crab Leg
man.
Capital, Tower Control, Game 5, Milky Way versus Moonlight. Where have I heard this one before? Milana, you're talking a lot about a script here. I'm not saying anything further, but that I just want to point that one out. I cannot wait to see the adjustment from Milky Way, because I know that they have to make something happen, right? Whether it's Q switching to off of the pencil and onto something like a heavy edit, or something that'll put out a little bit more presence, right, to match up with Basil. I think they need to make some kind of switch up so that they can prevent what happened last time, where Nolan just denied them entry.
It was just a little unfortunate last time, right? That they were, making that push, and then all of a sudden no one was on the tower. So just, I think that's something that they definitely have to be careful of. They did definitely, because we are revisiting this again, that they have to be aware of, and I'm sure that they are. So what kind of things do you think they might do, Cater, in order to kind of prevent this history from rewriting itself?
Well, like Magic said, there's the possibility of, a weapon swap, a comp change, which we'll see if that does happen as we load into the match here. There's also, of course, they're definitely more aware of how Moonlight is going to play on this map. They're aware that to really focus on Nolan, especially here. Looks like we do see a swap to that S-Blast. So S-Blast Ditto, Bran pulling that out here. Jared also still on the crab tank dualies, which of course we're on Crab Leg Capital. You kind of have to have that. But this could very well be a very, very different story now that we've got S-Blast on both sides.
I think the S-Blast, great choice for Tower Control, great choice for Crab Leg Capital, especially given how many drops there are. Jared already with a strong double. This is going to be Milky Way's opportunity to make a forward push happen. They're going to have to pass that first checkpoint, which is quite close to Moonlight's spawn. So this checkpoint tends to be, Magic, one of the most difficult checkpoints to make it past through on Crab Leg Capital.
Yeah, it's a very good litmus test to see how you're doing. Are you able to actually make a strong push, or are you just going to get shut down with a measly blaster shot or two, right? Like, can you actually control an area and deny them entry? Just like Basil shutting them down, saying, no, this is my line of sight and you cannot enter. That was precise. That was so good. And that's the kind of play that they need. That's the kind of litmus test that checkpoint is. But Brand was coolered and is right back up in their faces.
Yeah, and Jared, keeping a watchful eye on Basil, I think he was able to take her out, which is going to give Milky Way an opportunity to move forward when the anchor is just no longer watching all of the members of Milky Way. This is going to be the opportunity for Milky Way to push forward. Cater.
It really is. That is exactly what they're doing, especially with Ice positioned up so far and getting these picks and assists. Very, very important here. This is a force that Moonlight does not want to have to deal with, but is a nuisance that they will have to. This tower continuously pushing forward, and the threat of Jared on this crab tank here. You can see Omega has decided not to take that rail, which is a very, very good decision on their part, because that rail certainly would have ended at the claws of the crab tank. Brown holding on to that Booyah Bomb as Q pops that Tacticooler and is riding that tower 21 and counting right now. The Booyah Bomb finally denying some area there. Basil, you can see all that top right hanging onto that rail and opting to move towards that mid, but that is 2 down again with Shadow and Omega going down there. Nolan kind of hiding in that sponge, waiting for, not wanting to reveal their position, especially as Basil is targeted by both of these specials that are coming out here from Milky Way, and we are down to our single digits, doing everything they can on the side of Moonlight to stop this, but Omega going down. Bran is still up, but not by the tower. 7 remaining, and it's still going with Q sitting on there. And the Booyah Bomb to seal the deal. That is Milky Way's knockout.
I'm just gonna eat my words, because remember how I was like, oh yeah, tower control, not too fast. Pretty measured mode that we could see for our Game 5. A lot of Splatooning to happen. But, that could have gone as well as it could have gone for Milky Way. And they definitely were able to push it much farther than they were in their original set, in their original match, in that winner's bracket. So I think they were able definitely to learn from something. And even with those key picks that Basil, that we saw some really nice shots coming out from that charger, I think even then it was just so much pressure coming out from Milky Way Magic.
Yeah, that Bran, remember, started out as a blaster main, as one of the originals in terms of expertise on that weapon class. The fact that he just showed exactly why that is, like it was nothing, like he picked it up yesterday, is so impressive to me. And I know that he's been switching back and forth a little bit, but I don't think I'd seen it as much today, or the confidence with it, but that was just such a world of difference. And that is the world class difference that you see coming out of Bran. Something must have woken up in Moonlight over the past 2 games, right? Because I mean, that Ink Block game, they must have realized that, hey, we need to shut down Basil, or like, hey, like we're just not playing together. Like we need to just reorient ourselves. They probably had like a little come together, a little just, hey, let's focus up real quick in their chat, and I think that really made the difference, because otherwise I'm not sure how to explain the jump that we saw in terms of dominance from Milky Way.
The sheer dominance was so evident. And you know what? Speaking of dominance, let's check out a clip from that last game of Ice absolutely dominating the other team. Cater, what's going on here?
Well, like you said, this is exactly what we were talking about. First, we are going, you see the pick on Nolan from that Booyah Bomb here, and then Ice uses this tower to get up here onto the plat area of Moonlight, targeting, you can see Omega, both Omega and Shadow up here. A really nice backwards jump onto that grate, getting Omega. That is just some slick movement there. Getting the assist on Nolan, and then getting another pick on Shadow again. I mean, I didn't even notice it the first time around, but a backwards jump into grates is very impressive.
I think you just have to know exactly how that map or how that stage is formed. Knowing that there were grates there is just incredibly important. So having that stage awareness, super awesome. So let's take it back one last time to the bracket. We have finally our grand finals teams. FT Win versus Milky Way. Milky Way coming in from the loser side of this bracket, meaning that they will have to have a bracket reset in order to come out on top for this event. But are we, Magic, surprised at either of these teams in our grand finals?
No, most certainly not. I've seen the song and dance more times than I can count, right? As many stars as there are in the Milky Way, we've seen these teams in some iteration or form at each other's throats for the final straw, right? That is the history of North American Splatoon in shorter terms.
Yeah, I think these two teams, if we had the label of rivals, I think these two teams would be rivals. Like they have, like you said, faced off against each other year after year, event after event, even Nintendo event after Nintendo event, and especially here for the league, we see them face off also finals after grand finals, and I think it certainly is a story that is continuously writing itself, Cater.
It very much is. You know, we've talked a lot about a script here, but also, you know, in the greater scheme of things is a story that we come here to tell in the NA League. That's why we are here, you know, on the stream talking about these teams, because we see a story, whether it's, like you were saying, of Moonlight, a team that has improved, you know, through just so much work, so much commitment, and is working their way up to the top of the top with incredible sets today. Despite going out in the losers bracket, they had an incredible run that they should be proud of. Whether it's FT Win and Milky Way, these two teams that we know are the best of the best and continuously fighting. FT Win, a very familiar name, especially in Nintendo tournaments of these past few years through Splatoon 2 and Splatoon 3. Milky Way as well. These are, and all of these teams that we see see here in top 8 made up of players that have been around this scene for years and years, many of them since the original game. We are here to tell a story, whether it be something that we've seen before or an entirely new tale that we're here to tell.
You know what? I think the Splatoon community needs? I think we need a historian. I think we need to be able to tell these stories and pass it down to our posterity, because there's just no greater. Sorry, that was a little exaggeration, but I just think that the story is just so ripe to be told, and I'm glad that we're here to be able to be a part of this history, because we're a part of watching history being made in this North American League, because this is also the first event of this type that we've seen on a stage as big as this. So I think just being able to see FT Win and Milky Way battle it out, whatever name they opted to pick for that season or for that season of that team's life, I think it's just so cool and so awesome, and just some great Splatoon. So with that being said, we will be going into our grand finals, and our game 1 will be on tower control at Hagglefish Market, which I think can be really, really chaotic, Magic.
Oh, most certainly. It's so easy to get lost in the sauce of trying to slip into those alleyways, just to come back up, try to find something. Maybe you find a pick, maybe they find you. You never really know what you're gonna get. Life is like a box of chocolates. But no, I mean it's true. There's so many ways that you can attack that map. Even though there's really only like 3 actual entry points, I feel like the amount of variability that you can have, right, and the amount of ways that a special can break things open, it's a very delicate position in the middle of that stage that you have to try and break open, and that teams have tried and failed to just hold on to.
Yeah, and you know what? We'll see how this plays out. Now, as we enter our grand finals, FT Win versus Milky Way, once again, the rivalry continues. Let's see, and again, one last thank you to Power, our spectator cam operator, who's doing an awesome job. Thank you again, Power. So, Cater, do we see anything really different in these comps at this point?
No, and I'm not surprised. Well, we do see Sam actually coming out with the S-Blast on the side of FT Win, but other than that, nothing extremely unexpected, just good old comps from Splatoon 3. And Hagglefish Market is living up to its chaotic name, because despite FT Win being the first to take the tower here, they do go quickly 2 down. Kyo and Bran here doing a little slosher ditto. Kyo coming out on top and then threatening Ice here on this left side. Opting to jump out there to save the tri-strikes most likely. We do have a jump that is going to be nicely picked. The tower, a very important piece of cover in and of itself that Kyo is using here to avoid so many shots, and this is him at his finest. An incredible pick. I mean, this is just the peak of gameplay right here. This is what we love to see.
It's peak Splatoon, and I just want to point out that we do see that Shaq has swapped out to sub Sam in, and we've seen Sam participate in these events time and time again, and they're just such a strong player. I think they may be more regular play, like a regular player with FT Win rather than Shaq. So I think maybe we might see a different kind of FT Win come out from here. But right now, it is Milky Way's game to hopefully push that lead a little bit farther, Magic.
And they've got the specials at the ready to do it. Here comes Ice's Booyah Bomb, and they're able to clear the way. Here comes Jared's Crab Tank, who's able to find some picks, but does end up getting shredded very quickly. FT Win, I feel like they've been doing such a great job in the past couple of weeks of mitigating opponents' specials, of making sure that, hey, even if you throw out that Booyah Bomb, we're going to put ourselves in just the right spots that you're not going to be able to make the most use of it. You're not going to be able to follow up on it. But that doesn't mean that they're going to be able to have follow-ups of their own as they're trying to engage with Q, and Q is saying, no, thank you, that's quite all right. I would not like your attention.
It looked like a panic crab. Yeah, Jared Jared was like, oh my god, the Booyah Bomb is coming. Let me pop this crab real quick. I'm sure it was more strategic like than that, but that's what it seemed like it was. So I thought it was a little bit silly looking. But with that being said, Ice does take out Kyo, Wraith taking out Ice. It really is going so back and forth, Cater.
Yeah, Sam getting a nice pick here. Bran, though, on the side getting Hexen and opting to just, again, camp on this wall. What Sloshers do so well. Another Slosher ditto from Kyo and Bran into them running circles around each other. Ends in Kyo going for a different pick on Ice and then getting taken out again. So we're running in circles a little bit here. Bran popping those tri-ink strikes. We have the cooler coming out as well. Q here is nicely riding that tower, and Milky Way is pushing this lead further than it was before. Trying to get that pick on Wraith, not quite finding it, but still threatening shots here as Q holds on to this second checkpoint, and it is almost done. They do go down, though. Jared and Bran opting to come back and hopefully finish off that checkpoint. There it is. That checkpoint is cleared, and now Jared is free to pop this crab and just hang on this top tower. We are at 16-15, and FD Win is 3 down right now. Make that a delayed wipe, the pen being the only one remaining. Q is still sitting on that tower, 2 points remaining, but it is only Bran on the Slosher, and they decide to jump out, that being 2 points until that knockout.
That is a really, really strong push, especially on a stage like Hagglefish Market. That second checkpoint tends to be pretty precarious to be able to push through, given that basically that's where your enemies are going to be spawning from. So we'll see if FT Win is able to make this counter push happen. 2 down on Milky Way, but the tower is still not back in mid yet. And we see that many members of Milky Way are jumping in to hopefully keep the tower away from mid. And it really is a game of winding down this clock, Magic, that we want to make sure that because that lead that Milky Way has is so strong, we want to keep that tower away from mid as long as we can.
Right, there's a lot of opportunities on the side of Milky Way to, once they get into that situation where the clock winds down, they wind up in a checkmate, right? You either have to dive towards the person holding the Booyah Bomb, or you have to try and somehow survive it. Otherwise, there's no second chance, there's nothing. That's what scenario they're trying to get into. Ice has held this Booyah Bomb for 10 seconds already and is going to hold it until the end of this timer, and it's all a matter of bleeding the clock. But Sam decided that it is his time to move forward. Ice was tactical, so still has that Booyah Bomb, but it is still a very, very nice showing that the members of FT Win are finally able to get some picks. Kyo is in their base. This is exactly what they're looking for. The Booyah Bomb is online. Sam decided with the Booyah Bomb of his own to try and get some picks. Q is not able to move forward, even though the tower, they stepped on the tower a couple of times. Ice got there first, though! Ice got there first, though. Oh my goodness.
I think, oh my god, I think what happened was they climbed up the tower wall, but sometimes you climb up a little bit too high, so you're still like in the air as you're landing on the tower, and it just so happened that Ice's feet just touched the tower first. Holy cow, that was, holy cow.
Very, very close. I mean, we've seen so many close match finishes, and I think that is on par, maybe even closer than that clam blitz finish that we saw with Moonlight and the double power clam dunk. Like, wow. I mean, first of all, kudos to them for living through the GG specials and going back to touch the tower and being that close. Very, very impressive.
I'm just at a loss of words, so, you know, sometimes Splatoon just does that to you. Splatoon just, you watch Splatoon, you're like, wow, that was very cool and very unlucky, but also very lucky, depending on
right,
which
what
team
your
you're
perspective
on.
is. Yeah.
So
it's cathartic.
Yeah, and I think just something so small like climbing up the tower wall, and as you uncephalopod into your humanoid form and your feet are just not touching the tower yet, something so small like that is something you have to consider when you're playing at the top ranks with teams like Milky Way, like teams like FT Win. So wow, okay, anyway, next game.
Yeah.
So Milky Way gets to select the mode which they have picked Turf War on, and I think it is interesting that they opted for Turf War, Magic.
I think so too. maybe they're trying to just solidify that they're the turf war demons that they are, right? The leviathans that are coming for FT Win in the night. I think that they think that turf war getting it out of the way sooner is probably better, right? That way you're not just locked into it for game 5.
Right.
And because there's a lot of options open still, right? They can FT Win can pick a stage that's at least decent for turf war.
Well, you can tell me if they picked a stage that was decent for turf war, because we're going to Crab Leg Capital, which I think is not the most common pick, Cater.
Yeah, that's a pick of all time if I've ever seen one. It is, well, I mean, there's
I don't
great
even know if I've ever seen turf war on Crab Leg Capital.
It definitely doesn't have a lot of turf to work with, but there
No.
are a lot of greats to work with.
Well,
and I
yeah,
think
the whole bit of Crab Leg Capital is that it's a double level stage with the greats, and that can be so important in games, especially when you have very strong anchor weapons and pencils and Sniper Raider 5Hs really prowling those greats. That's not where the turf is the thing. And of course we're going to turf war, so it's unlikely that we're going to see those slower long-range weapons. We're likely, again, going to see the reflex, the dapples, but like you said, not a lot of turf to work with. So very interested to see how these teams adapt here.
yes, they certainly will have to adapt a little
Oh,
bit.
no,
Sam,
I was
with
wrong.
The
There is
power
a Sniper
armor.
Rider, 2 of them. It is Crab Leg,
Oh.
I guess. So I guess the presence of the greats kind of overrides whatever you want out of the turf weapons. Also, custom dually swelter spotted.
Yeah, shout out to my favorite special, the Super Chumps. We don't generally see them very much, and I will say that I think Super Chumps are an interesting pick overall, because when you launch them at the end of the timer, they don't pop as the timer ticks to 0. They just kind of like sit there. But I guess they are pretty good for being able to make space. Ice grabbing that reflux, painting, turfing up a little bit towards the middle of the stage, doing a little funny dance with Kyo right there before Brant chimes in and gets a trade right there. And Jared already in the enemy side of the stage, which is going to put FT Win in danger, Magic.
I actually, I think that I remember while I was scrubbing through the VODs today of the prior tournaments that they have played this before, specifically because Jared is able to maneuver over to these grates and is able to just put these chumps in the base, and it's like it's such a long-lasting thing, and it can put down so much turf, so much ink, that it's super hard to deal with. And you can see even with a wipeout here, they're just now getting back to like a neutral level of matching Milky Way's ink coverage. Like, it's this specific scenario that they are playing for, and these chumps can just put in so much work, and because it's such a long stage that they have so much room to work with, and they can just send these chumps out super far. They can send the missiles out super far, and I think that FT Win is not super ready for this, because their turf coverage is just not matching up, and there's still a lot of purple on their side.
But you know what? Still a minute left in the game. We have to see how these last 60 seconds are going to play out. The tactic cooler coming out. Ice getting a nice pick, a nice double. Not quite a triple, but a double with 50 something odd seconds left in the game. I think is going to be pretty huge, Cater.
Absolutely. I mean, FT Win still having that danger flag on their side is not a good feeling, and Sam going down, you can just see the amount of purple right now. Jared hanging out in that corner right now. Rafe is doing everything they can to put out turf, but what they can put out is just being, like, it's in an area so accessible to Milky Way. We have a little bit of a breakout here with that Booyah Bob. 25 seconds remaining left. We got the strikes coming out as well, but still no picks coming out for FT Win, which is what is important. In fact, they lose Kyo here in the end of the match. All of this paint is just, again, getting covered up purple. Rafe doing everything they can, but also going down here. Last 10 seconds of the game, that's only Sam left on the wiper. That is a wipeout situation in FT Win. They are once again in danger as the clock ticks to 0.
And we'll have to see. It's looking pretty purple to me, but we never know until Lil Judd says so. So, yep, looking like Milky Way is going to take the win for this Turf War game. And I think what's really interesting about the way that Milky Way plays Turf War is that usually when we have a Reflux player, they are opting to kind of stand back a little bit. Ice is all the way up in the front, at the front lines, really getting picks that Milky Way is going to utilize and capitalize on Magic.
I have always believed that Reflux is actually a super, super great not front line in terms of constant aggression weapon, but able to fight and still be up contesting space weapon, right? It's so good at managing its threats because it's so fast, right? You can constantly just put paint down at your feet, swim back, and because it's actually a light, it's noted as a light weapon. I'm pretty sure like it has that speed buff, and so you're able to move very quickly with this main weapon, and you're able to constantly paint your feet, you're able to constantly move around, you're able to constantly put out consistent damage on your opponents and dip behind cover as you need to and shoot out from behind that cover even, right? It's a very high skill ceiling weapon, but even if you get into close quarters fights, there's a lot that you could do to just put out tons of damage and have someone follow up with you. I think it's actually a super underrated fighting potential weapon, and I'm super glad to see Ice trying to raise that skill floor.
I think it might be that way because as you mentioned, it is a high skill ceiling weapon. It's I would probably put it in the same category as maybe like a Nautilus. Nautilus, I would say, is also a very high skill ceiling weapon. But I think it's just really interesting because generally, again, in Turf War, we don't really see that kind of play, and we definitely do see it out from Milky Way a lot. So something to look forward to for perhaps next week when Milky Way hopefully decides to enter again for, I believe, their 5th event score for the league. Maybe we'll see it again. But given that, we are going to a game 3 for our grand finals. I believe that this is possibly going to be Milky Way's chance to bracket reset this away from FT Win, which means that maybe we might see Cater another set of Splatoon playing.
We could. I mean, we've been seeing incredible action from pretty much every set that we've seen on stream. It's left us at the edge of our seats at a loss for words. We are, I mean, we're storytellers. We are, and you pointed out that we as a community might need a historian. Well, this could go down in the history books. Just a quick refresher for those of you guys in the chat. If you're not entirely sure what a bracket reset is or why we would continue playing after, this one grand final set is over, we are in a double elimination bracket, which does mean that a team has to lose twice in order to be out. Because FD Win has not lost a game, or not, they have not lost a set yet, and Milky Way has lost one set. They were coming up from the losers' side of the bracket. So if Milky Way is able to win this set over FD Win, then both of these teams have one loss, and we go to what is called a bracket reset, where we play another set to see which of these teams ends up with 2 losses and which of these teams gets crowned the winners.
That's really interesting you bring that up because I never really understood why there was a bracket reset.
Oh,
I was just like,
there you go.
I just knew when you come up from the losers, you have to win twice. But I didn't realize it was because you had to lose twice to be out of the tournament. So
Yes.
This makes a lot of sense. I've got a lot of my neurons are firing. So thank you so much, Cater.
I'm glad I could help.
We are going into our game 3, which is going to be a very classic, very standard mode and stage. We are going to be Mako Mart Splat Zones, which I think, we see this a lot.
We do.
There's a reason we do, right, Magic?
Exactly. It is so much fun to watch, right? Because there's so many areas that have so much importance, right? There's that deep, far area that you can dive into the enemy base and try and lock out in that way, right? There's a lot of entry points. There's a lot of high ground. And then there's the clash, the bowl of fun that is the center, that cross-shaped zone that is very hard to actually paint if you're not a very solid painter, if your weapon doesn't put down a ton of ink.
It's a deceptively large zone.
Right. There's so many minute things at play that actually even the playing field. And like we talked about before, there's something in it for everybody. You can make most weapons work, and you can have a lot of fun fighting a lot of fights.
And we hopefully will see a lot of fights as we go into potentially our last game of grand finals before a bracket reset. So notice that we have pretty much the same weapons coming out. We do see a little bit of a variation from Jared. We do see that Splash-O-Matic, which has a crab tank just like the dualies, but has a burst bomb which allows him to maybe play a little bit more aggressively.
Oh yeah, Sam doing a little dance here and trying not to alert others to their position. It does work out, gets the one pick on ice before Q swoops in and says, okay, enough of that tomfoolery or whatever's going on there. But yes, Burst Bomb is a very, very strong sub-weapon on pretty much any kit that is a part of it, the combination of damage that it can do, but also a lot turf under your feet or wherever you want without committing a huge chunk of your ink tank to it like you have to with something like Splat Bomb or Suction Bomb. Combined with the fact that it explodes immediately, it's a great little tool to have in your back pocket. Hopefully Jared gets to use it at some other time and not now as they get taken out by the crab tank on the side of Hexen. We have Kyo here in this bubble. Kyo actually opting for the Decapitator here, which I believe we've seen Kyo only on Bucket so far, so an interesting choice coming out from here, but definitely a fair one, using that bubble very much to their advantage, and now in a very aggressive position here, trying to get some picks on the members of Milky Way.
Unfortunately, Kyo does go down, and I just wanted to point out that big bubbler positioning over there. It was on the ground of that ledge. However, Kyo is utilizing that protection to be able to stand on top of that ledge and still gain the benefits of being inside of that big bubbler. So I think just being able to know those certain positionings and being able to utilize that is going to be extremely useful, especially at this level of play with 3 seconds. That is an incredibly fast game from FT Win. They were able to basically hold on to that zone magic the whole time.
Remember how I was talking about Milky Way waking up during that Moonlight set? I feel like the same thing just happened here, and we often see this when teams are coming back from the winner side and have to start playing again at this high octane level, right? They kind of get iced out, if you will. Not in reference to the player ice, but sometimes it gets a little bit to get moving, right? But suddenly they're feeling like they are back in control, and I think that switching Kyo to the Decapitator, Sam getting a few games in, right, because he hadn't been playing prior to this set, and just probably just getting their mojo back, and now they're moving like a unit once again.
Yeah, and now we have a unit coming out from FT Win, and we have a unit coming out from Milky Way. So now it's which unit is going to come out on top. They both are so steadfast as teams. They're both so rock solid in their mechanics, in their strategies. So it really is down to the wire for both of these teams, Cater.
Yeah, very much. This is the match. It being grand finals, of course, but also I think it is what we expected coming into this top 8 and seeing the array of teams that we had laid out for us. These were despite the seeding and Moonlight being second seed, I think, I would have been very happy to see Moonlight here, and I do think they put up a great fight, but I did expect to see FD Win and Milky Way be the ones in the grand finals. And it makes, I guess it makes a lot of sense, It is something that we've seen, again, like you keep saying, in the past, and we continue to see here. It is a story that will continue to be told, and, this is just the latest installment of it. We are, of course, well, not of course, but we are going to a Rainmaker for our 4th game here. It is going to be Urchin Underpass Rainmaker.
Oh man, we have seen this before, and
here we go again.
I just don't think the teams are ever very happy when this is the stage that comes up, because, like you mentioned before, those grates kind of bottlenecky.
Very much, yes.
Yeah. Oh yeah. They tend to really make sure that the game is drawn out. But FG1 has knocked out on this one before, so I think that they can do it. I'm rooting for a full-on Urchin Underpass Rainmaker knockout, or at least a slobber knocker.
Yes.
I mean, funnily enough, the last time I was on the mic here for the Nintendo League, we did see the last match of the tournament. It was Dat Kid on the Octobrush doing a little sneaky play and knocking out on Rainmaker Urchin Underpass. Just, sneaking around and able to grab that Rainmaker, do a little walk up to the pedestal and dunk it. So, hey, it's not going to be the game ending just because of how our score is, but maybe it's something we'll see again.
Hey, we also have seen Milky Way play a little bit on the ratty side,
Yeah.
so who knows? Maybe they'll just crawl through those grates and, wow, it really does feel like sewers in that case, right?
I guess it makes sense with Urchin, right?
Yeah, I guess a little bit. You have the ups and downs, you have the thin alleyways. You might just have a player come up from behind and grab that Rainmaker and dunk it. So we'll see if that's what ends up happening for this game right here. Again, this is 2-1 Milky Way to FD Win Grand Finals. Rafe bringing out that Nautilus again. And Q with the mini Splatling as well. Hopefully we can see maybe a couple of Ultra Stamp picks from Q. We have seen that historically, but I don't know. Rafe, like you mentioned earlier, Magic, just an excellent Nautilus player.
Just one of the craziest players I've ever seen. And I can't believe that he's not using it more, if I'm being honest, because it's just so fun to watch him. I love watching his Nautilus. Like, watch this.
I watched
Right?
it.
2 down! And boom! The play was shut down. And FT1 might not be winning, but, right? Wasn't that fun?
No,
It was fun.
Good.
No,
it was
yeah.
good. It was good. The play was good. But sometimes even when the play is good, got to make sure that all the teammates are up and running to be able to stop these pushes from happening. Milky Way, luckily for them, able to make it past that chain link fence, giving them a score of 45. Just eked that one more point over. And I think, honestly, while no push to Rainmaker on Rainmaker is a safe push, Cater, I think this is not too bad.
Yeah, there are a lot of stages where no score is safe. I feel like on Urchin, though, like, getting in that box is relatively safe. At least when you compare it to something like, I don't know, Inkblot Rainmaker, where it is that just straight shot. It is a little bit more safe when you get inside that box, especially this early on in the match. Like, Milky Way has got to feel pretty good about that.
Yes, and just 3.5 minutes left. Q with that hammer. Getting a nice pick on Kyo. Very unsuspecting, I'm sure. And that's exactly what I love to see. Just a personal favorite of mine. I love when Q indulges us with those Ultra Stamp tosses. So I'm just thrilled. But given that, still only 3 minutes left on the clock. FT Win in a good position, but Jared not making it easy. 3 down on FT Win. I think Milky Way is gonna try to make another push happen right here. Oh, Magic.
Let's see if they can do it, or if they're just gonna try and maybe just bleed some clock time, right? They're not gonna play too risky, right? They're in control. They've got the lead. They've got the pedestal, whereas FG1 doesn't. They've got every opportunity to just take their time and make sure that they're not gonna end up in a situation where FG1's just gonna come sweeping through and clear the path, right? Although it seems like that's kind of what they're already doing, right? Completely splitting up the members of Milky Way. There's at least still a bit of ink left in the middle of the map, but FT1 is moving forward and Kyo is not slowing down.
They are moving forward. Hexen with that Rainmaker trying to make some plays happen. Kyo is going to need to push up Rafe as well. Try to get a couple picks. They do get one down. They take out Ice. They're able to dunk it onto that checkpoint. Triple ink stripes coming out. Really, they are being bombarded. Jared, a key player right now, making it very difficult for FT1 to move forward. But with Jared down, this could be FT1's opportunity to move forward again, Cater.
Magic, you were right about Rafe's Nautilus gameplay. As a Splatling enjoyer myself, I'm thoroughly pleased, I will say, with what I'm saying. You know, I may play the heavier, slower Splatlings, but this is still also incredible. Sam there with the Ultra Stamp trying to provide some cover and getting that nice pick on Ice. Very important there. Rafe also getting a pick on Jared. This could be it here. They're going to try and roll through those, or just regularly jump through those. Great, and that is the lead by 3 points. I expected a squid roll there, but I suppose I was mistaken. And Sam is still here having presence. going to get all the way to 27, a little bit up that ramp, really just cementing that in for FT Win there, that they are having the lead now. So with a minute left here, the momentum is really flipped. Oh, that incredible step, clear over the tree to being right in the head. Q said, I heard you like Ultra Stamp snipes. I'm gonna do them, and I'm gonna do them with style.
You know what I need? I need a montage of just Q's Ultra Stamp like splats. I think they just really make me giddy because I'm like, oh, imagine you're just Q and you're just hanging out and then an Ultra Stamp falls on your head and you're like, wait, where did that come from? So it really just tickles me.
It's like Newton discovering gravity, right?
Yeah,
you hanging out and
but
Ultra
instead of an
Stamp falls
apple,
down.
it's a giant hammer. You know
Yeah,
what I mean?
I need
exactly.
a fan cam montage of it. But here we see Milky Way is going to try and take this one back. Let's see if Q's Ultra Stamp is able to clear the path, and members of Milky Way try and fight their way forward. But no, all three of the front lines go down. It's just Jared holding the Rainmaker, and Sam collapses down. Sam doing a great job of carrying the Rainmaker all the way into Milky Way's base at the beginning of all this to make sure that they were fully set back to try and have a harder time moving forward, and FT Win solidifies it, ices it down, and that is going to be Game 5 again. How many Game 5 sets do we have today?
Almost
all
every
of them.
set. Yeah, I think one set wasn't a Game 5, and every other set has been a Game 5. So this tournament has been going on for a long time, which also means that the players have been playing for a really long time as well. They must be feeling the burn of having to just play Splatoon for hours and hours and hours. And again, talking about just the diligence, the resilience. These players are just, they are a beast that I cannot even fathom. To be able to kind of work consistently, play consistently through many, many hours of a tournament. So I think, all right, we're going to Game 5, and again, for like the 5th time today, exaggerated, we're going to Museum D'Alfonsino Clan Blitz. And I think this is becoming a very, very fan favorite or competitive player favorite stage and mode for the Splatoon 3 North American League. We see this all the time, and I think players are pretty happy to be able to see this as well, Cater.
Yeah, I believe so. I would definitely agree with you. I think it's just because Museum has those spinners and it provides just interesting gameplay, honestly. A lot of these stages that we like to see are like those that have verticality, but not necessarily, what's the word? Like necessary vertical, like it's opt-in. You don't have to go on the spinners. You can just run around on the lower parts if you want. But those spinners, if you decide to take them, provide another way of navigating the stage. And it's another very interesting way of playing that can feel like, you know, having that verticality that is not necessary to being part, like take Manta Maria, for example, that you kind of have to engage or at least always be aware of the grades on the top, and that maybe is just like not as enjoyed as having a wide open optional vertical part of the stage.
Just remember, gamers never look up, so maybe verticality is the play of the game right here.
Hang on, is that a saying? Do gamers not look up?
It is a saying. But we are going into our Game 5. Again, this could be a bracket reset. This could be the end of the event. Both teams will be fighting for their chance to be at the top. FT Win Milky Way. 15 seconds in, and we already have a power clamp? Question mark?
Oh yeah, listen, if there's something that teams at the top rank know how to do, it is how to gather clams quickly, and the Milky Way especially is so great at controlling the pace of their pushes and the pace of how many clams they need at which times in the game. It's very impressive, if I'm being honest. And you can, speaking of impressive, Jared is impressively not able to clear this jump, this trick jump, at least twice, but is going to come back anyways and try and find some play for another impressive set of picks, and once again fails. But we're trying, and FT Win is looking like they're making a push.
For what it's worth, making that jump is actually much harder than it looks. I
Yes,
don't think
no, I
I've ever
know.
made this jump ever in my entire life. So the fact that these players can do it relatively consistently, I think is always really impressive. So
You guys saw that the crabs shredded each other, right? They didn't really do anything else. They just looked at each other in mid. This is a game of shenanigans afoot here, but it's also a game of multiple power clams here. Jared going in for a little bit of redemption, possibly getting that nice pick there. 2 down on the members of FT Win right now that they do have that 1 power clam carrier. We do see Hexen popping that crab there. Has to kind of roll around to get into a position where they can fire at ice. Meanwhile, we do have another power clam on the side of Milky Way, so they are trying to make their way in. Jared with the crab tank. I get a feeling we're going to see a lot of crabs this match.
You know, we've already seen a lot of crabs, and what an interestingly placed big bubbler. I think that middle spinner right here is going to be key in order to be able to hold on to space on the stage, and having that big bubbler there makes it kind of impossible to push in towards that direction. So I think it's definitely useful as far as gaining territory on this stage. But you know, both teams have a lot of clams. One, FT Win has 12, Milky Way 22, and neither team has really made any significant pushes in, with basically half of the match already gone. Magic.
Most certain. The most I can say right now is that we are just in pure stalemate. These are 2 of the best teams in North America that are just constantly keeping each other down, making sure their specials aren't being utilized, making sure that even though they have clams, and even though they can make cool, fun trick plays like Jared just did, that it's not always easy. But speaking of easy, how about this? 3 power clams dunked, and Jared is continuing the flood. Ice actually lived throughout all of that, even though all the jumps were called out and pointed out, and the specials and everything were used by FT Win. What a crazy play. What a crazy individual play from Jared. Absolutely redeeming himself.
I think sometimes it's just unfortunate in Clam Blitz, because as you are jumping with the power clam, it is almost sometimes impossible to stop you from throwing that in. You just have to kind of accept that that happened and not let people get into that space to be able to toss the power clam in, and that's what FT Win a little bit overlooked. They allowed Jared to get into that space to pop those 3 power clams and some into the basket, allowing them to get to that 25. So FT Win, Cater, is going to have to need to pull things together to be able to have an equally strong push.
They are attempting to do so right now, but it looks like they're losing multiple of their members. Hexen has to jump out here. They lose a power clam as well. And just like that, the huge amounts of clams that they had is down to 4 right now. Q taking control of this mid-spinner. Ice going down here, but Jared is still up and able to provide support here. Q getting forced back, but getting that pick on Sam, absolutely huge as we head into the very last portion of this match. It is very much Milky Way's game right now. All of this purple ink in mid, and we have the crab tank at the ready as well as the tacticaler, both of which are very important specials. Jared gonna run back here, has to contend with the opposing crab tank, and actually not gonna be able to get that off, but they were cooler and they are going to get that. Sam here forcing Q all the way back up here and almost getting that pick, but there are no power clams with this pick that Sam has with the Booyah Bomb. We finally have a power clam on the side of FT Win. The Booyah Bomb gets popped, but are they going to make it in time? Because Hexen is all the way back there right now, and you can see Rafe is also still kind of stuck in mid. Q is in a prime position to defend this basket right now as overtime is going to proc, and we head back, and that is a forced jump out. Q there actually goes down, and we have the Booyah Bomb as well. Milky Way putting up a solid defense, one that you could say is reminiscent of a marble or granite countertop as Q puts out the tacticooler, and that is all the members of FT Win down. A full wipeout and a little celebratory booyah from
man.
Q to end that match. And you know where we're headed? A bracket reset!
Oh boy.
How much you want to bet this bracket reset's gonna go to game 5 too?
I guarantee it,
Just
actually.
out of curiosity. It really is like running a marathon for all of us involved. So you know what? We're in it. We're in it to win it. I thought that play that Milky Way had in that last match was just so incredible. I just have to watch it again. Magic. We just have to watch it again.
So here, Jared completes the trick that he had been attempting a couple of times. Hexion actually sees him, but they don't realize quite what position that they're in, right? Jackson knows that he's sitting behind the spinner, but they're not quite expecting Jared to just jump up and make this. They were not expecting this at all. But 1, 2, 3, immediately jumping in, and Ice is able to follow up afterwards. Jared sliding all the way down and at least drawing some of the attention back, and is able to solidify the push that won them the game.
That was just beautiful clam blitz, and I'm sure that you also thought so, Cater. Like, just sometimes clam blitz just can be so perfect. I don't know how else to
it's
describe
really
it. That
the
was a
rainmaker
perfect
play of clam blitz, I think. Just, I mean, 100 to 25 in maybe 10 seconds is really, really incredible. And also, that is a spinner. It spins. Jared had to look and recognize that it was in the correct position to make that play and be like, I can do this without, and even though I will attract attention because the other team, will see me doing this, I can pull it off fast enough that even though my teammates' jumps will go down, I can trust them to get those power clams in. And again, also Ice living through that, and Jared drawing a little bit of attention, and Ice being slippery, like, it's just perfectly executed. The platonic ideal of clam blitz, where we've talked about cyclical pushes, we've talked about holding space underneath a basket, we've talked about communicating with your teams to throw up clams to each other, but if you get all of them in at the same time, there's no need for any of that.
I think the comms had to be there. The comms had to be there so strongly that even Jared used this way as an in-game comm. Like, they're probably in voice chat talking, be like, "Yo, jump to me," but like he's poking this way, come over here. Like, you know that it had to be the play of the game. So that was
he was probably, how I was like got quiet during that one sneaky play, like he was probably doing that as well, just like trying to be quiet in comms and then like pushing the this way button to
Guys, I can't talk. They'll figure out I'm here. I'm gonna use the in-game command instead.
And sometimes that's all you have, and sometimes that's okay. It's okay to tell your teammates this way, and it's okay to listen to them and jump to them. So we are going into our grand finals bracket reset. This is literally going to be either team's game. We have gone to game 5 pretty much every set that we've seen so far, which means that the Splatoonin is off the charts. It is really good Splatoonin. These teams are just competing at a level where they are fighting toe-to-toe, nail-to-nail to be able to get to this point. And Milky Way versus FT Win again. We'll see if this maybe gets to another game 5, and it'll be some good Splatooning to watch as well. So our first game will be Turf War. Do you think we'll see, I don't know, Crab Leg Capital or like Urchin Underpass again? What do you guys think?
I will laugh if we see Crab Leg Capital again. That would be very, very funny. I do not think it's going to happen, but perhaps I will eat my words.
I feel like every time I've seen a rematch kind of esque match between two teams, for some reason they like to repick the same stages.
They just like to tell a story.
Yeah,
they like to give us the same parameters and say like, okay, really, it's really going to be the same this time. But actually, we're going to make it different. And also, you're talking about going to game 5. Interestingly enough, a pattern that I see happen a lot in these bracket resets is that you have this real struggle where the team coming up from losers comes out on top, and then sometimes just barely, sometimes very decisively like it was, and then the team on the winner's side just absolutely demolishes the bracket reset. And I think that is it could be partially, in fact, like Magic had said, they're getting back into the swing of things, because when you're waiting on that winner's side, it can easily be an hour or more in these double elimination tournaments, because you have to wait for generally losers, semifinals through finals. Then those 3 sets can take a while. And now that they are back in the swing of things and fully have the momentum going and are coming off of a set, it is possible that they could just ride that to a victory.
But I do want to mention that last time we saw Milky Way encounter a bracket reset, they were able to win 6 games in a row to be able to and just being able to have that mentality, and maybe
Yes.
they're able to do the same thing here, where it maybe not six games in a row, because FT and Milky Way did have a little bit of back and forth, but who knows, maybe they're able to run through FT, or maybe like you mentioned before, Magic, FT has that kickstart that, you know, they woke up, they put their car into gear and they decided to drive into work today, you know? So
Right.
so we'll see what ends up happening. Now, since we're still waiting on what stage they're going to be picking for this match, now I would like to pose the question, which turf war do you think you would like to see that you have not seen before? So I'll start with Magic.
I want to see Umami Ruins. I don't think I've ever seen Umami Ruins turf war, actually, but it's such a long stage, and it has a lot of like nooks and crannies, and like I feel like it's so hard to like actually get a lot of turf down that it would be a lot of fun to watch to see how teams approach it.
Yeah, totally. And Cater?
I will say, though, that could be very interesting. I do worry a little bit about kind of the bottleneck and lockout that happens on Urchin Underpass a lot of the time. We've talked about it before. It definitely happens in the ranked modes. I'm not very familiar with Turf War Urchin, so I'm not sure if it would happen on that. But I personally... You know, just for the fact that we haven't seen Humpback Pump Track today.
Yes,
Like, we just gotta
turf.
round out the set. You know, we've seen... yes, we have seen everything else that is in our available pool of stages except for Humpback Pump Track on stream here. And, you know, I have something against this stage personally. I don't like playing it, despite the fact that I play heavy edit Splatling and I should like playing it. I don't. However, I can recognize that it can be a fun stage for a lot of other people.
I just think Turf War is so funny on Humpback Pump Track because you'll notice it's like in a big circle, right?
Oh,
so
yes.
people will just like follow each other and just paint over what that they just already painted.
Because people
You're so
go, oh, I can
right.
get into the little, you know, this elbow area, and then just go, and then meanwhile somebody else is like this, and so it's just
Yeah, it's
like
just
this,
like-
this,
just
sick-
like
and
a
even
one-
in
like a
even in
cyclone.
mid as well, because you have the big hump and then kind of that moat depression
Yeah.
area, right? That's also just kind of a.
Yeah, so I think it would be really funny, honestly. But you know what? Sorry to crush both of your dreams. We are gonna go to Mako Mart Turf War, which I think is such an interesting thing because what that means is that they cannot pick Mako Mart for any of the other ranked modes. So, and that is definitely a classic that we have seen. But I honestly don't know how much Mako Mart Turf War I've seen over the years. Honestly, Magic?
I've seen it a couple of times, and it's so fascinating, right? Because unlike in the other modes on Mako Mart, that right drop off, like you can't go back from. And your spawn is actually, or at least it was in Splatoon 2, it was actually, you know how you usually spawn on that right side? It's actually over to the left instead. It's a very, and it creates a very different dynamic. It's actually so fascinating because you usually don't see it like that. But I think that's actually such a good point that I actually hadn't thought about, Milana. The reason that they pick Urchin Underpass probably for Turf War is so that they wouldn't have to play it for any of the other modes.
All right,
Now
a
that I
little bit
think
of
about it,
robot
right?
a little robot magic coming through. But for translating that, anybody that doesn't speak binary, he's saying that they pick Urchin Underpass for turf so that they don't have the possibility of doing any of it on all the other ranked modes, which is also a fair strategic point.
Yeah, I think that brings a new meaning to counterpicking, right? That you counterpick something that you cannot counter picking. Yeah, so I think who knows? We'll see if this counter pick is going to do these teams any good. And again, we are going into our grand finals bracket reset. Milky Way versus FT Win. Let's see if this gets to a game 5. All these weapons we've seen ad nauseum. Pretty much these comps are pretty standard for both of these teams. And again, it is Turf War, so, and like you mentioned, Magic, the starting positions, the spawn points are going to be just a little bit different.
Right, and so it's a little bit further to actually enter into the center of the stage, right? And so you have to really make sure that you're entering it correctly. You know, you could intentionally go back to that right side, but it would definitely give away a lot of information. But speaking of information, it looks like Sam had a lot of information there with the help of that torpedo and was able to get a bunch of assists and take down the members of Milky Way. FT Win is coming out strong, and I think this is going to be a very different set because, like we mentioned, last time they were not fully started. This time, they're already ready to go right out the gate.
They are a minute into this game, 3 down on FT Win. It really is trading back and forth, but if we look at FT Win's side, barely any of that is turfed. They're going to need to focus on turfing their own base before they can focus on being able to maybe get the picks that they need, or turfing the middle of the stage, Cater.
Funnily enough, they seem to not be doing that, actually. You can see Rafe up there going down, but was looking towards mid. Not sure who they have on that Reef Slider, but that is their job to go back and paint the base. As much as it is a fearsome weapon. Oh no, a disconnect, actually, that we see there. I think we might have to continue playing this out, and I think these teams are going to continue anyway, so a very unfortunate disconnect on the side of FT Win there. We've got both specials, and you can see the sprinkler actually on the upper right-hand corner of the screen. It's been put on a portion of the stage, but the spec cam, it would block the spectator camera, so it's not rendered in the spectator camera, which is why you just kind of see a lone sprinkler floating up in the corner of your screen.
Yeah, I think that's a really prime position to be able to put a sprinkler. If you can toss that sprinkler up there, it is actually really hard to get down unless you have a really long range weapon. And would you really want to waste your anchor's time to be able to shoot down sprinklers that constantly keep popping up? Probably not. But with 30 seconds left on the clock, it is a 3v4, but that doesn't mean that FT Win is out of the running, Magic.
No, definitely not. The other cool part about the spawns being a little bit swapped is that it's really easy to actually hole up in your opponent's spawn on that right side, right over on that ledge. And so what you can do is once you get really deep in, right, or if you put a sprinkler over in that nook and cranny, it just puts out a ton of paint. And because there's not a ton of coverage of area on this stage, you can put a lot of work in and really change the tide. Milky Way, though, definitely moving with the tide. They're going to take that one pretty handedly.
I don't know. I'm going to wait for Lil Judd.
You sure?
Yeah, so you're right. Continue.
I thought you said you were always right earlier.
Yeah, but I have to wait to be proven right. You know what I mean? So I just
you got
need
your
to,
sources, of course.
I needed to know. I need to verify. Lil Judd has the end all be all. I just needed to know. So you can continue to point Magic. Sorry for interrupting. I just wanted to, I just wanted to verify my sources.
It was an important interjection. No,
yes,
I
totally.
completely agree. Let's hope that there's no other shenanigans for the rest of this set, and that we can have just, like we said, some good old Splatooning and get through this without any more hiccups, including my robotic outburst. Hopefully nothing else like that happens either, right?
It's
Perhaps
okay.
just the internet is just not working around the world today.
It's okay. Cater and I learned binary just for you, Magic. So if it ever
That's how I was
happens
able to
again-
translate.
Yeah, see? So you don't have to worry. We got your back. But speaking of teamwork, and speaking of teamwork, we want to see the best Splatoon that these teams have to offer, which means that we are hoping that maybe we can get the next game to be a 4v4. And I think, truthfully, when I win a 4v3, I feel pretty good about it. But I'm sure these teams are like, well, we could have played a better game of Splatoon. Like, it was fine, but I don't really like maybe stomping on another team when they're down a person. It's like kicking a team when they're down, and we want to make sure that we get the best Splatoon that we can get out of this, right, Cater?
Well, interestingly enough, this game that is designed for a 4v4 format does play out a little more balanced and better when there are 8 players on the field as opposed to 7. So Well, we are getting that sorted out, thankfully. We've all got second chances. Meanwhile, we are looking at our stage and mode combination. We are going to Splat Zones on Inkblot Art Academy.
And I think that is just a very standard stage and mode. We see it all the time. We've seen it before. And I think we're going to be looking out for those long-range weapons standing on that middle pillar, the top mid, and being able to utilize that to visualize what's going on in the rest of the stage. We might get some frontliners, some aggressive players to kind of move forward, position themselves on the plat of the enemy territory, and utilize that positioning for their good. So these are things that I would like to see, and we probably will see, Magic.
Oh, we most certainly will. And I'm so curious if Hexen is going to bring out that Dapple Dooley Nouveau again, right, with that reef slider and the torpedo.
Yes,
I'm so curious to see what the idea was there and if they can make full use of it, right? Because I feel like last time it wasn't fully executed in the ways that they were hoping. But here's the hoping. Let's get right back into things. This is game 2. FT Win versus Milky Way in the bracket reset.
All right, let's see. Again, our weapons seem to be pretty standard. We have an S-Blast on both sides, a Snipe Rider on both sides, a Dualies on both sides, and really the only thing that has switched up from either team is that one team, FT Win, has a Mint Decapitator. Oh, and Sam already getting that double for FT Win, which is going to allow FT Win to push forward. They're going to need to get this pick on Jared, but fortunately they were able to get supported by their teammates, and this is really just a hodgepodge of action going on in the middle of this stage, Cater.
Very much so. Bran here on the side on this S-Blast, trying to keep some semblance of area control there, but another member of Milky Way jumping out there, and it is FT Win in control of this zone in the first minute or so of this match. Bran here with that Booyah Bomb, opting to throw it all the way on the left there to assist their teammates. Rafe somehow still alive and not putting out. That's not good.
You know what? Sometimes you get a
Okay.
2v2, and that's certainly
I don't even think it's a
way-
2v2. I think this is just Kyo. I think it's Kyo's show now.
Oh, I see. So we will be probably doing that game again, and that is okay because sometimes hiccups happen, like we said, and we are here, we are prepared, and we want to watch the best Splatoon that these players have to offer, right, Magic?
Oh, most certainly. And I feel like the competitive integrity of these players is at the level of their play as well, right? They most certainly want to make sure that what these matches that they're taking the time to spend to fight each other is with the most. They want to make sure it's a fair fight, right?
Yes.
They want to make sure that they prove at the end of the day who is the best. That's what these teams care about. That's why we have these events. That's why these events, these long-running events, are so graciously put on, and why we put so much effort and time into making sure that they are so well loved. And I know that these teams know that, and they want to make sure that at the end of the day, the North American champion is who is the best.
Yeah, and totally. I think that's something we want to consider when we're looking at these teams and seeing the way that they play. This league is more than just the points. Mm-hmm. It is about proving themselves to be the best team in North America. And I think playing so consistently week after week and then getting some disconnects, I feel like that wouldn't make them feel very good, because it's not bringing that competition to the level that we know, and it's not bringing that competition to the level in which they know they can perform at. So I think it definitely hinders improvement if we, play matches that have fewer than 8 players in the lobby. But so we are going to make sure that we reset and we come back to it, and we are re-rack and ready to go. So
Yep.
any predictions of how this set it might turn out, Cater?
Well, bracket reset in more ways than one. I guess we're resetting the lobby too. As for how this is going to turn out, I do think that we saw very dominant gameplay from FT Win there. Of course, it was relatively even going into, but I'm not sure how much of that going into right before we disconnected was the internet. Like, I kind of saw Rafe on the side there and I was like, why are they not putting down any paint? That's a little weird for a snipe writer and I caught out in a position like that. But I do think that FT Win had some very good picks. I mean, we had Sam on that S-Blast getting that was a great double that we saw. I think FT Win really does have the potential to take this back.
Yeah, I totally think so as well. And, we did mention that they are kind of revving up and hopefully that this hiccup won't really hinder either team. So as we're getting back into our second game of our bracket reset grand finals, again, same weapons are going to come out. We're going to see that Forge Splattershot Pro coming out from Milky Way, and I think that the double Booyah Bomb might prove to be pretty useful for a zone as big as this Magic.
Oh yeah, because that Booyah Bomb covers just a massive area. And sometimes it doesn't always put down exactly as much paint as you're hoping, but it certainly helps make sure to clear the way so that with a couple more bullets, they can really make sure it's covered and solid. Speaking of covered and solid, Kyo is covering the enemy side of this stage already, putting down that big bubbler, making sure that everyone knows that his team is in control. But speaking of teams and in control, Jared is also on the other side of they've swapped bases.
Yeah,
right?
That is a backwards facing crab, I'm pretty sure, which is and hey, wait, is Ice supposed to be over there? Are we are in the correct no
and then the team they're moving back and jumping out and then going back. I think they're in the correct locations now.
Okay, yeah, this is where they're supposed to be. I'm like, usually with the context clues, right? I can generally figure out whose side is whose, but that made it very difficult. Well, with Kyo going down here and Bran using the S-Blast to camp the ledges out over here very nicely, doing a lot of jumping out here. It is looking good for Milky Way right now, but they do lose Ice, and that is 3 down. That is a full wipeout situation. Rafe coming in to get that last pick on Bran there, and now very, very quickly it is going to be Hexen coming up here with that crab tank at the ready, as well as Sam here just lurking and waiting in this plat area. Tacticooler right on the plat as well. Ice popping that Booyah Bomb, trying to get something done, but they do go down though. So as good as Milky Way looked there, FT Win is also looking great.
FT Win certainly is looking great. Most of the stage is covered in yellow ink. And we see, I think there's an errant sprinkler at the very top of that building on the right. So I think it's actually providing a little bit more turfing coverage for FT Win. A very unusual sprinkler location, as I don't think I've ever seen anybody use that, but that's not to say it isn't popular. Look, see, it's right there. It's so high up.
So high up, yeah.
I honestly could not even fathom how that gets tossed up there. But it is tossed up there, and it is going to be kind of irritating nuisance for Milky Way, because it constantly pumps out turf for them to be able to work with. So 3 down on FT Win. This may be Milky Way's time to shine, Magic.
Milky Way's time to shine. The penalty points are cleared through. Just a few more ticks down, and they've got the lead. This is Milky Way just making sure that they can solidify this win, making sure the last one was not a fluke, making sure that they have the victory to send them all the way to the top slot for playoffs. Milky Way throws down the Booyah Bomb. One more special from Bran, and they are 1 win away from ending this event and completely turning the tides after they went down to Moonlight way back a few hours ago.
Yeah, last time I was on the mic for this event, this is exactly what Milky Way did. They fought really hard in that first grand finals from the loser's side, and then they kind of swept as the bracket was reset. So we'll see if this is a repeat of what ended up happening 3 weeks ago, or maybe this is still FT1's chance to shine, FT1's chance to do a reverse sweep and get us to like what, our 6th game 5 of the evening.
Oh, man.
Something like that, right?
Yeah,
So,
I feel like the name of the game here really has been, rematches, repeats, a chance to perhaps even rewrite history. You're faced with the same circumstances as you had before, but you, the player, and your team are different. Your mindset is different, your stamina, your status is different, and the circumstances otherwise are all the same. And, I was saying, I see a pattern of teams on the winner's side coming back and destroying the reset, and you guys said no, it is Milky Way is the exception here, and you guys, I see what you guys mean. They have this power to just continue this momentum, and of course the disconnect game does not help FT win, but still Milky Way, I don't want to discount either of these teams at all, because and in the last few games that we have coming out here on this stream, they both teams really have grit. They're really giving it their all.
yeah, and we've seen even as each game progresses, there is still a lot of back and forth between these two teams. It's not necessarily one-sided, and it definitely hasn't been one-sided, either in Milky Way's favor or in FT1's favor. So just seeing this back and forth, again, these back and forths are not encompassed in the score, but we see it live on stream, and we see these teams fighting tooth and nail to get to that top spot for today's event. And for our third game, and potentially our event ender, if Milky Way comes out on top, we will be revisiting Hagglefish Market, but this time we will be bringing the Rainmaker with us, which I think is totally an interesting pick, but I think it's definitely not a bad one, Magic.
No, it's something that I feel has fallen a little bit out of favor in terms of what communities playing it in tournaments like around, but I feel like it was very much popular for counter picks early on in the Splatoon 3 cycle in terms of competitive events, and I'm expecting to see a lot of jumps, a lot of attempted jumps, and that's why we're seeing Rafe on this Rapid Blasters, because that ink vac is going to be so crucial for getting that leap up from the dunked checkpoint pedestal.
And not just the ink vac, but not to mention that Toxic Mist is going to prevent the opposing team, prevent Milky Way from making those same jumps, so that it's denying them the ability to do so. So I think this is such a good pick for Rafe, for FT Win. Let's see how they're able to utilize that to their advantage. They are able to get ice, utilizing that range, and 2 down on the side, 1 jumping in, and that nasty Toxic Mist stopping ice from jumping in properly. Ink vac coming out just like you said, Magic. Let's see what happens now.
Yeah, I do also want to point out that we have Sam on that Splatana Stamper with the Zipcaster. We did also see that come out in the Makeover Turf game, and so that Zipcaster can be very, very deadly. There are other players here in the Nintendo League that we've seen have incredible plays with it. We might see something like that. Ice here coming out with this Booyah Bomb. Rainmaker resetting back to mid as that checkpoint is down for FT Win, making any of their subsequent pushes a lot easier, and it looks like with Kyo going up for that, and 3 down on the side of Milky Way, that is what FT Win is going to go for right now. Q, the thing standing in front, but they just completely bypass Q, who is guarding elbow, and just bring that all the way to 9. Sam saying, we can end this, and we can end this quickly. That is pop in favor of FT Win as well. We do have the strikes coming out, and that is 2 more down. A beautiful direct, but they pick up the Rainmaker Ice, able to bring it down. Not able to bring it down, actually. Goes down before they can touch the ground. Ray finally having that ink vac. We might see it. We do not. That the dunk 1 point away here is that Zipcaster from Sam trying to take out. No dunk, still Hexen, also not able to get it down. We have 2 more members. It is just Kyo somewhere opting to run back, and our match is still going. FT Win taking that down to 1 point, but not able to get that knockout. Milky Way, the bar has been set. If they want to win this tournament, now it is a knockout.
That was so much effort placed into trying to dunk that Rainmaker into that goal pedestal, and Milky Way just did such a fabulous job to be able to stop the Rainmaker at every point, no matter who was holding that Rainmaker. And yes, a push to 1, very, very strong, but it's not impossible. We have definitely seen Rainmaker games where the teams will push to 1 and then the opposing team reverse sweep knocks it out, right? So it's not impossible, but definitely improbable. But we'll have to see what happens with the remaining 2:20 left on the clock, Magic.
This is going to be, if Milky Way gets this, I'm gonna call them the best team in North America. I'm just throwing that out there right now.
I think
if they can
deserved.
manage this,
It will be an incredible feat, and I think that title will be deserved.
oh, for sure. You see, Ice here, though, is not able to deal with all of these flanks coming through from FT Win. They've been doing so well at using all sides of the stage to just completely kick out the legs underneath Milky Way. And FT Win really wants this win just as badly as Milky Way. And I doubt they're going to be able to just completely clear them out, because that's what's going to have to happen, right? Branda's going to have to come up here and stand on the canopy and fight with Sam, and all of a sudden the members of FT Win all end up going down, and then they have to go down a second time just for them to get anywhere near a 1-point push.
Yeah, and we see a little bit of a dance between Bran and Sam trying to get each other pick, but unfortunately neither of them really successful in their endeavors, and Bran forced to jump out with just a minute left, and Jared goes down. Jared being a key member, as a key member of somebody who can help pushes happen for Milky Way. Bran also going down. That Zipcaster is going to be deadly for Q. Can Q survive this? I think she does, but not without some casualties along the way. This is just 45 seconds left, Cater.
45 seconds of FT Win, absolutely dominating here. Kyo with those strikes at the ready and, just applying pressure. It looks like FT Win is going to opt to just keep it in this corner, heat that shield yellow, and prevent Milky Way from being even able to look at that Rainmaker to try and proc overtime. Ice has something to say about that, but the combination of all of that specials getting third of them, plus the might of the Stamper makes it so difficult. That Toxic Mist coming up, Brand forced to jump out here. Q doing everything that they can, but also getting pushed back by the range of this Stamper. We got the Ink Vac coming in, forcing another jump out. Jared here with the Crab and with the Booyah, but the Vac goes down actually, and we have only Hexa left here, gonna dive in, but it is the checkpoint that we will see dunked. Jared goes down, but that's just 2 down on the side of FT Win right now, and we do have Pop in favor of Milky Way. That Rainmaker is being guarded though, but Brand very smartly using 1 strike to shield the Rainmaker so that they can grab it. We have now 1 minute, and Jared is doing their best to guard from Kyo, and it looks like Brand is opting to go the more traditional Rainmaker route. I think it's just the Toxic Mist that is such a huge threat here, and the strikes and everything. FT Win just has to stall this out for 40 more seconds.
I think Bran is a little bit at a loss as to what to do. The Ink Vac coming out from FT Win is going to stop Bran. Bran is backing up. Bran says, maybe not this way, but I'm not really sure which way I can go, because Q is being accosted over there by Kyo. And right here, the Zipcaster coming out, and unfortunately, a Zipcaster versus a Rainmaker who cannot move very much because there's just not that much turf. That does go to FT Win. That first push to 1 really sealed the deal for that game, because it really is just so difficult to take a Rainmaker and push it back and have to dunk it in order to get the win. And Milky Way was just not able to do that. They were able to get that checkpoint and reset that overtime counter, which you can do at that point. They were able to pick it up, but neither path was really safe for them to go through, and I think that was really what did them in, Magic.
Yeah, it's such a tight balance, right? Because you have to try and go deep into the enemy base to prevent any kinds of special plays from being made. But if you go too far, then there's going to be some other members of FT Win who are going to be going in from the other side, who are throwing Toxic Mists. And it's such a hard hard balance to find, especially in that moment where it's the only one that you can find in order to just push yourself over that edge into that final win. And I'm sure that they're gassed, and I'm sure that they were just hoping that it was going to work out. And they did a great effort, right? I mean, they got FT Win down a number of times, right, with a good person advantage, but there was just enough coming out of FT Win's base to prevent them from moving. And then FT Win said, all right, everybody, let's get it together here. Nobody fight. Let's build up a special. Sam's got Zipcaster. We're good. We're good, I promise.
And I think it's also worth mentioning that Bran was the one who picked up the Rainmaker, which means that Bran is no longer able to use their main weapon, use their specials, use their subs to be able to support the Rainmaker, because they are the Rainmaker. And because of that, they're missing out on a lot of utility that comes out from Bran's weapon, or just being able to be an active player to be able to push forward. And considering that Bran is one of the key players on Milky Way that makes openings happen, that can be a little bit detrimental as well, Cater.
Yeah, usually in situations like this is why you have your designated anchor or long-range weapon, generally your snipe rider, right? Throwing down tactical cooler and then picking up the Rainmaker, because you are locked out of your main sub and special weapon, even if you have your special weapon. But I think it was just, the heat of overtime and just having to pick it up before anything happened that made Bran dive for the Rainmaker. But yes, Slosher, an incredibly strong main weapon, really has found its place in all 3 games of the Splatoon series, which is not something you can say about a lot of other weapons here. Slosher being just so strong, and a very strong kit, like you said. So unfortunate that Bran was the one to pick it up in that specific circumstance.
Yeah, and sometimes it do be the way the cookie crumbles. So
yeah,
you just have to take it as you go. Obviously, Milky Way is still in the lead in this grand finals bracket reset. They are up 2-1 versus FT Win, which means that they still just need one more game to be able to solidify their win for this event. But you never know. FT Win also has been known to come through with those reverse sweeps, come through, build on their momentum. They are a team that is fantastically known for building on their momentum. So we'll see how that goes. So between these next 2 modes, so we've seen Turf War, we've seen Splat Zones, we've seen Rainmaker. So we're looking at Tower Control or Clam Blitz. What do you think might be selected by FT Win, Magic, for our next game?
It could go either way. I feel like FT Win would probably want Tower Control last, right? Because I feel like they're probably wanting to get Clam Blitz out of the way, right? They don't want, I would imagine. You know what?
Sometimes we imagine wrong, and that's okay too. Our next,
of course, Milana, you never imagine wrong. You're always correct.
I knew it was Tower Control all along, actually. Not the peace fade.
I'm out.
Well, it looks like it's just us 2 for the remainder of the set.
What did I even learn to speak binary anyway? So we will be seeing in our game 4 Tower Control. Not sure about the stage yet, but Cater, is there a stage that maybe you've been looking forward to that we haven't seen yet as far as Tower Control goes?
I
just
do
something to think about, yeah.
Yeah, I do think as far as Tower Control goes, I've seen everything that I would be relatively excited for. I'm a fan of Hagglefish Tower, have we seen Mako Tower, actually? I mean,
No.
we can't
Not today,
because
I don't think.
unfortunate we cannot because of
Turf War.
it's the Turf War, yes, but otherwise that would have been something. Now it would be really funny if we saw Humpback. I know we're not going to because nobody likes Humpback
exactly what I
Tower,
was thinking.
but it would be
But
it
how
would be,
funny would it be if we went to Crab Leg Capital again?
okay,
Funny, not funny.
it's
Like
yeah,
funny,
sure,
haha,
fine.
or-
Like fine, because that's where
It's
we're
fine.
going.
I mean,
fine.
it's expected. I guess if you asked me what I would have expected, I definitely would have said I do expect Crab Leg Capital. It is a tower control map and an otherwise map that we have, or stage that we have been seeing a lot on this stream today. But can you imagine how funny it would have been if I were right?
Dude, I actually kind of like tower control on humpback pump track, but
You
like
do? That is not an opinion I
I'm a
hear very
humpback
often.
pump track enjoyer, but that might be because like in Splatoon 2, I played the Kenza splatter shot and I was a missile goblin. So yeah, sorry, sorry you had to find out this.
Actually, I'm not. I can't even talk because I played custom jet squelcher and I was a stingray fiend. A game of Rainmaker on Blackbelly Skate Park with that stingray. All right, but enough reminiscing. Back to the present. We are seeing these teams go to tower control on Crab Lake Capital. As a reminder, we are in Game 4 of our bracket reset of Grand Finals. FT Win versus Milky Way.
And let's get started. We do see that stickers stamper come out again with the Booyah Bomb on both sides, in addition to that Snipe Rider tactical necessary for this tower control, because this map, this stage, kind of big. We want to make sure that we are getting back into the action appropriately. Jared already 20 seconds in, flopping himself onto the tower with that crab tank, shooting at the other crab tank, getting a nice pick, but I still think, Magic, that Milky Way can make it past the checkpoint.
Yeah, Jared decided, hey, Q, you had enough fun trick shots of your own. Time for one of mine. And that was insane. Like that, the aim with that lob shot was just crazy. And Jared's probably about to do it again with this crab tank. Already on the tower, already pushing well past 50. Milky Way wants to completely shut this one down. They are ready out of the gate. This is already so many clever and clutch plays, so many well-placed specials. This is why I was expecting FT Win to pick Clan Blitz, because I feel like tower control is just so strong for Milky Way. Like they know exactly how to combine those specials, how to put everyone in just the right spots. And even though Hexen's gonna be diving down here and getting this tactical or these skirmishes, it doesn't matter if you're tactical and you're not winning. If you're not winning skirmishes, you're not gonna be able to make the most effectiveness of it. It is tough for FT Win here.
Yes, it is certainly tough for FT Win, and Milky Way has already pushed that tower to 20, and they are continuing to move that tower into FT Win's base. And even if they don't decide to push the tower any more past that 20, being able to keep that tower on the side of the opponent's base means that you waste time getting that tower to move back into the center of the stage so that they can utilize this. But you know, I might not be right in saying that, because they're already halfway through checkpoint 3. Jared getting off the tower, but still making it past checkpoint 3. This could be it. This could be the end of the event, but I don't know. FT Win is not letting them have it easy, Cater.
I did not think FT Win was going to take that lying down, and they are not. Look at the resurgence of all of that yellow on the map. 8 remaining, again, is a very high bar that FT Win has to clear if they want this event to continue and take us to another Game 5 tonight. But they've got about 2.5 minutes to do that. Sam here using that Stamper to camp the ledges with the support of Wraith. That Tacticaler in the middle supporting all the members of FT Win, forcing a jump out, and not a moment too soon, as there were 2 suction bombs ready right there. Wraith is going to opt to face off with Q here, although yes, there they are. Q hopping on that tower for a second, and Wraith saying, hey, I've got a Tacticaler. Another crab tank coming out here, this time from Hexen on this upper right hand side here, trying to get a pick on Brand, but not quite finding exactly what they want. And in the meantime, Ice and Jared are actually going to gang up on oh my goodness, lots of picks. So that was a pretty much masterful platonic ideal of a pincer play right there, where you can see they just kind of fully surrounded the pencil on the side of FT Win and said, okay, that's enough. You no more Wraith. Goodbye.
That was like a net zero. Everyone had everyone in that encounter perished and had to go back to spawn. So it was interesting. But you know, a net zero is not a true net zero, because Milky Way's in the lead. That means that Milky Way won out that fight. Which, as we can see here, Milky Way trying to push that tower a little bit into FT Win's base. They do have 1 minute and 12 seconds left, but if they are able to push that tower into FT Win's base, hypothetically, it could take like 30 seconds to go for that tower to go back to the middle of the stage, which is going to waste time and going to waste time in Milky Way's favor. So FT Win is going to have to keep their eye out for this in order to make sure that they are not letting Milky Way tap this tower too far into their base. And with 45 seconds left on the clock, really all players of Milky Way are up. 2 players are coming back from spawn for FT Win. FT Win's going to have to make a really strong push to make things happen, Magic.
No, but you can see Milky Way is doing the exact correct thing here. They're sending out these specials, these important specials at 30 seconds
Jared.
away from the finishing time. Right? They're going to have Triple Ink Strike and Booyah Bomb back online by the time the clock hits 0. If that even matters, honestly. Right? Ice is just going to hold this. Sam is trying to dive around so that he can try and collapse on Ice and prevent that GG Booyah from going down, but there's almost no point. Right, unless Hexen and Sam can make the play of their lives. And no, it is Milky Way finishing the job, going all the way through losers after a crazy winner semifinal set, taking the tournament, taking the event, and saying, hey, there's no best team in North America right now, and if it is, it's us.
I am just so impressed at the resiliency of Milky Way. Every time I commentate them, they perform at their best despite being hour 1 or despite being hour 7 of playing Splatoon. I just think it's always so impressive, but honestly a really good showing to FD Win as well. A little bit unfortunate with some of the disconnects, but still they put out a really good plays. They were able to obviously compete toe-to-toe with Milky Way and utilize that to their advantage, and they were able to take out a 2nd place victory here in today's event. Remember, this is the 7th week of our regular season, which means that only 1 more week of regular season play is going to happen next week. So let's take a look at our schedule. We also only have 1 more episode of the Splatoon 3 North American League show. It will drop this next Friday on November 21st. At 10 a.m. Pacific, so make sure you catch it. You can recap some of the cool plays that we've seen tonight during this show, and some other cool things with fun people as well. And make sure you don't miss the last event of our regular season of the Splatoon 3 North American League this upcoming Saturday, at 12 p.m. Pacific, and catch that live stream, the top 8 live streams starting at 4 p.m. Pacific. And in addition to that, make sure you top off your weekend playing some Salmon Run with the Splatoon 3 North American League Sunday Scrim every Sunday at 12 p.m. Pacific, so this upcoming Sunday, and the next one will be our last 2 events. And all of this will lead to the Splatoon 3 North American League playoffs. There will be a live stream 12 p.m. Pacific on both days, December 13th and December 14th, so make sure you block off that weekend. We've seen some of the best plays here so far, and we'll definitely see more to come for the playoffs. That was a marathon for everybody involved. Like I mentioned, we had a great time, didn't we, Magic? Didn't we, Cater? We saw some really, really great plays. Any last words, Magic, for the folks at home?
Not much from me other than I am so glad. I'm honored to have gotten the chance to witness all of these sets. This is one for the books. This is probably one of the best series of sets throughout this entire league. Maybe I'm biased because I was the one commentating it, but I don't care. That is how I feel. I'm so glad we got to watch this tonight.
Honestly, having so many Game 5s means, again, that the skill levels are just so neck and neck with these teams, and being able to catch some really good Splatoon with those Game 5s. Cater, any last words for the chat at home?
Well, I'll echo what Magic said in that it was a true honor to be able to witness and to commentate all of these sets that we had here today. You know, we talked about the stories that we tell, we talked about the history that we write, even if it seems like just a game about cephalopods shooting ink, there is a real community behind this. And I'm so glad that I was able to experience this with you guys and with all of you guys in chat as well. It was incredible, and, well, we've still got a ways to go for this league.
We certainly do. Again, we have 1 more week of regular season play and the playoffs, so make sure you don't forget to watch that in December. And with that being said, thank you so much for joining us for the Splatoon 3 North American League, our 7th week of regular season play. I'm Milana, or Big Money, and we're signing off.